Hola, bienvenidos y bienvenidas. Hello everyone. Nice to see you, nice to meet you. Let's start with the new course. This is course number 2 of Spanish for English speakers. In this course, we will specifically talk about verbs, and we will refer to el pasado, the past tense. El pasado. So in lesson number 1 and 2, we will focus on two past tense verbs. We will see el pretérito perfecto and el indefinido. In lesson number 3, we will add a third past tense, which is el pretérito indefinido. Okay, so let's start. El pretérito perfecto. How do we form the pretérito perfecto? We use the verb to have plus the past participle formed by the verb root plus ado for the first conjugation, ido for the second and third conjugation. So let's see. He comido means I ate. He ido means I went. So what did we do here? So we took the verb to have, which is he, has, ha, hemos, habéis, han. This is a verb to have, but bear in mind, it's a very important thing. To say I have something, in Spanish we use the verb tener. I have a car, yo tengo un coche. The verb to have in this form, he, has, ha, etc., is only used when forming these tenses, these past tenses. This is the only use the verb haber has. Because if we mean, as I've said, if we mean to have something, to be in possession of something, in Spanish we use the verb tener. Alright? So haber is only used to form these tenses. So we have el verbo haber and the past participle formed by the root plus the suffix. So we have el verbo comer, which is to eat, and comer we take away the er of at the end of the verb, and we put ido instead. So he comido. He ido, ido comes from the verb ir, so we took away the ir and we add ido, which is in fact the whole verb itself. Now, when do we use el pretérito perfecto? We use it to express actions or events which are still viewed as in the present or whose results influence the present or future. Now, don't worry, perhaps may seem a bit complicated, but it's actually very, very simple. So, when you use the pretérito perfecto, you have to be, let's say, in the time the action is happening or has happened. For example, if I say this week, I'm referring to this week, this precise week, the week I'm still living in, right? And so I use el pretérito perfecto. If I say this week I went to the restaurant, I'm referring to a period of time I'm still living in, and so I use the pretérito perfecto and I say esta semana he ido al restaurante. Or if I want to say tonight, this precise night, I went to the restaurant, I'm still in the day. I'm living in the same day. The action has been performed, and so I use el pretérito perfecto. Most of the times, you'll notice that there is this interesting word here, esta, which is, esta refers to a feminine noun. It could be esto, esta, estos, estas, and refers to precisely this night. Esta noche means this night. So I'm still living in this period of time, and therefore I use the pretérito perfecto hemos ido. If I say yesterday night, I'm not living in yesterday. That date has ended already, and so I cannot use el pretérito perfecto. I will use another past tense, which we'll see in lesson number 3. So for now, remember that if we're referring to a moment, a period of time, which can be very long, I can say este año, this year, and I'm still living in 2021, and so I still use el pretérito perfecto. So if we are referring to a period of time we are still living in, then we use this tense. Esta noche hemos ido al restaurante. Tonight we went to the restaurant. Este año he ido de vacaciones. This year I went on holidays. Alright, let's go on. So here we have the verb haber, which is the necessary verb we absolutely need to build el pretérito perfecto. And so I'll just told you, but let's review it very quickly. We have the 6 pronouns. We have yo, tú, él, ella, usted, nosotros, vosotros, ellos, ellas, ustedes. Remember, the use of usted and ustedes is a form of respect we show to the person we are speaking with. And in English, we don't have something like that. In English, if you're speaking to your teacher, if you're speaking to the president, if you're speaking to your neighbor or to your best friend, you always use you, right? In Spanish, not. If we are speaking to our best friend, we use tú. If we are speaking to a neighbor we don't know very well, we use usted. If we are speaking to the president, we use usted, etc. And ustedes is the plural form. So if I'm speaking to my neighbors, I'll use ustedes. All right? So, yo he, tú has, él, ella, usted ha, nosotros hemos, vosotros habéis, ellos, ellas, ustedes han. Remember, haber, this verb, is only used when forming other tenses. Never to mean I have something, I am in possession of something. In that case, we use the verb tener. Let's see the verb ser in the pretérito perfecto form. So ser is a bit of a complicated verb. I think you have seen it in course 1 already. But in this case, it follows 100% the rule. So we have ser, a verb in the second conjugation, er. So to form the pretérito perfecto, we take away er and we add ido. So let's use verb haber, according to all the pronouns, plus the verb root, in this case s, with the ido added at the end. And so we have yo he sido, tú has sido, él, ella, usted ha sido, nosotros hemos sido, vosotros habéis sido, ellos, ellas, ustedes han sido. Right? It's easy. So we have sido for all the pronouns. It never changes. It's always like that. Sido, 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 sido. Always identical. The only thing that changes is the verb haber, because we have to conjugate it according to the pronoun we are using. All right, but it's not nothing difficult, right? Let's see another verb. We have hablar. Hablar. Remember, the H is always silent, but I believe you know this already. So, hablar, verb in the first conjugation, we take away AR and we add ado. So again, yo he hablado, tú has hablado, él, ella, usted ha hablado, nosotros hemos hablado, vosotros habéis hablado, ellos, ellas, ustedes han hablado. Very easy, very simple. You have the verb haber plus the verb root plus without the r, ir, and you added ado or ido. Let's see ir. We have already seen he ido al restaurante, etc. So we take away the verb root, which is in fact the whole verb, and we add ido. So we have yo he ido, tú has ido, él, ella, usted ha ido, nosotros hemos ido, vosotros habéis ido, ellos, ellas, ustedes han ido. All right. Now we see the second past tense we will study in this course. We have l'imperfecto. Imperfecto. which literally means imperfect. Now let's see how this goes. So to form the imperfecto is actually very easy. We take the verb root and we add a dissonance according to the pronoun we are referring to. In this case, I wrote to you the first and third person singular dissonance, aber, ihr, because they are the same. We will see this in a second. Let's first understand when is this used. For example, I have the verb andava, and because first and third person singular are the same and use the same dissonance, we either mean I went or he, she went. In Spanish, unlike in English, we don't have to specify the pronoun. It's not a rule. In English, we have to, absolutely. We have to say I went or he, she went. You went, they went, etc. In Spanish, it is not necessary. So oftentimes you'll see a verb without a pronoun. In that case, you have to understand from the context what pronoun we are meaning. If I say yo andaba, that means I went. If I say él andaba, he went, etc. Now, when is el imperfecto used? El imperfecto is used to express a regular, repeated action, habit, or event in the past. So something that used to happen in the past. For example, andábamos a la escuela todos los días. We went to school every day. This is a repeated action, a habit, regular, todos los días, every day, that happened in the past. Very simple, very easy. Let's see how you form the verb comer, in this case, at the imperfecto form. So you have comer is a verb in the second conjugation. So you have all the verbs in ia, ias, ia, íamos, iais, ian. Remember the tilde, so the little accent there. And remember that first and third person singular are the same. So let's see. When you have a verb either in the first or the second or third conjugation, second and third behave in the same way. You take away the dissonance, so er, ar, and ir, and you add these little letters like right here. So yo comía, tú comías, él, ella, usted comía, nosotros comíamos, vosotros comíais, ellos, ellas, ustedes comían. Right? Very easy. Ia, ias, ia, íamos, iais, ian. This is for the second conjugation and third conjugation. Let's see now a verb in the first conjugation to understand a little bit better what we need to add. So we take away the ar and we add aba, abas, aba, ábamos, abais, aban. Very easy. So yo pensaba, tú pensabas, él, ella, usted pensaba, nosotros pensábamos, vosotros pensabais, ellos, ellas, ustedes pensaban. Pensar means to think. So for the first conjugation in ar, we have aba, abas, aba, ábamos, abais, aban. Very nice. Let's see now a bit some verbs, both in the pretérito perfecto and indefinido form. We have has pasado or pasabas, you spent. The first one is pretérito perfecto, the second one indefinido. Has pasado, tú pasabas. Han esperado, esperaban. Ellos, ellas, ustedes han esperado, esperaban. This means either they hoped or waited, because esperar means exactly to hope or to wait, depending on the context. Ella ha cantado, ella cantaba. She sang. Ella ha cantado una canción hoy. She sang a song today. Ella cantaba canciones en Navidad. She sang songs during Christmas. She used to sing. We can say that as well in English. han sido, eran. Ellos han sido, ellos eran. They were. He visto, veía. He visto, veía. I saw. Yo he visto, yo veía. Hemos leído, leíamos. Hemos leído, leíamos. We read in the past. Nosotros hemos leído, nosotros leíamos. Él ha bebido, él bebía. Él ha bebido, él bebía. Remember one thing, él, if we are referring to the pronoun, we have to specify the accent, so we have to write the tilde on top of the E. If instead we are using el as an article, el árbol, the tree, we don't have to put it. The tilde is a mean to understand whether we are using the word as a pronoun or as an article. So if you're using it as a pronoun, you put the tilde on top of the E. If you're using it as an article, you don't. Alright? Han partido, partían. Han partido, partían. They left, ellos. He entendido, entendía. He entendido, entendía. I understood. Yo he entendido. Yo entendía. Or él entendía, because we have seen entendía is used, is identical either in the first and in the second person singular. No has hecho, no has hecho, no hacías. No has hecho, no hacías. You didn't do. So, tú, subject. You. No has hecho. Did not do. Ella ha tenido. Ella tenía. She had. You see, verb to have in Spanish is tener. Being in possession of something. Tener. Has escuchado. Escuchabas. Has escuchado. Escuchabas. You listened. Now it's time for some ejercicio, for some exercise. You have here 5 sentences from which the verb is missing, and you have 2 options, either the pretérito perfecto or the indefinido to choose from. It is already conjugated depending on the right pronoun, so your only task is to understand whether to use one past tense or the other. So you can pause the video right here and we will see the solutions in a second. Alright, are you ready? Let's see. ¿Dónde andabas al colegio? ¿Dónde andabas al colegio? This means, where did you go to school? In what place, in what school did you go? So because it is a repeated action, it was a repeated action. I went to school many years of my life, and it happened in the past. We use el imperfecto, and so we say andabas. ¿Dónde andabas tú al colegio? Mi padre no sabía usar internet. Mi padre no sabía usar internet. My dad did not know how to use the internet. Because it is a repeated action, it was a habit, let's say. It's not that my dad this morning didn't know how to use the internet. Perhaps he didn't know for a month or for 10 years, whatever. We use el imperfecto again. So no sabía, because it is something that used to happen, every day of his life for a long period of time in the past. He visto mi tía esta mañana. He visto mi tía esta mañana. I saw my aunt this morning. Because it is something, you see, esta. Did you notice? Esta mañana. We are still in the day. We are talking about we're still in the day the action took place, and so we use el pretérito perfecto. He visto. Me he casado este año. Me he casado este año. Again, este. We are still in the period of time we are talking about. And so we use again pretérito perfecto. I got married this year. Casarse is the verb, which means to get married. He comido una pizza. He comido una pizza. Now, this means I ate a pizza. We don't have any word that explains to us when did the action took place. It could be I ate this pizza tonight, I ate it last week, or I ate it 3 years ago. But because the pretérito perfecto and the imperfecto are used in two very different occasions, the pretérito perfecto is to explain an action that happened in a particular moment in the past, which still has some kind of connection with the present. The imperfecto is used to explain an action that used to repeat itself various times in the past. So you see, one is an action, the other one is a series of actions that would happen in the past continuously. And in this case, we cannot say that comía una pizza, because it is not something, it is not a habit, at least, not generally. And so, because of that, the only option possible could be el pretérito perfecto, he comido una pizza. Let's see, last exercise for this lesson. Again, same as before, so you can take your time, read the sentences, understand which past tense works best, and we will see the answers together. Alright, ready? Let's see. ¿Has tomado el coche para ir al cine? ¿Has tomado el coche para ir al cine? Again, we don't have a specific reference to the time of action, but we know that, going to the cinema is not something, again, we're generally speaking, it's not something that happens repeatedly. You don't go to the cinema each and every day like you go to school or you go to work. And so the only option possible is to use the pretérito perfecto and say, ¿has tomado el coche para ir al cine? Did you take the car to go to the cinema? Mi madre ha cocinado una sopa para el almuerzo. Mi madre ha cocinado una sopa para el almuerzo. El almuerzo is the lunch. And so this means my mom cooked a soup for lunch. Again, ha cocinado because it is, she doesn't cook soup every day, each and every day. She does it, sometimes. And for example, this midday she cooked a soup. Este mediodía ha cocinado una sopa. Miraba televisión cada noche. Miraba televisión cada noche. Now, this cada noche means every night. And this is already, you don't have to think about it. Imperfecto and it's done. Because every night in the past, I used to watch television. And so, miraba televisión cada noche. He lavado la cocina esta tarde. He lavado la cocina esta tarde. Now, this is easy because we have esta tarde, this afternoon. And so, pretérito perfecto, because we are still in the time of, in the time the action happened. I cleaned the kitchen this afternoon. He tenido frío en mi oficina hoy. He tenido frío en mi oficina hoy. I was cold in my office today. We have today, hoy, so it is clear we have to use el pretérito perfecto and el imperfecto to understand a little bit more how these past tenses are formed and how do verbs conjugate in these tenses. Next lesson we will introduce as we will introduce, as I already told you in lesson number 1. A third past tense, useful to complete the wide range of possibilities the Spanish language offers when dealing with actions that happened in the past. So let's see. Pretérito perfecto. Very simple. We use the verb to have, haber, which is only used in these cases, plus the past participle. So hado, ido for first, conjugation second and third. It is used to express a past action or event which are still viewed as in the present or which results influence the present or the future. In easier terms, it is used when the action happened in the period of time we are living in. We are narrating the action. El imperfecto is formed with the verb root plus dissonances according to the pronouns we intend to use. And it's very simple, used to express a regular action or event that used to happen in the past. So now let's see some verbs and understand how they behave according to the pretérito perfecto or the imperfecto. Let's see. We have ser. We have already seen the conjugation of this verb before at the pretérito perfecto form, so we'll go through it very quickly. Yo he sido, tú has sido, él, ella, usted ha sido, nosotros hemos sido, vosotros habéis sido, ellos, ellas, ustedes han sido. As you see, verbo haber, has, ha, hemos, habéis, han, plus the verb root, in this case es, and ido, because it's a second conjugation verb. Another thing I want to point out, remember, el with the tilde means he, el without tilde means the, tú with tilde means you, tú without tilde means your. So in one case it's a pronoun, in the second case is adjective. Your car, tu coche, without tilde. Now let's see el imperfecto. We have yo era, tú eras, él, ella, usted era, nosotros éramos, vosotros erais, ellos, ellas, ustedes eran. Now, as you can see, it is a very irregular verb. There is not much to say about these verbs. You just have to learn by heart the differences and the irregularities, and that's it. Practice a lot so you can remember and have it always in your mind. Era, eras, era, éramos, erais, eran. Another thing I want to point out, the pronunciation of the vowels is always with a close sound. You know, perhaps, or perhaps not, but I'll tell you right now, vowels in many languages, including Spanish and other Latin languages like Italian, can be either open or closed. For example, in Italian, we can say era. Notice the closeness of the E, era, or era. Era, era. This happens in other languages as well. In Spanish, all the vowels are closed, so we don't have the possibility to say era. We have to say era. Alright? Just to point it out, a bit of pronunciation rules. So era, eras, era, éramos, erais, eran. Comer, at the pretérito perfecto form. Very simple, very regular. Yo he comido, tú has comido, él, ella, usted ha comido, nosotros hemos comido, vosotros habéis comido, ellos, ellas, ustedes han comido. Let's see at the imperfecto form. Very regular as well. Yo comía, tú comías, él, ella, usted comía, nosotros comíamos, vosotros comíais, ellos, ellas, ustedes comían. So remember, take away ER and replace it with ia, ias, ia, iamos, iais, ian, because it is a second conjugation verb. Beber, pretérito perfecto. Yo he bebido, tú has bebido, él, ella, usted ha bebido, nosotros hemos bebido, vosotros habéis bebido, ellos, ellas, ustedes han bebido. Again, very regular, take away ER and add ido because it is a second conjugation verb. At imperfecto, yo bebía, tú bebías, él, ella, usted bebía, nosotros bebíamos, vosotros bebíais, ellos, ellas, ustedes bebían. Pensar. Sorry, I'm not telling you what these verbs mean. Let's go through very quickly. Beber means to drink. I don't know if you know it already, probably yes, but I'll repeat it. Beber, to drink. Comer, to eat. Ser, to be. Alright? Good. Pensar, to think. Pretérito perfecto. Yo he pensado, tú has pensado, él, ella, usted ha pensado, nosotros hemos pensado, vosotros habéis pensado, ellos, ellas, ustedes han pensado. Verb in the first conjugation verb, so we take away AR and we add ado. At the imperfecto form, yo pensaba, tú pensabas, él, ella, usted pensaba, nosotros pensábamos, vosotros pensabais, ellos, ellas, ustedes pensaban. Aba, abas, aba, ábamos, abais, aban. Remember, first and third person singular are identical. Correr, to run. Pretérito perfecto, yo he corrido, tú has corrido, él, ella, usted ha corrido, nosotros hemos corrido, vosotros habéis corrido, ellos, ellas, ustedes han corrido. Now you may understand where does the corrida take its name. The corrida, the famous, I would say, my personal opinion, very cruel and unfortunate practice of run around bulls and killing them in the end. So corrida takes the name precisely from the pretérito, not the pretérito perfecto, sorry, the past participle of the verb correr, which means to run. Let's see el imperfecto. Yo corría, tú corrías, él, ella, usted corría, nosotros corríamos, vosotros corríais, ellos, ellas, ustedes corrían. Very good. Ver, to see. Now, ver is an irregular verb, and so the pretérito perfecto is not what you would expect. It's not he visto, it's he visto. So, always the same for every pronoun. Visto, 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 visto. But it is not regular, as you can see. It's not vido. Again, it's visto. So, yo he visto, tú has visto, él, ella, usted ha visto, nosotros hemos visto, vosotros habéis visto, ellos, ellas, ustedes han visto. Let's see, imperfecto. Yo veía, tú veías, él, ella, usted veía, nosotros veíamos, vosotros veíais, ellos, ellas, ustedes veían. This is quite regular, but with a little irregularity because we keep the E of the ER form. Instead of taking ER away, we keep the E. And the reason for this is actually quite interesting. This happens also in the present form you have studied in the last course. And why do we keep the E? Well, because ver at the beginning, many years and centuries ago, it was written with the double E, so V-E-E-R, just like the verb leer, which is written with double E. However, in throughout the years and the centuries, Spanish speakers got rid of one of the two E's and kept just one. Instead, leer kept both E's. So right now the verb is written with one E, but the conjugation of the verb both at the imperfecto and in the present form, are done, let's say, supposing the two e's are still in place. So we keep the one e because we take into consideration, we have kept the conjugation of the verb when it was still written with two e's. I don't know if I made myself clear, I hope so. Anyway, it's just a curiosity, just something to know and to make the language more interesting and studying it and to make it more fascinating. Alright, let's carry on. Ir, another very interesting verb because it starts and ends with ir, but it behaves regularly. We take away ir and we replace it with ido, so we have he ido, yo he ido, tú has ido, él, ella, usted ha ido, nosotros hemos ido, vosotros habéis ido, ellos, ellas, ustedes han ido. Very good. Now let's see el imperfecto. Now, el imperfecto is quite irregular, however it follows a certain reasoning behind. So we don't have, ir is a third conjugation verb, we don't have the conjugation at the imperfecto tense like we would have in a third conjugation verb. For example, dormir, to sleep, goes yo dormía, while ir doesn't go yo iba. Tú ibas, él, ella, usted iba, nosotros íbamos, vosotros íais, ellos, ellas, ustedes iban, because it's a bit complicated to pronounce. It's not easy, and so it behaves like much more similar to a first conjugation verb. Remember, for example, pensar, we say pensaba. Well, in this case, iba. So we keep the I and we follow with ba, vas, ba, vamos, vais, van, like a first conjugation verb. So yo iba, tú ibas, él, ella, usted iba, nosotros íbamos, vosotros ibais, ellos, ellas, ustedes iban. This means to go, and it's another verb for andar. Sentir, this is regular, which means to feel. Pretérito perfecto, yo he sentido, tú has sentido, él, ella, usted ha sentido, nosotros hemos sentido, vosotros habéis sentido, ellos, ellas, ustedes han sentido. Good. Imperfecto, regular as well. Yo sentía, tú sentías, él, ella, usted sentía, nosotros sentíamos, vosotros sentíais, ellos, ellas, ustedes sentían. Perfect. Now it's time for a final ejercicio, final exercise. You have a set of verbs in English and you have to translate them according to the past tense I indicated in brackets. So pause the video, we'll see how you did in a second. Alright, let's see. I went, andaba. I didn't write the pronouns because it is not necessary. If you want, I can add it right now. I can add them right now reading them. So, yo andaba, ella ha visto, she saw, they felt, ellos sentían, you ran, tú has corrido, we thought, nosotros pensábamos, you were, tú has sido, or vosotros habéis sido, because you in English either means second person singular or plural. So, tú has sido, second person singular, vosotros habéis sido, second person plural. I had, yo tenía. Just one thing, I forgot to add a tilde here, but it's pensábamos. You have to write a tilde. Sorry, my bad. I forgot. I forgot about it. But remember, add the tilde right there, on top of the first A. Let's see, another set of verbs, and then we are done for today. So, again, pause the video and we'll see the solutions together. Let's see. Ready? I felt, yo sentía, she ran, ella ha corrido, they had, ellos tenían, you saw, tú has visto, vosotros habéis visto, again, first person singular or plural. We drank, nosotros bebíamos, you had, tú has tenido, vosotros habéis tenido, I thought, yo pensaba. Very good. Hola, bienvenidos y bienvenidas. Welcome everybody to lesson number 3. In this lesson we'll go through the past tenses we studied in the first 2 lessons, as well as add a third past tense I anticipated before. So let's start by reviewing el pretérito perfecto. It is formed in Spanish with the verb to have, haber, plus the past participle. And it is used to express a past action or event with consequences in the present. Remember, esta semana, este año, este mes, hoy, esta tarde, etc. El imperfecto is formed with the verb root plus aba, abas, aba, habamos, habais, haban for the first conjugation, ia, ias, ia, iamos, iais, ian for the second and third conjugation. And it is used to express a regular action or event in the past. Alright, now let's see el pretérito indefinido. Do you remember when we talked about the pretérito perfecto, we just reviewed the cases in which it is used, well, the case in which it is used, and we said a past action or event with consequences in the present. So to understand a little bit better, to talk about an action that happened in the time in which we are speaking. Let's say, if I say today, hoy, it is still today. I'm speaking today and the action happened today. I say esta semana, I am in the week in which the action happened. So it is a sort of consequence in the present because I am speaking in the period of time, which can be very large. I can say este año, este siglo, this century can be very large, but I'm still in it. That's why we use el pretérito perfecto. El indefinido, instead, it is used in the period of times which have already gone. Last year, last week, yesterday, last 5 minutes ago. It, let's say, fills in the periods of time the pretérito perfecto cannot cover. So let's see how it is. We have the verb root plus the specific pronouns. For both second conjugation and third conjugation, those pronouns are the same. Those suffixes are the same, and we will see these in a second. For example, if I say hable, means I spoke. And if I say hable, that means that I am expressing a completed action at some point or moment in the past, which can also be last minute, last second, but it's done. I'm not in that minute, I'm not in that second anymore. And so I used hable. Ayer hablé con mi amigo Carlos. Yesterday I spoke with my friend Carlos. You see, yesterday hablé. I cannot say ayer he hablado, because I'm not in yesterday anymore. I am in today. If I say today, hoy he hablado. Ayer hablé. Alright? So, if I want to say, este año he ido de vacaciones, el año pasado fui de vacaciones. This year I went on holidays, last year I went on holidays. Different past tenses. Pretérito perfecto, he ido. Pretérito indefinido, fui. Before starting with the study of some verbs and the conjugation at pretérito perfecto, imperfecto, pretérito indefinido, let's see the suffixes for these past tense. So we have seen the first conjugation is one type of suffixes. Second and third are the same. So let's start with the first one. E, aste, o, amos, asteis, aron. Second and third, I, iste, yo, imos, isteis, hieron. So these are the suffixes. You have to put, let's say, add to the verb root when you are building a pretérito indefinido past tense. all these are regular, of course. There are some verbs which present some irregularities. And speaking of irregularities, let's see estar, which at the pretérito indefinido form behaves a little bit differently. However, it's a very important verb, so it's fundamental you learn these irregularities. So let's start with the pretérito perfecto. We'll do perfecto, imperfecto, and then pretérito indefinido. So, yo he estado, tú has estado, él, ella, usted ha estado, nosotros hemos estado, vosotros habéis estado, ellos, ellas, ustedes han estado. For now, nothing is wrong, nothing is different. Verbo haber, est plus ado. Perfect. Now, let's see the imperfecto. Yo estaba, tú estabas, él, ella, usted estaba, nosotros estábamos, vosotros estabais, ellos, ellas, ustedes estaban. Very regular, no problems here. The problems come with the pretérito indefinido. We have studied the suffixes and we have seen verbo estar, so first conjugation. It should be este, estaste, etc. No. This is different. Yo estuve, tú estuviste, él, ella, usted estuvo, nosotros estuvimos, vosotros estuvisteis, ellos, ellas, ustedes estuvieron. You can see it very regular, doesn't follow any rules. It's just like that, and we have to learn it by heart. So estuve, estuviste, estuvo, estuvimos, estuvisteis, estuvieron. Pretérito indefinido, so an action that started and ended in the past. Estar means to be, to stay. Now, caminar, to walk. Yo he caminado, tú has caminado, él, ella, usted ha caminado, nosotros hemos caminado, vosotros habéis caminado, ellos, ellas, ustedes han caminado. Perfect, very regular, no problems. Imperfecto, yo caminaba, tú caminabas, él, ella, usted caminaba, nosotros caminábamos, vosotros caminabais, ellos, ellas, ustedes caminaban. See, you take away AR and you add aba, abas, aba, abamos, abais, aban. Let's see now the pretérito indefinido. Now this is regular, as you can see. He, haste, o, amos, hasteis, aron. Yo caminé, tú caminaste, él, ella, usted caminó, nosotros caminamos, vosotros caminasteis, ellos, ellas, ustedes caminaron. Very regular, you take away the suffix AR and add these suffixes for the first conjugation. Another verb, cocinar, to cook. Yo he cocinado, tú has cocinado, él, ella, usted ha cocinado, nosotros hemos cocinado, vosotros habéis cocinado, ellos, ellas, ustedes han cocinado. Again, take away the suffix AR and add ado. Imperfecto, yo cocinaba, tú cocinabas, él, ella, usted cocinaba, nosotros cocinábamos, vosotros cocinabais, ellos, ellas, ustedes cocinaban. Again, very regular, take away the suffix, add the suffixes according to the person. Remember, pretérito perfecto, the only thing we need to conjugate is the verb haber, according to the pronoun. Then cocinado is always the same past participle, so you need to use the same for every person, for every pronoun. One thing I want to say, I come from Argentina, and Spanish is talked by so many people and in so many different countries. We all have, let's say, our rules of pronunciation and our differences. because you're studying Spanish, typically it is we teach the Spanish. It is spoken in Spain, and in Spain they pronounce the letter C followed by an I or an E. They pronounce it th, with the tongue in the middle of your teeth. So thi, cocinar, cebolla. The letter Z followed by whatever vowel, it is pronounced the same way. Zorro, wolf. Zorro. It's again with the tongue in the middle of your teeth. In Argentina, however, we don't say it like that. Cocinar, in Argentina we say cocinar, like it's an S. Cocinar. Yo cocinaba, tú cocinabas. Same thing with the Z. We say zorro, like it's an S. El zorro, the wolf. I just want to say that because sometimes I'll try to be as Spanish as possible, but sometimes I will say I will pronounce a few words differently because it's normal for me to pronounce them differently. So don't worry, it's perfectly fine if you pronounce it either in the Spanish from Spain way, in the Spanish from Argentina, Spanish from Chile, Mexico, Uruguay, or whatever other country, whatever other pronunciation you want to adopt, because it's after all it's always Spanish, and that's what we are learning here. So don't worry if I pronounce sometimes a little bit different from what you are used to. You can follow the traditional Spanish rule, or you can adopt some other pronunciation from some other Spanish-speaking countries. It's perfectly fine. In the end, again, what matters is Spanish and grammar rules and everything that pronunciation is, depending on whatever you prefer, really. Okay, let's go on. Cocinar, pretérito indefinido. This is very regular. Haste o, amos, hasteis, aron. So, yo cociné, tú cocinaste, él, ella, usted cocinó. Nosotros cocinamos, vosotros cocinasteis, ellos, ellas, ustedes cocinaron. Right? Perfect. It's very easy. Easy, simple. Estudiar, to study. Estudiar. I don't know if you know this. I like to, as you may have noticed, I like to give some little insights and some, some stories, tell some stories about the language. It makes it a lot more fascinating and interesting, and way less boring to study. So have you ever noticed that in Spanish words that start with an S and are followed by a consonant do not exist? And that's very interesting to notice. We have, for example, the word serpiente, which is S-I. Serpiente, it's the snake. Serpiente, perfect. You have an S followed by a vowel, and that is perfect. You can start with the S. However, there are no words that start with an S and are followed by a consonant. In this case, estudiar, we have an S followed by a T, and that cannot exist in Spanish. And therefore, we always add an I at the beginning. Estudiar, which means to study. Estudiante, the scholar. Escuela, school. What else? There are tons of other words. Escribir, to write, and then escritor, etc. Espejo, the mirror we have in the bathroom. And really tons of different of words more, and in Spanish you cannot write them without the E at the beginning. They cannot even pronounce it. It's very interesting. Spanish, Spain had especially during times of dictatorship, Francisco Franco, etc. They really tried to leave the language as pure and without other foreign sounds as possible. So foreign words, either coming from English, French, or other languages, were translated and to a Spanish word. For example, the computer, it's a word that exists in Italian as well. We say el computer. In Spanish, they say el ordenador. So they take, they didn't take the English word in this case, the foreign word. They used one of their own. In other cases, they take the foreign word, but they write it down as they pronounce it. For example, football, we are used to write football as F-W-O-T-B-A-W-L. In Spanish, they write it down as they pronounce it. The way they correctly write football is F-U-T-B-O-L. Football. They write it down like that, and it is incorrect to write it otherwise. Nowadays, again, there are a lot of words coming from the outside, from foreign languages that, in a way or another, get into the Spanish language. And some of these words implicate an S followed by a consonant. For example, think of Instagram. We have Instagram stories. While in Spanish, because they are not used to pronounce an S followed by a consonant without the at the beginning, they simply cannot say un story in Instagram. They say un story. He subido un story, which means I uploaded a story, an Instagram story. Anyway, this is all a lot of talk, but just to say, and again, in the past it was much more, the language was much more conservative, and it was hard for foreign words to get in. Now it is a bit easier, but still, the Spanish from Spain especially, they retain quite a solid grip on their language, and it's hard to let go. And so all these other foreign words that are coming in, they are a bit modified and a bit changed. And Instagram story is one of them. They cannot pronounce story. They could not say story. They say story. He subido un story. Because they are just not used to that sound. And it's something interesting. Anyway, all of this just to add a bit more, something interesting to think about. So the next time you see an E followed by an S, you will 100% see a consonant, because otherwise it couldn't be pronounced by Spanish speakers. Let's see. Pretérito perfecto. Verbo estudiar. To study. Yo he estudiado, tú has estudiado, él, ella, usted ha estudiado, nosotros hemos estudiado, vosotros habéis estudiado, ellos, ellas, ustedes han estudiado. Very well, very regular, very normal. Imperfecto. Yo estudiaba, tú estudiabas, él, ella, usted estudiaba, nosotros estudiábamos, vosotros estudiabais, ellos, ellas, ustedes estudiaban. Again, very normal. Aba, abas, aba, ábamos, abais, aban. Now let's see. Pretérito indefinido. This is regular. No worries about that. E, aste, o. Amos, asteis, aron. Yo estudié, tú estudiaste. Oops, sorry. Spoiler. Tú estudiaste, él, ella, usted estudió. Nosotros estudiamos, vosotros estudiasteis. Ellos, ellas, ustedes estudiaron. So again, you take away the AR suffix and add these ones according to each pronoun. Leer. Pretérito perfecto. Now you remember we talked about the verb ver, which means to see, and we said at the beginning, centuries ago, it was written with double E, like the verb leer. And here we have leer. So the verb ver got rid of an E during the centuries. Leer instead keeps the double E. So we have yo he leído, tú has leído, él, ella, usted ha leído, nosotros hemos leído, vosotros habéis leído, ellos, ellas, ustedes han leído. So we take away one E and the R, and we are left with the verb root, which is LE, to which we add ido. Imperfecto, same thing, get rid of the suffix er, and we are left with the verb root li, to which we add ia, ias, ia, íamos, iais, ian. So yo leía, tú leías, él, ella, usted leía, nosotros leíamos, vosotros leíais, ellos, ellas, ustedes leían. Very well. Finally, pretérito indefinido, y, iste, o, imos, isteis, eron. Now, you see already an irregularity here. We have a Y here, all of a sudden. A wild Y appears. And why is this? Well, if you have on your notes the suffixes we talked about before, for the third, second and third person, second and third conjugation, we should have y, iste, yo, imos, isteis, ieron, with a normal I. Instead, third person singular and plural have a Y. So we don't have I, o, or I, eron. You have Y, o, Y, eron. Very easy. Instead of an I, you have a Y. Nothing too crazy, so it's pretty simple. Yo leí, tú leíste, él, ella, usted leyó. Nosotros leímos, vosotros leísteis, ellos, ellas, ustedes leyeron. So, first and second person plural and singular are completely regular. Third person plural and singular are instead, let's say they changed an I for a Y, but for the rest, it's everything is fine. Escribir. Leer means to read. Escribir means to write. Escribir, another example, y as consonant. Pretérito perfecto, yo he escrito, tú has escrito, él, ella, usted ha escrito, nosotros hemos escrito, vosotros habéis escrito, ellos, ellas, ustedes han escrito. Escribir at the pretérito perfecto form falls into one of the cases in which we have an irregularity. It is not yo he escribido. Pay attention, a lot of native Spanish speakers make this mistake. Not yo he escribido, tú has escribido, yo he escrito, tú has escrito, etc. Escrito, remember, it is irregular as a few other verbs, and it does not follow the normal rule, take away the suffix and add ido. No, it behaves its own way, and so we have escrito for every single pronoun. Imperfecto, in this case it is regular. Yo escribía, tú escribías, él, ella, usted escribía, nosotros escribíamos, vosotros escribíais, ellos, ellas, ustedes escribían. Ia, ias, ia, íamos, iais, ian. Very regular. Pretérito indefinido, very regular as well. Y, iste, yo, imos, isteis, ieron. Yo escribí, tú escribiste, él, ella, usted escribió, nosotros escribimos, vosotros escribisteis, ellos, ellas, ustedes escribieron. So the only thing that is not regular in this verb is the past participle, which is not escribido, escrito, escrito. Remember. Tomar, which means to take. Verb in the first conjugation, regular, ado. So yo he tomado, tú has tomado, él, ella, usted ha tomado, nosotros hemos tomado, vosotros habéis tomado, ellos, ellas, ustedes han tomado. Simple, muy simple, very easy. Imperfecto, yo tomaba, tú tomabas, él, ella, usted tomaba, nosotros tomábamos, vosotros tomabais, ellos, ellas, ustedes tomaban. Again, very easy. Aba, abas, aba, abamos, abais, aban. Finally, pretérito indefinido. regular as well. Haste o, amos, hasteis, Aaron. Yo tomé, tú tomaste. Él, ella, usted tomó. Nosotros tomamos, vosotros tomasteis. Ellos, ellas, ustedes tomaron. Another verb, salir, to exit, to get out. Regular, with the take away IR and add ido. Yo he salido, tú has salido, él, ella, usted ha salido. Nosotros hemos salido, vosotros habéis salido. Ellos, ellas, ustedes han salido. We have now imperfecto, so very regular. Third conjugation, ia, ia. Now imperfecto, very regular. Third conjugation, so ia, ias, ia, íamos, iais, ian. Yo salía, tú salías, él, ella, usted salía. Nosotros salíamos, vosotros salíais, ellos, ellas, ustedes salían. Very well. And finally, pretérito indefinido. Yo salí, tú saliste, él, ella, usted salió. Nosotros salimos, vosotros salisteis, ellos, ellas, ustedes salieron. Regular as well. And finally, last verb, entender, to understand. Pretérito perfecto. Yo he entendido, tú has entendido, él, ella, usted ha entendido. Nosotros hemos entendido, vosotros habéis entendido, ellos, ellas, ustedes han entendido. Entendido, ido. Imperfecto, yo entendía, tú entendías, él, ella, usted entendía. Nosotros entendíamos, vosotros entendíais, ellos, ellas, ustedes entendían. Ia, ias, ia, íamos, iais, ian. Sorry, I missed another tilde here. Sorry. The I has a tilde. Oops, sorry, spoiler. The I has a tilde on it. So, entendían with tilde. Pretérito indefinido, the last one. Yo entendí, tú entendiste, él, ella, usted entendió. Nosotros entendimos, vosotros entendisteis, ellos, ellas, ustedes entendieron. Y, iste, yo, imos, isteis, ieron. Very regular. Perfect. We have concluded our list of verbs and their past tense forms. As you have seen, many of them are perfectly regular. Perhaps there are some little irregularities, but nothing extraordinary. And it should be fairly simple for you to take whatever verb and try to conjugate it at either the pretérito perfecto, the pretérito indefinido, or the imperfecto. Because, as I've said, most of them are regular. Let's see now. Let's do some exercise, some ejercicios. You have here again a sort of a list of verbs, and you have to translate them in Spanish according to the past tense I indicated. Imperfecto, PI, pretérito indefinido, PP, pretérito perfecto. Okay, pause the video and we will see the answers very, very soon. Let's see. I understood, yo entendía. She walked, ella caminó. They went out, ellos salían. You took, tú has tomado. We read, nosotros leímos. You wrote, tú has escrito. I studied, yo estudiaba. Remember, escrito, which is the irregularity of the escribir past participle. Escrito. Another set of verbs. Pause the video. Let's see, when you're ready, the answers. So we have I took, yo tomaba. She understood, ella ha entendido. They wrote, ellos escribían. You cooked, tú cocinaste, vosotros cocinasteis, because you can be either singular or plural, so cocinaste, second person singular, cocinasteis, second person plural. We stayed, nosotros estábamos. You walked, tú has caminado, vosotros habéis caminado. I went out, yo salía. Hola, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a la lección 4. Welcome everybody to lesson number 4. Today we are going to deal with past tenses, but in a way we did not do before, and that is talking about past tense questions, preguntas al pasado. We will see a list of questions we could do to talk about the past and translate them to Spanish and understand what could the possible answers be. Let's start right now with how was your day? ¿Cómo ha sido tu día? Now, why do we use the pretérito perfecto? Because we are speaking in the day we are referring to. You come home from a long day of work or from a long day of school, and your friend, relative asks you, how was your day? You are still living, you're still present in the day we are referring to, and so we use el pretérito perfecto, ha sido. How was your day? Now, remember that in Spanish, questions require a reversed question mark at the beginning of the question, always, and each and every of the famous W words plus H, why, who, how, when, where, I don't remember, perhaps I forgot one, but each and every of these questions in Spanish have to have the tilde in a question or in an exclamation. If they are not in a question or not in an exclamation, then the tilde is not necessary, and so you don't have to write it. If it is in a question, like this one, at the beginning, so you are asking, how was your day? You have to put the tilde on. And remember the reverse question mark. You can answer, ha sido bueno, gracias. Ha sido bueno, gracias. It was good, thank you. ¿Pasaste un buen fin de semana? ¿Pasaste un buen fin de semana? Now this translates to, did you have a nice weekend? Fin de semana, end of the week. So weekend. Pasar means, it can mean a lot of things. Pasar means to pass, to go, or to happen, in this case, to have. We could literally translate it to, did you go through a nice, something like that. So, ¿pasaste un buen fin de semana? I can answer, sí, salí con mis amigos. Yes, I went out with my friends. Now, if we are using pasaste, we are using the pretérito indefinido, which means we are not speaking in the weekend. It is not Sunday evening, for example, it is Monday morning. I see my colleague, I see my classmate, and I ask him or her, ¿pasaste un buen fin de semana? Sí, salí con mis amigos. ¿Cuándo viste la película? ¿Cuándo viste la película? When did you watch the movie? We can say, la vi la semana pasada. Cuando viste la película, la vi la semana pasada. I saw it last week. ¿Dónde has estado hoy? ¿Dónde has estado hoy? Where were you today? Has estado. Because we're referring to today, hoy. So it's still in the day we are living in. Notice donde with the tilde and also cuando with the tilde, because we are referring to a question. We are making a question. He ido al supermercado y al banco. I went to the supermarket and to the bank. He ido al supermercado y al banco. ¿Qué has almorzado hoy? ¿Qué has almorzado hoy? Again, ¿qué with a tilde because it's a question. What did you have for lunch today? Almorzar means have lunch, because almuerzo, sorry, that's the Argentinian pronunciation, el almuerzo. El almuerzo is lunch, so almorzar means to have lunch. So, what did you have for lunch today? ¿Qué has almorzado hoy? He comido arroz con verduras. He comido arroz con verduras. I ate rice with vegetables. ¿Has bebido agua hoy? ¿Has bebido agua hoy? Did you drink water today? Again, hoy, so we use the pretérito perfecto. Sí, he bebido 2 litros. Sí, he bebido 2 litros. ¿Has caminado por el parque hoy? ¿Has caminado por el parque hoy? Did you walk in the park today? El parque, the park. So, again, pretérito perfecto, today. Sí, está cerca de mi casa. Sí, está, cerca de mi casa. Yes, it is near my home, my house. Cerca de, near something. ¿Cuál es el último libro que has leído este año? ¿Cuál es el último libro que has leído este año? What is the last book you have read this year? We are talking about this year. We are still living in this year, and so I use the pretérito perfecto. El último libro ha sido El Don Quijote. Last book was, how do you say it in English? Don Quixote. A famous, probably the most famous Spanish book. ¿Nunca has escrito una carta en tu vida? ¿Nunca has escrito una carta en tu vida? Have you ever written a letter in your life? So first of all, we're talking about your life, and as far as I know, you are still alive, and so we use the pretérito perfecto. Technically, this is in Spanish, this is written as a sentence, an affirmation. I am affirming you have never written a letter in your life. But I put the question mark at the beginning and at the end, and so it becomes a question. But in reality, this literally is, it is structured as a normal sentence. Nunca, never, has escrito, tú, subject. So you have written una carta, a letter in your life. So never you have written a letter in your life, which if we put the question mark becomes a question, and so in English we have you ever written a letter in your life? No, no he tenido ocasión. No, no he tenido ocasión. No, I did not have the occasion. Bienvenidos, hola a todos. Welcome to lesson number 5 of our Spanish course. In this lesson, we will cover some more verbs and conjugations of those verbs, as well as do a little bit of exercise regarding these past tenses. Let's start straight away with some new verbs. We have esperar, which means to hope, and we will conjugate this verb in the 3 tenses we know in the past: pretérito perfecto, imperfecto, and pretérito indefinido. We will do this for every new verb we meet in this lesson. So, esperar, it's a regular verb, pretérito perfecto, so we take away AR and we add ado. So, esperado, that is the past participle and the one we will use for every pronoun. Esperado has to be added to the verb haber, which has to be conjugated depending on the pronoun. So we have yo he esperado, tú has esperado, él, ella, usted ha esperado, Nosotros hemos esperado, vosotros habéis esperado, ellos, ellas, ustedes han esperado. We already met this verb before, and I told you esperar means either to hope or to wait. Esperar el autobús, wait the bus. Esperar que todo vaya bien, hope that everything goes well. Imperfecto, so we take away AR and we add aba, abas, aba, abamos, abais, aban. Yo esperaba, tú esperabas, él, ella, usted esperaba, nosotros esperábamos, vosotros esperabais, ellos, ellas, ustedes esperaban. Very well. And finally, pretérito indefinido. Again, very regular, so you take away AR and you add the suffixes for the first conjugation. Aste, o, amos, asteis, aron. So, yo esperé, tú esperaste, él, ella, usted esperó, nosotros esperamos, vosotros esperasteis, ellos, ellas, ustedes esperaron. Very good. Encontrar. Encontrar means to meet. Encontrarse, meet each other. So, let's see the conjugation of this verb. Pretérito perfecto, it is a verb in the first conjugation, AR, so we take away that one and we add encontrado to the past participle, which is always the same for every pronoun. So, yo he encontrado, tú has encontrado, él, ella, usted ha encontrado, nosotros hemos encontrado, vosotros habéis encontrado, ellos, ellas, ustedes han encontrado. Very good. As you can see, there are no weird things happening. Everything is regular as it should be. So let's see now el imperfecto. Again, very regular. So take away the AR desinents and add aba, abas, aba, ábamos, abais, aban. Okay, so we have yo encontraba, tú encontrabas, él, ella, usted encontraba, nosotros encontrábamos, vosotros encontrabais, ellos, ellas, ustedes encontraban. Okay, and finally, pretérito indefinido. Again, take away the desinents and add aste, o, amos, asteis, aron. So, yo encontré, tú encontraste, él, ella, usted encontró, nosotros encontramos, vosotros encontrasteis, ellos, ellas, ustedes encontraron. Very good. So this was the verb encontrar, which means to find. If it is in the reflexive form, encontrarse, that means to meet each other, so to meet with someone else. Escuchar. Escuchar means to listen. Again, a verb in the first conjugation, regular. So, yo he escuchado, tú has escuchado, él, ella, usted ha escuchado, nosotros hemos escuchado, vosotros habéis escuchado, ellos, ellas, ustedes han escuchado. Okay, so this was the pretérito perfecto. Imperfecto. Aba, abas, aba, ábamos, abais, aban. So, yo escuchaba, tú escuchabas, él, ella, usted escuchaba, nosotros escuchábamos, vosotros escuchabais, ellos, ellas, ustedes escuchaban. Perfect. Let's see the third one, pretérito indefinido. Aste, o, amos, asteis, aron. So, yo escuché, tú escuchaste, él, ella, usted escuchó, nosotros escuchamos, vosotros escuchasteis, ellos, ellas, ustedes escucharon. So, again, as you can see, a regular verb. Remember, the C followed by the H makes the sound ch. So, escuchar. Now, hacer, a very important verb which is always useful. You have to know it. Unfortunately, as the majority of the very important verbs, it is irregular, as you can see from the first past tense, el pretérito perfecto. You see el participio pasado, the past participle, is different. It is not hacido, as you would imagine from a second conjugation verb. It is hecho. Again, you see this CH, which is pronounced ch. So, he hecho. Yo he hecho. Tú has hecho. Él, ella, usted ha hecho. Nosotros hemos hecho. Vosotros habéis hecho. Ellos, ellas, ustedes han hecho. Very good. So, hecho is the same as always as every past participle. It is the same for every pronoun, but it is irregular. It is not hacido, it is hecho. Remember, the first H is always silent in every case. Hacer, he hecho. El imperfecto is instead regular. You see, verbo a la segunda conjugación, verb in the second conjugation, so it has ia, ias, ia, íamos, iais, ian. So, yo hacía, tú hacías, él, ella, usted hacía, nosotros hacíamos, vosotros hacíais, ellos, ellas, ustedes hacían. Okay. And finally, pretérito indefinido. In this case, the irregularity comes back, as you can see. The dissonance, the suffixes is e, iste, o, imos, istes, ieron, but as you can see, there is a wild Z here, there are wild I's here and there, so it is irregular, completely irregular. Let's see. Yo hice, tú hiciste, él, ella, usted hizo, nosotros hicimos, vosotros hicisteis, ellos, ellas, ustedes hicieron. Now, irregularities are hard to explain because oftentimes they cannot be explained. There is no reason why hacer is irregular. We don't know. They just, that someday they woke up and they decided, okay, let's make this verb irregular. No, it wasn't like that. But anyway, so it is hard to explain irregularities because precisely they are irregularities. But in this case, there is the Z. It is very easy to understand why. If we want to keep this sound th, hice, hiciste, hicimos, hicisteis, hicieron, if we have an O, with a simple C, it would not have made sense. Hico, it is not pronounced the same as hizo. So if you want to keep the sound th, we need to put the Z here. Otherwise, with the C, it would make a completely different sound. So hizo, that is why we have the Z. So remember, hice, hiciste, hizo, hicimos, hicisteis, hicieron. Okay, so this was the verb hacer, which means to do or to make. Mirar. Mirar means to see, to watch. This one is regular, verbo en ar, verb in ar, and so we have yo he mirado, tú has mirado, él, ella, usted ha mirado, nosotros hemos mirado, vosotros habéis mirado, ellos, ellas, ustedes han mirado. Okay, very nice. Now let's see, imperfecto, again, regular, aba, abas, aba, habamos, habais, aban, yo miraba, tú mirabas, él, ella, usted miraba, nosotros mirábamos, vosotros mirabais, ellos, ellas, ustedes miraban. Okay, nothing to say, nothing to add. Again, there is no mistake that can be done here. Same thing with the pretérito indefinido, he, haste, o, hamos, hasteis, haron. Yo miré, tú miraste, él, ella, usted miró, nosotros miramos, vosotros mirasteis, ellos, ellas, ustedes miraron. Okay, now let's go to querer. Querer, which means to want. Remember I don't know if I already told you, perhaps, anyway, I will repeat it, the U without the two dots on top, and between a Q or a G, and an E or an I is not pronounced. So in this case, we don't have querer, we have querer. So, Q or G, U without the two dots, E or I, the U is silent. If the U has two dots on top, then in that case the U is pronounced. So if this verb would have the two dots on top, la diéresis, then in that case the verb would have been pronounced querer. But in this case it doesn't, so querer. Remember this, it's a very important rule. So querer, verb in means to want, and in the pretérito perfecto, very regular, you take away er and you add ido. So yo he querido, tú has querido, él, ella, usted ha querido, nosotros hemos querido, vosotros habéis querido, ellos, ellas, ustedes han querido. Now, a particular thing, a peculiarity about querido is that it also means dear in the masculine singular form. If I want to say dear husband, for example, I say querido marido. If I want to say dear friend, I say querido amigo. So querido is the dear in the masculine singular form. If I want to say dear wife, I say querida amiga, etc. So querido means also dear, but it is also the past participle of the verb querer. Also, we say querer when we say I want you, so I like you, I love you. In Spanish we say te quiero, which literally means I want you, but in reality it is used as I love you, I like you. Okay, let's go on with the imperfecto. Ia, ias, ia, íamos, iais, ian. So yo quería, tú querías, él, ella, usted quería, nosotros queríamos, vosotros queríais, ellos, ellas, ustedes querían. Okay, and then pretérito indefinido. Now here we have the irregularity. As you can see, it is not regular at all. We don't have querer, etc. We have quise. Yo quise, tú quisiste, él, ella, usted quiso, nosotros quisimos, vosotros quisisteis, ellos, ellas, ustedes quisieron. A lot of S. Quise, quisiste, quiso, quisimos, quisisteis, quisieron. This is the irregularity of the verb querer. Pretérito indefinido, it is irregular. Okay, so basically in this case you take away erer and you add hice, hiciste, hizo, hicimos, hicisteis, hicieron. For no specific reason, it is an irregular form. Okay, then we have partir. Partir, which means to go, to leave. This is a regular verb. Yo he partido, tú has partido, él, ella, usted ha partido, nosotros hemos partido, vosotros habéis partido, ellos, ellas, ustedes han partido. So, el participio pasado, the past participle, is partido, regular. Now let's see the imperfecto. Again, ia, ias, ia, íamos, iais, ian. Yo partía, tú partías, él, ella, usted partía, nosotros partíamos, vosotros partíais, ellos, ellas, ustedes partían. Very good. And then, in pretérito indefinido, iste yo, imos, isteis, hieron. Yo partí, tú partiste, él, ella, usted partió, nosotros partimos, vosotros partisteis, ellos, ellas, ustedes partieron. Very good. Now it's time to do some practice. ¿Qué has hecho hoy? So, what did you do today? Remember, we use el pretérito perfecto because we're talking about an action that happened today. Today, we are living today, and so we are living in the time the action happened. So you have blank space, you can answer whatever you want. You can pause the video and then you can hear my own personal answer. So, ¿qué has hecho hoy? What did you do today? Hoy he desayunado y después he ido a trabajar. He terminado a las 17:30 y he vuelto a casa. He mirado la tele y he hecho deporte. He cocinado la cena, he leído un libro y me he ido a la cama. Very good. Let's see what all these sentences mean. So, hoy he desayunado. Today I had breakfast. Remember, the verb desayunar means to have breakfast. El desayuno is the breakfast. So today I had breakfast. Y después, and later, and after, he ido a trabajar. I went to work. Trabajar, to work. So I went to work. He terminado a las 17:30. I ended, so I finished, at 17:30, so at 5:30 p.m. Y he vuelto a casa. And I went back. Volver means to go back, so to come back. He vuelto, I came back, I went back. A casa, home. He vuelto a casa, I went back home. He mirado la tele, I watched the TV. La tele, la televisión, is the TV, the television. So, he mirado la tele, I watched TV. Y he hecho deporte, and I did sports. And I did exercise. When we say he hecho deporte, he hecho, verbo hacer, so did, to do. Deporte means sport, so literally I did sport, which means I did physical exercise, I did something like that. He cocinado la cena, I cooked. Cocinar means to cook. He cocinado la cena, the dinner. He leído un libro. Leer means to read, so I read a book, un libro. Y me he ido a la cama. And I went to bed. Ido, verb ir, so to go. Me he ido a la cama. This is reflexive because irse a la cama, to go to bed, in Spanish is irse a la cama. So, yo me he ido a la cama. I went to bed. Very good. Now, this exercise here, you have, as you can see, a series of verbs in English, and you have to translate them in Spanish according to the past tense I indicated in the brackets. So pause the video and we'll see the solution in a second. Alright, ready? So, I left, yo partía. She watched, ella ha mirado. They did, ellos hacían. You hoped, tú has esperado, vosotros habéis esperado. You in English, as you know, is both second person singular and plural, so has esperado, second person singular, habéis esperado, second person plural. We found, nosotros encontrábamos. You listened, tú has escuchado. I wanted, yo quería. So, partir, to go, to leave. Mirar, to watch. Hacer, to do. Esperar, to wait or to hope. Encontrar, to meet. Escuchar, to listen. Querer, to want. Very good. Congratulations. Hola, bienvenidos y bienvenidas. Hello everyone, welcome to this lesson of Spanish Course 2. In this lesson, we are going to see some other past tense sentences. We have seen some of these before, but there are a lot of new sentences you can learn and you can apply to your everyday life, so it is very useful to know them. Let's get right into it. We'll start with ayer, which means yesterday. We already saw this word quite a few times. Ayer. Antes de ayer. Antes de ayer means literally before yesterday. So, the day before yesterday. Antes de ayer. Remember, pronouncing these words, it may seem like it's a whole word, like antes de ayer, like a single word, but it's in fact 3 words, 3 different separate words. So remember to write them correctly like this. Antes de ayer. 2 días atrás. 2 días atrás means 2 days ago. 3 días atrás, of course, 3 days ago. 3 días atrás. Una semana atrás. Una semana atrás. A week ago. 2 semanas atrás. 2 semanas atrás. 2 weeks ago. So you see, this atrás means, ago, past. Un mes atrás. Un mes atrás. A month ago. Un mes atrás. 4 meses atrás. 4 meses atrás means 4 months ago. 4 meses atrás. Un año atrás. Un año atrás. A year ago. Año. Remember always to put this little wave on top, because otherwise it's completely different, and trust me, you don't want to pronounce this word when you're talking in Spanish without the wave on top. So remember, año, year, with the wave on top, it's pronounced ñ. So año. 7 años atrás. 7 años atrás. 7 years ago. La semana pasada. La semana pasada. Last week. El martes pasado. El martes pasado. Last Tuesday. 2 things that I want you to notice. The first one, we use the article at the beginning. Well, at the beginning, before the week's day. So, martes, el martes. Nos vimos el martes. We met on Tuesday. El martes, el miércoles, el sábado, el domingo, etc. The second thing, in Spanish, we don't capitalize the letter, the initial letter of the day. In English, we put Tuesday with a capital T at the beginning. In Spanish, it is not mandatory. We don't do it. El mes pasado. El mes pasado, last month, el mes. El año pasado. El año pasado, last year. El año pasado. Cuando era un niño. Cuando era una niña. So when I was a boy, when I was a girl. So when I was a child. Un niño, masculine. Una niña, feminine. Cuando era joven. When I was young. Cuando era joven. Joven. Letter G is pronounced J. J. Joven. Cuando era un adolescente. Cuando era una adolescente. So, un adolescente. Una adolescente. The noun doesn't change. It's always adolescente. The article does change. Un masculine, una feminine. When I was an adolescent, so when I was a teenager. Cuando tenía 18 años. Cuando tenía 15 años. Cuando tenía 8 años. Cuando tenía 32 años. Whatever you want to put. When I was, literally when I had 18 years, or when I had 11 years, when I had 31 years, it literally means this, tener, you remember? Being in possession of, in this case, 18 years. So when I was 18. Now, let's put into practice some of these things we learned today. ¿Qué hiciste 2 días atrás? What did you do 2 days ago? 2 días atrás, ... It's your time now to complete this sentence, to write a bit about what you did 2 days ago. I'll give you my version of this exercise, and I will tell you, 2 días atrás fui al cine con una amiga. Fuimos al restaurante juntas y volvimos a casa para descansar. 2 días atrás fui al cine con una amiga. 2 days ago, I went to the cinema with a friend. We use fui, which is the pretérito indefinido of the verb ir, because we are talking about an action that started and ended in the past. We are not 2 days ago, we are today. We are speaking when the time of the action has already gone, is already gone, has already passed. So, 2 days ago, I went to the cinema with a friend, with a female friend, una amiga. We went to the restaurant together, juntas, and we came back home to rest. Descansar, rest. Let's see another question. ¿Cuál era tu cosa favorita cuando eras niño o cuando eras niña? Cuando era niño o niña, mi cosa favorita era... Again, you can pause the video and complete with your own answer. I will give you mine. Cuando era niña, mi cosa favorita era ir a caminar por el bosque con mis padres, pero me gustaba también jugar con las muñecas. So we have here the imperfecto, because it is something repetitive that I used to do when I was a little girl, so in the past. Something that happened in the past, a habit or something repetitive, but it is in the past. So when I was a child, when I was a little girl, my favorite thing was to go walk to the woods with my parents, con mis padres. But I also liked, literally I liked also, también means also, jugar con las muñecas, playing with dolls, playing with the dolls. Perfect. Now we can do a repaso, so a review of some of the things we learned today in this lesson. So we saw ayer, antes de ayer, 2 días atrás, la semana pasada, el martes pasado, el año pasado. These are just some of the things. We also saw un año atrás, un mes atrás, el mes pasado, etc., etc. So I hope it was useful to you. Hello everyone. Hola a todos. Bienvenidos y bienvenidas to lesson 8 of our Spanish course. In this lesson, we will be focusing on practicing and building sentences and little paragraphs. We have already done some of these exercises before, but it's good to practice a bit more and learn some new constructions. So let's get started. We'll start with this exercise we used to do quite a lot. You have here some verbs, and you have to translate them to Spanish in the correct past tense indicated in the brackets. It's good to review all the verbs, all the conjugations, and to have a little bit of practice regarding all these verbs and all these tenses. So you can pause the video and we'll see the answers in a second. Are you ready? Let's go. I watched, yo miraba, she wanted, ella ha querido, they wrote, ellos escribían, you cooked, tú has cocinado, vosotros habéis cocinado, We did, nosotros hicimos. He walked, él ha caminado. I left, yo partía. Very good. Now in this exercise you have a few prompts, a few beginnings of sentences, and you can complete them however you want with the verbs and words you want to use. Cuando tenía 16 años, hoy, el año pasado, cuando era niño, cuando era niña. I will tell you how I would complete these sentences myself. For example, cuando tenía 16 años, iba a la escuela todos los días. Imperfecto, because we are talking about an action, repetitive, a habit that used to happen in the past. So it's over now. I'm not 16 years old anymore. It's not going to school every day. It's not something I do anymore. So repetitive action in the past, imperfecto. Hoy he comido una pizza. Hoy, that means today, so still in the time of the action, therefore pretérito perfecto. I ate a pizza. El año pasado terminé la carrera. Last year I finished, and then carrera. Carrera can mean a variety of things. It can mean a race, a car race, so perhaps a championship or whatever you see on TV, that is a carrera. Otherwise, it means the university, let's say bachelor's degree, for example. So when I say termino la carrera, that means that I graduated from university. Cuando era niña, me gustaba correr y saltar. When I was a child, I liked running and jumping. All right. Now, in this case, you have a few sentences you have to complete with the correct verb you see in the brackets. You can pause, pay attention to the words you see. Hoy, a 13 años, el año pasado, cuando joven, which means cuando era joven, but oftentimes in Spanish when we say something like this, cuando joven, we can omit the verb, and so cuando joven, you can also say cuando era joven, este mes, etc. So pay attention to that, pause the video, and then come back to see if you did everything right. Alright, let's see. Hoy he visto mi tío. Why the pretérito perfecto? Because it's today, hoy. So the action happened in the same period of time as the action of speaking about such event. A 13 años me gustaba mirar series de televisión. Series de televisión means TV series, TV shows. Why imperfecto? Because it's something that used to happen in the past repetitively. So a habit. El año pasado estuve en Turquía. Turquía is Turkey, the country. El año pasado, and therefore we use pretérito indefinido because the time of the event, the period of time of the event is already gone. Tenía mucha paciencia cuando joven. I had a lot of patience when I was young. Tenía, because again, it's something that happened, that used to happen in the past. It was something repetitively. It was something repetitive, of course. Patient is not something you... of course, not really a repetition. It is a part of your behavior, part of your personality, being patient. And so it is not something that... And so if we indicate a period of time so wide and so long, such as, being young, so the teenage years, then we have to use imperfecto because it's a vast period of time which we are talking about, situated in the past. And finally, he ido a Estados Unidos este mes. EEUU stands for estados, so double E because it's plural. unidos, so double U because it's plural again, Estados, plural, unidos, plural, so United States. Este mes, therefore, he ido, pretérito perfecto. Now, let's see. Here you have a couple of sentences. When I was 14, I had many friends. Many is muchos, muchas, depending on masculine, feminine. So if you had many friends in general, you use muchos. If you have many specific girlfriends, then you use muchas. On Wednesday and on Sunday, we played basketball together. Again, juntos, juntas, depending on the gender of the friends you had when you were 14. So you have to translate these sentences in Spanish. I will give you some time. You can pause the video and then we'll see together. All right, ready? Cuando tenía 14 años, tenía muchos amigos. El miércoles y el domingo jugábamos al básquet juntos. Tenía, jugábamos. You see, we use imperfecto. Verbo tener, to have. Verbo jugar, to play. Why? Because it is something that used to happen as a habit in the past, repeatedly in the past, and is now over. We are remembering a period of our life in which we had many friends and with whom we played basket together. So, when I was 14 years old, tenía muchos amigos. I had many friends. El miércoles y el domingo, on Wednesdays and on Sundays, jugábamos al básquet juntos. We played basketball together. See, basket, they really write it down as they pronounce it, not basketball like we say in English, basket. Remember when I talked to you about the relationship Spanish, especially Spain, has with foreign words? Well, this is an example of that. Just a couple of things. In English, we say when I was 14. We already talked about this. I repeat it just for clarification. We say when I had 14 years. Technically, that's what this sentence in Spanish translates to in English. But in English, we usually say when I was 14. In Spanish, we cannot say cuando era 14 o cuando fui 14 o cuando he sido 14. No, never. With the age, you only use tener, to have. You have a certain age. You don't are a certain age in Spanish. Okay, we have another sentence here to translate. Today I went to the mall and I bought, so verbo comprar, 2 coats, a hat and a scarf. It's cold. Again, pause the video and we'll see the translation. Hoy he ido al centro comercial y he comprado 2 abrigos, un sombrero y una bufanda. Hace frío. Remember the exclamation mark at the beginning of the exclamation. Apart from that, nothing really incredible to say. Hoy, therefore we use pretérito perfecto. He ido al centro comercial, the mall, y he comprado, I bought, 2 abrigos, 2 coats, un sombrero, a hat, y una bufanda, a scarf. Very good. Now, ¿qué hiciste el fin de semana? ¿Qué hiciste el fin de semana? Here, depending on the time the person speaking to you is speaking, if it's Sunday evening, for example, you could use the pretérito perfecto because the weekend is still ongoing, technically. If that person is speaking to you on Monday morning. However, the weekend is already over, and so you should use the pretérito indefinido. So it is up to you, really. I chose to use el pretérito indefinido. Let's see how I did it. For example, el fin de semana fui al mar, manejé 3 horas y llegué a la playa. Fue un día maravilloso. Now, fue first person and third person singular, verb ir. So, the weekend I went to literally the sea, so to the beach. Manejé 3 horas. Manejé, first person singular verb manejar, which means to drive. So I drove 3 hours. Y llegué a la playa. Llegué, first person singular verb llegar, which means to arrive, to come. So I drove 3 hours and I arrived at the beach, a la playa. Fue un día maravilloso. It was a wonderful, maravilloso day. Okay? Very good. And now, to wrap things up, ¿cuál era tu sueño cuando niño o cuando niña? Now this, we have already seen this. You can omit the verb cuando eras niño, cuando eras niña. We can forget about the verb. It's something that usually happens with native Spanish speakers. We say cuando niño, cuando niña, cuando joven. We saw that one before. Cuando adulto, cuando anciano. Really, you can put the verb as well as forget about it in this case. So it's up to you. Mi sueño cuando era niña o cuando niña era ser un astronauta e ir a la luna. So my dream when I was a child was to be an astronaut and go to the moon. So era, because it's imperfecto, it's something that happened, used to happen. You know, my dream, it's not that I had a dream for a minute and then I forgot about it. It was a dream I was thinking about continuously and repetitively for a long period of time when I was a child, precisely. So era, ser un astronauta, to be an astronaut and to go to the moon. All right, very good. Felicidades, congratulations. This lesson is over. I hope it was fun. Hello everyone, bienvenidos, bienvenidas. Welcome to lesson 8 of our Spanish course. In this lesson we are going to talk about a very interesting topic, which is the weather. What an interesting topic indeed. Okay, so we are going to talk about el tiempo al pasado. So talking about weather in the past, using the past tenses we have learned so far. Let's get started. We will start with ayer hacía frío. Ayer hacía frío. Ayer, we have seen it, means yesterday. Hacía frío literally means yesterday the weather was made cold. Was made cold, but it doesn't exist in English. It's just to understand what each word means in Spanish, and then in English in general we say yesterday was cold, it was cold. Hacía frío. Here we have ayer hacía calor. Ayer hacía calor. Yesterday was hot. Hacer calor, the weather is made hot, so hacía calor. Keep in mind, calor is a falso amigo, is a false friend, we could say. It's a fake friend. It doesn't mean cold. You know, it sounds similar, calor, cold, but no, it means actually the opposite, which is hot. Ayer hacía calor, ayer hacía frío, hoy hace calor, hoy hace frío, etc. El verano pasado hizo mucho calor. El verano pasado hizo mucho calor. El verano pasado, last summer, verano, summer, pasado, last. Hizo, again, verb hacer. Mucho calor, mucho, much, so very, calor, hot. Ayer hacía buen tiempo. Ayer hacía buen tiempo. Yesterday, the weather was nice. We have seen el tiempo, the weather, so ayer, yesterday. Yesterday, the weather. We have seen in Spanish, instead of using the verb to be, like we do in English, we use the verb hacer when we talk about the weather. So, hacía, it was. Buen, bueno, buena, buenos, buenas means good, so nice. Yesterday the weather was good, yesterday the weather was nice. 3 días atrás llovió. 3 días atrás llovió. 3 días atrás, 3 days ago. Llovió, it rained. In English we have to specify the pronoun it. In Spanish it is not necessary, so we do not write a pronoun. Also because we don't have an unpersonal pronoun. In English we have it, which is, neither feminine nor masculine. In Spanish we don't have something like that, so we wouldn't even know what to put. And we put nothing, no pronoun, llovió, third person singular, pretérito indefinido, because we're talking about 3 days ago. So the time of the action is already over. La semana pasada nevó. La semana pasada nevó. La semana pasada, the week last, so last week, literally. Nevó, verb nevar, which means to snow, so it snowed. Last week it snowed. El mes pasado estaba ventoso. El mes pasado estaba ventoso. Now, el mes pasado, last month, no doubts about this. Estaba ventoso. Why do we use estaba, verb estar, and not hacer, for example, like we saw in the previous examples, hacía, hizo, hacía, etc. And why do we use the imperfecto? Because we are not talking about a noun. Ventoso is not a noun, it is an adjective. If before we saw tiempo, which is a noun, calor, it's a noun, frío, it's a noun, ventoso, it is an adjective. Therefore, we use estar because it is a condition. You have studied in the past course the difference between ser, estar. You have seen estar is used with the weather because it is a temporary condition of the weather, and so we use estar. Imperfecto because it is a condition in the past that was repetitive. It's not that the wind starts and is over in a second. It blows and blows and blows and keeps blowing for quite a long time. If we say, especially in this case, we're talking about the month, so if we say that a whole month was windy, it means that, the condition of windiness, if so to speak, was very long. So, estar, because we're talking about an adjective to describe the weather, and so verbo estar. Imperfecto, because we're talking about a repetitive condition of the past. Ventoso, in fact, means windy. If we would, and so we have it was windy last month. If we wanted to say there was a lot of wind last month, we would have to use actually the verb hacer, hacía, imperfecto again, but in that case we would have had viento, which is a noun, and so hacía mucho viento. There was a lot of wind. Okay, let's carry on. Hubo muchas tormentas 2 años atrás. Hubo muchas tormentas 2 años atrás. There were many storms 2 years ago. Now we use a verb haber in this case, haber, which is, you know already, it's a quite peculiar verb and is used very few times. One of the main ways it is used is to form the pretérito perfecto, yo he hecho, tú has hecho, etc. Another way is to translate what in English is the there was, there were. If, however, in English we have to change the verb and say there was if it's singular, there were if it's plural, so in this case many storms. In Spanish it is a mistake to use the plural of this form. So we cannot say hubieron muchas tormentas. Even though the subject of the sentence is plural, we have to keep the singular form of the verb. So hubo muchas tormentas. Same if you want to use it in the present, hay muchas tormentas, singular. All right, so remember this when we want to say there is, there are, there was, there were, we have to use hay, hubo. Either the subject is singular or plural. El otoño pasado hizo siempre buen tiempo. El otoño pasado hizo siempre buen tiempo. So, otoño is autumn. El otoño pasado, last autumn. Hizo siempre buen tiempo. So, hacer was buen tiempo, nice weather. And siempre, always. So, in English, in correct English, we say the weather was always nice last autumn. La semana pasada estaba siempre soleado. La semana pasada estaba siempre soleado. It was always sunny last week. La semana pasada, last week. Always, siempre. Estaba, verb estar, like we saw before. So was in English. Soleado is sunny. One thing I want you to notice is that soleado is masculine because we are referring to the weather, which is el tiempo, which is masculine. So keep in mind, la semana pasada, it's feminine, semana, la semana, feminine, but we don't have to put soleada here at the feminine, in the feminine form because we are referring to the weather actually. So el tiempo soleado. So la semana pasada estaba siempre soleado. Subject not specified here, but the subject is the weather, el tiempo. We see now, estaba muy nublado. It was very cloudy. Nublado, cloudy, comes from nube, which means precisely cloud. You see here again, nublado, because it's masculine, el tiempo. Muy, very. You haven't studied yet the difference between mucho, mucha, muchos, muchas, and muy. But it's not something you should worry about right now. We will have the opportunity to talk about that in the future. For now, just learn these sentences a bit by heart and try to understand the differences and similarities with English, and that is more than enough for now. So, estaba muy nublado. El tiempo, here we have specified el tiempo. Estaba templado. Templado has nothing to do with Templars. It has to do with the weather and means mild. So a very mild weather, very calm, nice weather, we could say. Alright, so el tiempo estaba templado. The weather was mild. Very good, it's time for some exercise, ejercicios. You have here a question. I ask you, ¿qué tiempo hacía 2 días atrás? What was the weather like 2 days ago? ¿Qué tiempo hacía? Remember this verb, hacer. We use the verb to be in English. In Spanish, they use the verb hacer. So, ¿qué tiempo hacía 2 días atrás? What was the weather like 2 days ago? And you can answer 2 días atrás. You have blank space. I will give you my answer, for example, and I will say 2 días atrás hacía frío, estaba húmedo y llovía. So, 2 days ago, it was cold, it was humid, and it rained. I'm using el imperfecto here because it is a condition that lasted quite long in the past. It was a repetitive action 2 days ago, and it is in the past, so I'm using it. I have to say, language is quite an interesting universe in the sense that sometimes there are no specific rules, and if you use a past tense instead of the other, it's not really a mistake. So if you want to say 2 días atrás hizo frío, estuvo húmedo y llovió, there is no problem in that. So if you want to use the pretérito indefinido instead of el imperfecto, you can do so. I did this way because the question was hacía, so in the imperfecto form, and I answer in the same form, but you can change it, and it's fine anyways. So this was my answer. You have all the time to give me yours. Here is another question, another exercise with the pretérito indefinido form. ¿Qué tiempo hizo el verano pasado? What was the weather like last summer? Again, you have all the time in the world to answer. I will give you my answer about what was the weather like last summer in my city. El verano pasado hizo mucho calor, pero algunos días llovió. Por suerte tenía el aire acondicionado en casa. Last summer, it was very hot, but some days it rained. Luckily, por suerte, I had the air conditioning in my home. So let's try to break this sentence a little bit. So, el verano pasado, last summer, hizo mucho calor. I'm using the pretérito indefinido here, as I've told you. It was very hot. Mucho calor, very hot. Pero, algunos días, some days, llovió, it rained. Again, in Spanish, we don't specify the pronoun, so in English we have to say it rained. In Spanish, we just say llovió. Por suerte, luckily, suerte means luck. So, por suerte, tenía, I had. I'm using the imperfecto here because it is a condition of the past, a habit, something that was truly a habit. You know, if I have the air conditioning in my home, I have it every day for as much time as I want. It is not a specific event in the past, it is a repetitive event in the past, it is a continuous event in the past. It is a habit. And so I say tenía. I could say tuve, so I could use the pretérito indefinido, but in that case, the meaning of the sentence would be that I had the air conditioning and I don't have it anymore. This is something you will get used to it. You will get used to by practice and learning the language a bit more in depth, as we are trying to do here. But don't worry if you don't catch it quickly. It is something you will have to put a lot of effort in, and is something that will come naturally. You know what a sentence truly means. The hidden message of a sentence can be very difficult, and it is truly difficult for a lot of Spanish speakers, sometimes myself included. So don't worry about it. For now, don't stress too much over talking about the weather in the past in pretérito indefinido, in imperfecto, because oftentimes they can be interchanged, and there is no real bad mistake about that. Alright, so that was it. Congratulations, felicidades. This lesson is over. I hope you understood. Hola a todos, bienvenidos y bienvenidas. Welcome everyone to lesson 9 of our Spanish course. Today we're going to talk about a very exciting topic. We're going to talk about shopping in the past. Las compras al pasado. So, you have already seen shopping in course 1, studied a little bit about las tiendas, what you can buy, etc. Today we're going to focus a little bit more on the actual verbs and of course on the past tenses, because that is, if you did not understand it already, the main topic of the of course number 2. Okay, so las compras means shopping. Actually, las compras means what you buy, because comprar means to buy, and las compras is the products of your expenses. Can it be explained like that? I don't know. So if I buy, let's say, 5 things, those things are mis compras, my buys, so the things I bought. And to say vamos de compras means let's go shopping, let's go buy things. All right, let's carry on. I speak too much sometimes, I feel. Sorry. Okay, so tienda de zapatos. Tienda means store, zapatos means shoes, and so tienda de zapatos, shoe store. You would have never guessed it, I'm sure. And if we have un par de zapatos, we have a pair of shoes. All right. One thing, we say shoe store with a singular. In Spanish is always plural. Tienda de zapatos. In fact, tienda de deportes. Deporte means sport. Deportes, plural, sports. So, tienda de deportes. Now we have la panadería o la pastelería. Sorry, I did not specify. Tienda is feminine, it's la tienda. De deporte, deporte is masculine, el deporte, los deportes. Zapato, el zapato, masculine, los zapatos. Alright. Always try to specify the articles, because in English we don't have the difference between masculine and feminine, and so it is always important to specify whether a noun is masculine or feminine with its correct article. Plus, in Spanish we use articles much more often compared to English. Okay, so panadería comes from the word pan, which means bread. Pastelería comes from the word pastel, which means cake, or in any case something sweet. In English we translate both panadería and pastelería with bakery, but actually they are two different things. Panadería is the bakery in which you buy bread, pan. Pastelería is the bakery in which you buy sweet things, so pasteles, cakes, or galletas, biscuits, cookies, all these sweet things. Alright, la carnicería is the butchery. La carnicería, which comes from the word carne, which means meat. So, carnicería. La pescadería. La pescadería is the fish shop. In English, we don't have a specific name for it. We just say the shop in which you buy fish, so the fish shop. In Spanish it is pescadería, which of course, as the previous words suggest, comes from another specific noun, which is pescado, which means fish. Actually, I don't know if you know this, but it is very interesting, so I will tell you anyway. There are 2 ways to say fish in Spanish. You have pescado and you have pez. P-E-Z. What's the difference? Well, the difference is very easy. El pez is the animal which is alive. So the animal you see in the lakes, rivers, in the sea, or at home if you have a golden fish. Well, that is a pez, un pez. El pez rojo, the red fish, the golden fish. Alright, so that is the pez, which is the animal alive. Instead, when you go fishing and you fish a fish, that fish is not alive anymore, and that becomes the pescado. Why? Because pescado is actually the past participle of the verb pescar, which means precisely to fish. So once you fish a pez, once you fish the alive animal, that animal is not alive anymore, it is dead because it was fished. Estuvo pescado. And so it becomes el pescado, and so la pescadería, because they don't sell a live fish in there, they sell the fish that has been caught. Alright, this was just to give you an insight, and it's very interesting to know. Let's carry on. De cuero means of leather. If I say está hecho de cuero, it translates to it is made of leather. So el cuero, leather. De plástico, plastic. De plástico. Está hecho de plástico, it is made of plastic. El plástico, plastic. Alright? Hecho, hecha. Hechos, hechas a mano. Handmade. So a mano, mano translates to hand. Made is hecho. But because in Spanish we have to specify masculine, feminine, and then singular or plural, we say hecho, masculine, singular, hecho, feminine, singular, hechos, masculine, plural, hechas, feminine, plural. So hecho, hecha, hechos, hechas a mano, depending on the subject of the sentence. In English is much simpler, much easier. They just say handmade, whatever subject the sentence has. Hecho en España. Well, in this case I just refused to write hecho, hecha, hechos, hechas. I just put hecho because it's easier. Hecho en España. Also because, generally speaking, if we say made in Spain or made in Japan, made in Mexico or whatever, we mean what is made. Well, of course, the product we are selling or we are buying. And so product in Spanish is el producto. Producto is singular and masculine, and so hecho. So generally speaking, hecho en España is the most common way you will hear this verb, because we are referring to an unspecified subject, el producto, the product. Here you have it, specified in this case, el producto local, the local product. Local, local, just a difference in pronunciation, producto, product. Very easy. El pastel del día. So we have seen pastelería. I've told you it comes from the word pastel, which means cake. El pastel del día means the cake of the day. We have then el pastel de manzanas, for example, the apple pie. So pastel is cake. In English, if it is apple, we have to say apple pie. We cannot say apple cake, but it's actually the same thing. Manzana means apple. Manzanas is a plural. In English, we keep the singular, apple pie. In Spanish, we use the plural, el pastel de manzanas. Las manzanas, it's feminine. La manzana, las manzanas. Alright. Finally, las galletas. I have mentioned them as well before. Las galletas are the biscuits, the cookies, however you want to call them. Las galletas. Okay, now let's see some verbs finally. We have, of course, pretérito perfecto, then imperfecto, and then pretérito indefinido, as we have done in the past. We will start with the verb probar, which means to try. Pruebo esta galleta, I tried this cookie. So let's see. This is completely regular. First conjugation, AR. Yo he probado, tú has probado, él, ella, usted ha probado. Nosotros hemos probado, vosotros habéis probado, ellos, ellas, ustedes han probado. Past participle probado, has, a, hemos, habéis, han. Like always. Let's see el imperfecto. Again, very regular, so we take away AR, we add aba, abas, aba, abamos, abais, aban, and we have yo probaba, tú probabas, él, ella, usted probaba, nosotros probábamos, vosotros probabais, ellos, ellas, ustedes probaban. Alright, no mystery here, no problems, I hope. Finally, pretérito indefinido. Again, very regular, take away AR, add the suffixes according to each pronoun. Haste, o, amos, hasteis, aron, and we have yo probé, tú probaste, él, ella, usted probó, nosotros probamos, vosotros probasteis, ellos, ellas, ustedes probaron. Fantastic! Then we have the verb comprar, which means to buy, as I told you, ir de compras. Again, very regular, first conjugation, so no problems here. Yo he comprado, tú has comprado, él, ella, usted ha comprado. Nosotros hemos comprado, vosotros habéis comprado, ellos, ellas, ustedes han comprado. So you take away AR and you add ado for each pronoun. Imperfecto. Yo compraba, tú comprabas, él, ella, usted compraba, nosotros comprábamos, vosotros comprabais, ellos, ellas, ustedes compraban. Very easy as well. And finally, pretérito indefinido. Take away AR, you add the suffixes and you obtain yo compré, tú compraste, él, ella, usted compró, nosotros compramos, vosotros comprasteis. Sorry, there is an O that shouldn't be there. Ellos, ellas, ustedes compraron. This is compraste is, not os. Sorry. Teacher's mistake. So this is vosotros comprasteis. An I instead of an O. I don't know why I did that. Anyway, let's do a bit of practice. Un ejercicio. This is a dialogue we will have together. You are the red dot, I am the black dot, and we will see. We will have this dialogue together. I will say the first sentence and I will give you a few seconds to respond. You can of course pause the video as well to have a bit more time. Okay, let's start. ¿Dónde has ido hoy? ¿Has comprado algo? ¿Cuánto costaba? Alright, let's see what you could have answered. Of course, there is no correct answer. I mean, not just one. I will read the whole dialogue by myself now, but you can read it alongside with me. That would be lovely. So, ¿dónde has ido hoy? He ido a la tienda de zapatos. ¿Has comprado algo? He comprado un par de zapatos de cuero. ¿Cuánto costaba? 50 euros. So, just a few things that I want you to notice. Has ido, we use pretérito perfecto because we're talking about today, so the time of the action is still ongoing. You see donde, cuánto all have the tilde because they are the famous 5W words. I don't know how you say it in English. Anyway, those where, when, how, who, etc. All of them, if they are in a question or at the beginning of a question or an exclamation, they have to use the tilde. If they are in a normal sentence without any question or exclamation, they don't have to use the tilde. Alright? So, donde with tilde, cuánto with tilde, where and how much. In this case. Un par de zapatos de cuero. So, we would say leather shoes, but in Spanish we say zapatos de cuero. Perfect. I think there is nothing else to say about this. A pretty standard dialogue. Let's see. Yes, sorry. Quanto costava? I use the imperfecto here because to cost is something repetitive in the past. It does not cost anymore because I bought the pair of shoes, but it used to cost 50 euros. And so we are talking about something that happened in the past, that was a habit, that was not a specific event, but something that used to happen for a long period of time, and it is now over, and so imperfecto. Oops, I told you the answer already. Sorry. Let's see. As you can imagine, this is another dialogue. We will do the same as before. I will give you some seconds to respond, and then we will read it together once you have finished. So, I will start. ¿Fuiste a la pastelería ayer? ¿Qué compraste? ¡Qué rico! ¿Qué tipo de pastel? All right. If you have done the dialogue, let's see what you could have answered. Let's read it together. ¿Fuiste a la pastelería ayer? ¿Qué compraste? Sí, compré un pastel. ¡Qué rico! ¿Qué tipo de pastel? Un pastel de chocolate. Now, fuiste, compraste, compré, because we're talking about an action that happened yesterday, ayer. So it's something completed. Un pastel, a cake. If I say que rico, that means how tasty, how good. If a food is rico, that means it tastes good. Que rico, que rica, que ricos, que ricas. So, how tasty, literally. Then, ¿qué tipo de pastel? What type of cake did you buy? And I can say un pastel de chocolate in this case. We have seen un pastel de manzanas. Un pastel de chocolate means chocolate cake. Alright? In this case, el chocolate, we use the singular noun. We don't say un pastel de chocolates because that wouldn't make sense. Chocolates is the actual chocolate wrapped with, the little chocolate you buy at the store, wrapped in paper. I don't know if I'm making myself clear, but anyway, those little chocolates you buy. Chocolate in general as an ingredient is singular, and so we say un pastel de chocolate singular. Very well, let's do a repaso, a review, a rewind, not a rewind. Anyway, a review of what we said today, what we talked about. We have seen una tienda de zapatos, un par de zapatos, la tienda de deportes, la panadería o pastelería, la carnicería, la pescadería, de cuero, de plástico, hecho a mano, hecho en España, el producto local, el pastel del día, el pastel de manzanas o de chocolate o de whatever ingredient you want to put, las galletas. Very well. We have seen also the two verbs, probar, to try, to taste, and comprar, to buy. Alright, congratulations, felicidades, this lesson is over. I hope you had fun, I hope you learned a lot of things. Hola, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a la lección 10. Welcome everyone, welcome to lesson number 10. Today we are going to talk about sports. Before we do that, however, I want to start the lesson with a quick repaso, a quick review of what we did last lesson. We talked about going shopping. We mentioned la tienda de zapatos, un par de zapatos, la tienda de deportes, about which we will talk today, la panadería, la pastelería, la carnicería, la pescadería, de cuero, de plástico, hecho a mano, hecho en España, el producto local, el pastel del día, el pastel de manzanas, de chocolate, etc. Las galletas. Very well. Now that we have seen a little bit what we did the last time, let's talk about sports in the past. Los deportes al pasado. I have already told you, deporte means sport. Los deportes, the sports. Plural. So, we start with el campo, la cancha. It is the field. El campo is much more Spain. La cancha is the word used by Latin Americans, South Americans. So you can use either. You can use both of them. However, cancha is more from South America. Campo is more from Spain. So we have el campo, la cancha de fútbol. I have told you in a past lesson that Spanish speakers, especially coming from Spain, take their language very seriously, and so it's very difficult for a foreign word to enter their vocabulary. And in fact, in Spanish, they don't write football like the English do. They write it like as they pronounce it. They pronounce it football, and so they write it down as football. Same thing with tennis. They say tenis, and so they write it down as tenis. El campo, la cancha de tenis. El gimnasio. El gimnasio is the gym. El gimnasio. Levantamiento de pesos. Levantamiento de pesos. Now, don't get scared by these words. Levantar means to weigh, to lift, to take up. El peso is the weight. So, levantamiento de pesos, weight lifting. Very simple. Ejercicios aeróbicos. Ejercicios aeróbicos. That means aerobics. Aerobic exercises, if we want to be literal. El yoga. El yoga. It's yoga. Very simple. El pilates is el pilates. Very simple as well. El entrenamiento. El entrenamiento means training. So training in English is either the verb or the noun. In Spanish, entrenamiento is the noun. The verb is entrenar. We will see it in a moment. El estiramiento. El estiramiento. Again, in English, stretching is both a verb and a noun. In Spanish, estiramiento is a noun. As you can see, there is an article. The verb is estirar. El cambiador. El cambiador means it is the locker room. Cambiador comes from cambiar, which means to change. Cambiarse means to change oneself. So the locker room is the place in which you change yourself. So el cambiador. Las duchas. Las duchas are the showers. El entrenador personal. El entrenador personal is the personal trainer. I put personal in brackets because it could be el entrenador in general. As you can see, entrenador, entrenar, entrenamiento all come from the same root. La tarjeta del gimnasio. La tarjeta del gimnasio, literally the card of the gym. So the gym card. El abono. El abono is the membership. You go to the gym and you have a membership, you have un abono. Now, let's see. We saw levantamiento de pesos. Let's see the verb levantar in all three past tenses. So, pretérito perfecto, first conjugation, so we take away AR, we add ado, and we conjugate the verb like that. So, yo he levantado, tú has levantado, él, ella, usted ha levantado, nosotros hemos levantado, vosotros habéis levantado, ellos, ellas, ustedes han levantado. Very simple. Regular as well, imperfecto. Take away AR, you add aba, abas, aba, abamos, abais, aban, and you have yo levantaba, tú levantabas, él, ella, usted levantaba, nosotros levantábamos, vosotros levantabais, ellos, ellas, ustedes levantaban. Okay, fine. I hope everything is clear. And finally, el pretérito indefinido. Again, regular. You take away AR, first conjugation, so you add e, aste, o. Amos, asteis, aron. Yo levanté. Tú levantaste. Él, ella, usted levantó. Nosotros levantamos. Vosotros levantasteis. Ellos, ellas, ustedes levantaron. Let's see this exercise. It is a dialogue, as we have done a few before. I will start. I am the black dot. You are the red dot. And let's do this dialogue together. I will give you a few seconds to respond, and then we will read it together. Alright, so I will start. ¿Cuándo has ido al gimnasio esta semana? ¿Qué has hecho? Very good. Let's see a possible answer. Read it together with me if you want. ¿Cuándo has ido al gimnasio esta semana? He ido el lunes y el viernes. ¿Qué has hecho? El lunes he hecho yoga y el viernes levantamiento de pesos. So, a few things. We use the pretérito perfecto because we are talking about an action that happened this week. So we are still in the time in which the action took place this week. We are still living in the week the action of going to the gym happened. And then the other thing I want to make you notice is again tilde, cuando, que with the tilde. Always if it is at the beginning of a question or of an exclamation. Alright, let's see this other exercise. In this case, you have 4 sentences and you have to choose whether to use one or the other verb in the brackets. Take your time, pause the video, and we'll see the answers in a few seconds. Alright, are you ready? Let's see. So, ayer hice pilates. Pretérito indefinido, because we're talking about yesterday. ¿Ibas al campo de fútbol cuando niño? Imperfecto, ibas. Why? Because we're talking about an action that happened repeatedly in the past. Fuiste, pretérito indefinido. Yes, it is an action that happened in the past, but not a habit. It is a single action, not a repeated one. So, imperfecto. Ibas al campo de fútbol cuando niño. Remember, you can say cuando eras niño, so you can specify the verb here, when you were a child, or you can leave it like that without specifying it. Literally, it would mean when you child. El año pasado levanté 40 kilos. Levanté, pretérito indefinido, because we are speaking about last year, so it ended. Marcos jugó al fútbol muchos años. Now, you might ask yourself, why pretérito indefinido and not imperfecto if we are referring to an action that used to happen in the past and was a repeated action, was a habit, playing football. You don't play football. If you say a sentence like this, it means that Marcos, used to play football a lot of time. The best way I can explain it to you is to translate the sentence in English and understand yourself how it is not possible to use el imperfecto. So think about this. Let's translate the sentence. Marcos, because el imperfecto is always a past tense, so we use he played, Marcos played. I told you a few lessons ago that el imperfecto can also be translated in English with the you can help translate the imperfecto in English with the use of used. So I used to do. Yo hacía. I used to play. Yo jugaba. Something I used to do. So let's say this. Marcos used to play football many years. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't sound right, does it? Marcos used to play football many years. It is better to say Marcos played football many years. Or Marcos used to play football many years ago. So in that case it would be Marcos jugaba al fútbol muchos años atrás. So the best way I can explain it to you is precisely by saying this. Think about English. It doesn't really make sense. It doesn't sound right to say Marcos used to play football many years. It sounds much better to say Marcos used to play football many years ago, or Marcos played football many years. Alright, let's carry on with a review of what we said today, what we studied today. So today we saw el campo, la cancha, which mean exactly the same, but the first is used more in Spain, the second one is used more in South America. El campo de fútbol, el campo de tenis, el gimnasio, levantamiento de pesos, ejercicios aeróbicos, el entrenamiento, el cambiador, el entrenador, la tarjeta del gimnasio, el abono, levantar. Alright, I hope everything is clear. By the way, about the last sentence there, don't worry too much. As I've told you, sometimes it can be a bit tricky, and don't get too demoralized if you don't really understand or grasp the full usage of a tense. It will come naturally as we progress in the course and as you study the language. Perfect. Congratulations. Felicidades. Hola a todos. Bienvenidos y bienvenidas a la lección 11 de nuestro curso de español. Hello everyone. Welcome to lesson 11 of our Spanish course. In this lesson we're going to talk about an interesting topic, as I've told you last lesson, albeit not very pleasant. We are going to talk about injuries. But it is interesting to know to talk and discuss about injuries, as we have all suffered some for sure, especially during our childhood, and because we are talking about in this course we are talking about past tenses, it's important to be able to talk about them as well. So let's start with a classic review of what we did last lesson. We talked about sports, los deportes, and we saw el campo, la cancha, el campo de fútbol, el campo de tenis, el gimnasio, levantamiento de pesos, ejercicios aeróbicos, el entrenamiento, el cambiador, el entrenador, la tarjeta del gimnasio, el abono y levantar. I hope everything is clear about this topic. Let's get started with las lesiones, the injuries. Now, let's see. Let's start with pain, which is el dolor. El dolor. We have me duele or me hace mal, which means it hurts me. So, duele is the verb doler, which is very similar to dolor, of course. Hacer mal literally means makes bad, so it makes me feel bad some way. So it hurts me. Me duele or me hace mal. La herida. La herida is the wound. Remember, the H is always silent in Spanish. La herida. El corte. El corte. Corte can mean a few things. For example, there is a very famous mall in Spain called El Corte Inglés. But we will not touch on that right now. Corte means cut. El moretón. El moretón is the bruise. Now, you may remember when you studied the colors many lessons ago in course 1, the color violet is morado. So the bruise oftentimes is a bit violent, you know, it has that weird color, blue, violet, black, and etc. And so it may be easier for you to remember morado, moretón. It can be a technique to remember better these two words. El hueso, los huesos. Again, H is silent, it's the bone or the bones. Singular, el hueso, plural, los huesos. La piel. La piel is the skin. La sangre. La sangre, the blood. You may know the famous Spanish drink la sangria. Well, it is very red, just like the blood, and it comes from the word sangre, which means precisely blood. Las vendas. Las vendas, the bandage. When you cut yourself, you need a bandage, you use a venda. La venda, las vendas. Sangrar. We have just seen how sangre is blood, so sangrar is the verb and means to bleed. Romper means to break. Romperse means to break oneself, because in Spanish we have these particular verbs with the sa at the end, se, which is a reflective part of the verb, which means that you perform the action to yourself, right? So you take a verb, for example, romper, which means to break, so he roto el vaso means I broke the glass. If I say me he rompido el brazo, that means I broke myself the arm. There are a lot of verbs like this. We will see a few in this lesson. Not all verbs can be reflective in this sense. I can say amar, which means to love, amarse, which means to love oneself, but I cannot say caminar, to walk, caminarse, to walk yourself, because you cannot walk yourself, of course. Alright, so romper, to break, romperse, to break oneself. Lastimar, to hurt. Lastimarse, to hurt oneself. Lastimar, lastimarse. Then we have cortar, to cut. We have seen el corte, cortar, cortarse. to cut oneself. Okay, let's see how these verbs conjugate in the 3 past tenses we have studied so far. Romperse, preterito perfecto. You see this particle here, se, which is the reflective one, and you have to conjugate this one for each pronoun. So you have me, te, se, nos, os, se. There's for every, in every case, every time you need to say you broke yourself, te rompiste, o te has roto, or te rompías, depending on the past tense you want to use. Nos rompimos, we broke ourselves, etc. So, me, te, se, nos, os, se. For every verb, in every case, in every tense, past, present, whatever, this is these are the words you need to use when you are conjugating a reflective verb. So you have to put them at the beginning, before the verb, never after. The only times you may use this after is when you have an infinite verb. In this case, romper is infinite, and so you can say romperse, romperte, romperos, etc. But when you conjugate the verb, it is not infinite anymore. You cannot put it at the end of the verb. You have to put it at the beginning. Mandatory. Okay, so yo me he roto. Tú te has roto. Él, ella, usted se ha roto. Nosotros nos hemos roto. Vosotros os habéis roto. Ellos, ellas, ustedes se han roto. Now, as you can see, the verb haber is always the same. E, has, ha, hemos, habéis, han. The past participle of the verb romper instead is irregular. It is not rompido, like you would expect from a verb in er, second conjugation. It is roto. This is an irregularity. You have to learn it by heart. There is nothing really you can do. So, romper, roto. Alright? Let's see. Romperse at the imperfecto tense. This is regular. Yo me rompía, tú te rompías, él, ella, usted se rompía, nosotros nos rompíamos, vosotros os rompíais, ellos, ellas, ustedes se rompían. As you can see, very simple. Take away er, you add ia, ias, ia, iamos, iais, ian, which are the suffixes of the imperfecto tense at the second conjugation. And then you decline, you conjugate the se at the exact pronoun. So me, te, se, nos, os, se. Let's see el pretérito indefinido. Again, regular. So take away er, you add I, iste, yo, imos, isteis, ieron. And you put at the beginning of the verb me, te, se, nos, os, se. So we have yo me rompí. Tú te rompiste. Él, ella, usted se rompió. Nosotros nos rompimos. Vosotros os rompisteis. Ellos, ellas, ustedes se rompieron. Very good. As you can see, regular. The only thing you need to remember is romper, roto, the past participle. Alright. Let's carry on with this other verb, lastimarse, first conjugation, as you can see, AR. This is regular, so ado. Yo me he lastimado, tú te has lastimado, él, ella, usted se ha lastimado, nosotros nos hemos lastimado, vosotros os habéis lastimado, ellos, ellas, ustedes se han lastimado. Imperfecto. Again, regular. Yo me lastimaba, tú te lastimabas, él, ella, usted se lastimaba, nosotros nos lastimábamos, vosotros os lastimabais, ellos, ellas, ustedes se lastimaban. Very well. And finally, pretérito indefinido. Again, regular, first conjugation. haste o, amos, hasteis, aron. Yo me lastimé, tú te lastimaste. Él, ella, usted se lastimó. Nosotros nos lastimamos. Vosotros os lastimasteis. Ellos, ellas, ustedes se lastimaron. Perfect. We see now the verb cortarse. So we have yo me cortarse. Again, regular. So cortado. Yo me he cortado. Tú te has cortado. Él, ella, usted se ha cortado. Nosotros nos hemos cortado. Vosotros os habéis cortado. Ellos, ellas, ustedes se han cortado. Very well. As you can see, there are no difficulties here. Imperfecto, yo me cortaba, tú te cortabas, él, ella, usted se cortaba, nosotros nos cortábamos, vosotros os cortabais, ellos, ellas, ustedes se cortaban. Pretérito indefinido, yo me corté, tú te cortaste, él, ella, usted se cortó, nosotros nos cortamos, vosotros os cortasteis, ellos, ellas, ustedes se cortaron. Perfect. Now we are ready to talk about the past and to do some exercise. Un ejercicio. The question I ask you is, ¿qué lesiones tuviste en el pasado? So, what injuries did you have in the past? You can answer, me rompí, I broke myself, me hice mal, I hurt myself, me corté, I cut myself, me herí en, I wounded myself, etc. So, I will give you time to respond, to answer, to give me your story about your injuries. I will give you mine, for example. I will say, me rompí el tobillo y me hice mal a la nariz. Me herí a menudo la rodilla. First of all, I'm using the pretérito indefinido because we're talking about actions that happened in the past. Not repetitive, not a habit, luckily. So, pretérito indefinido. I broke myself, me rompí el tobillo, the ankle, y me hice mal, and I hurt myself, a la nariz. So, on the nose, in the nose. I hurt myself, the nose. Me herí a menudo la rodilla. I wounded often, a menudo, the knee. Alright, we are done for today's lesson. Let's review very quickly what we studied today. La lesión, el dolor, me hace mal, la herida, el corte, el moretón, el hueso, los huesos, la piel, la sangre, las vendas, sangrar, romperse, herirse, cortarse. Now, the last thing I want to add before we wrap this lesson up, romperse does not mean, it can mean that I took a hammer and specifically hit my knee until it broke. It could mean that, but luckily we are not so so desperate here, and so the se, romperse, I broke myself, simply means that nobody else took a hammer and hit my knee, but I just fell or something happened accidentally that made my knee broke. But it could mean that I took a hammer and hit myself, but it also means that I fell down and that the knee was broken, not because someone else broke it, but because I myself, with my actions, eventually accidentally broke it. Alright, just to clarify, so you don't end the lesson thinking in Spain we are all harmers. Okay, congratulations. Hola, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a nuestra nueva lección de español. Hello everyone, welcome to this new lesson of our Spanish course. Today we will talk about a very exciting topic, which is not injuries, luckily. It is meeting with friends, going out, etc. Before we do that, however, let's start with a review con un repaso de lo que hicimos la lección pasada, of what we did last lesson. Hablamos de las lesiones, el dolor, me hace mal, la herida, el corte, el moretón, el hueso, los huesos, la piel, la sangre, las vendas, sangrar, romperse, herirse, cortarse. Very well. Now, let's start with encontrarse con amigos, to meet up with friends. You already see the verb encontrar, to meet, encontrarse, to meet myself with someone else. Okay? Let's see how we can conjugate this verb, encontrarse. Encontrarse con, encontrarse una persona, to meet a friend, etc. So, it is a regular verb, first conjugation. We take away AR, we add ado, and then we add all these little words here, me, te, se, nos, os, se. So, yo me he encontrado, tú te has encontrado, él, ella, usted se ha encontrado, nosotros nos hemos encontrado, vosotros os habéis encontrado, ellos, ellas, ustedes se han encontrado. Very good. Now let's see imperfecto. Again, regular, take away AR and add abas, abas, aba, abamos, abais, aban. Yo me encontraba, tú te encontrabas, él, ella, usted se encontraba, nosotros nos encontrábamos, vosotros os encontrabais, ellos, ellas, ustedes se encontraban. And finally, pretérito indefinido, regular, haste o, amos, hasteis, aron. So, yo me encontré, tú te encontraste, él, ella, usted se encontró, nosotros nos encontramos, vosotros os encontrasteis, ellos, ellas, ustedes se encontraron. Very good. We have another sentence. Pasar tiempo con amigos. To spend time with friends. Pasar means to pass, so to spend tiempo, time, con amigos, with friends. Let's see how this verb behaves. It is a regular verb. It is not pasarse. It is not a reflective verb. You don't spend oneself, you spend something, not yourself. So it is normal, like every other verb. Yo he pasado, tú has pasado, él, ella, usted ha pasado, nosotros hemos pasado, vosotros habéis pasado, ellos, ellas, ustedes han pasado. Imperfecto. Yo pasaba, tú pasabas, él, ella, usted pasaba, nosotros pasábamos, vosotros pasabais, ellos, ellas, ustedes pasaban. And then we have pretérito indefinido. Yo pasé, tú pasaste, él, ella, usted pasó, nosotros pasamos, vosotros pasasteis, ellos, ellas, ustedes pasaron. Very well. As you can see, all very easy verbs, regular, nothing extraordinary. Okay, then we have salir, which means to go out, to exit. In this case, we're talking about meeting with friends, so it means to go out with them. Let's see, another regular verb. So you take away IR and you add ido. Yo he salido, tú has salido, él, ella, usted ha salido, nosotros hemos salido, vosotros habéis salido, ellos, ellas, ustedes han salido. Imperfecto, yo salía, tú salías, él, ella, usted salía, nosotros salíamos, vosotros salíais, ellos, ellas, ustedes salían. Regular, as always. Pretérito indefinido, yo salí, tú saliste, él, ella, usted salió, nosotros salimos, vosotros salisteis, ellos, ellas, ustedes salieron. The pub or the bar is precisely el bar, pronounced exactly as you see it written, el bar. Then we have la discoteca, which is the disco, la discoteca. La fiesta. La fiesta. It is the party. You have probably already heard this word. You know, there are a lot of popular Spanish songs. La fiesta. So, yeah. Fiesta. And another very popular Spanish word, la playa. La playa. The beach. ¿A qué hora nos vemos? ¿A qué hora nos vemos? What time shall we meet? Now, literally this sentence translates to ¿a qué hora? At what time? At what hour? So at what time? Nos vemos, we see each other. Verse, ver is to see. Verse means to see oneself. Nos vemos means to see each other. So, in English we say, what time shall we meet? ¿A qué hora nos vemos? Remember the tilde on top of the E because we are in a question, and the reverse question mark at the beginning of the sentence. Another question, ¿a dónde nos encontramos? ¿A dónde nos encontramos? Where shall we meet? Now, in the previous question, you have a, blank space, qué hora, etc. So, literally at, what, and then time, etc. Here, it is not a mistake, it is written all together, but this is only in questions. ¿A dónde? ¿A dónde? So, tilde on top of the O, because we are asking where. It's one of the 5 words we need to put the tilde on if we are in a question or in an exclamation. So, ¿a dónde? Where? Nos encontramos, literally, where do we meet each other? So, where shall we meet? ¿A dónde? Repeated only works in questions. ¿A dónde nos encontramos? ¿A dónde has ido? Where did you go? Etc. If I ask you ¿a dónde vas? Where do you go? You can answer ¿dónde quiero? Where I want. And in that case you answer ¿dónde quiero? Not ¿a dónde quiero? Nos vemos esta noche. Nos vemos esta noche. Again, it literally means we see each other tonight, so see you tonight. No puedo means I can't. Poder, to can. Poder, to be able to, so can. No, not, so I cannot, I can't. Estoy libre. This means I'm free. So, I don't have anything planned. I don't have plans, so I'm free. I have some free time. So, let's put all these things into practice. Let's do an exercise, un ejercicio. Again, another dialogue. I will be the black dot, you are the red one. I will start and leave you a few seconds to answer and complete the dialogue with me, then we will read it together. Hola, ¿salimos esta noche? A las 22. Enfrente del bar. Hasta luego. Okay. Let's see together a possible solution, a possible dialogue. You can read it together with me. Hola, ¿salimos esta noche? Sí, claro. ¿A qué hora nos vemos? A las 22. Vale. ¿A dónde nos encontramos? Enfrente del bar. Perfecto. Nos vemos esta noche. Hasta luego. Very good. So, let's see the translation. Hello. Shall we do you want to get out tonight? So, salimos esta noche is, do we go out tonight? Shall we go out tonight? Yes, of course. Claro. ¿A qué hora nos vemos? When shall we see each other? When shall we meet? At 10 p.m. a las 22. Vale. Vale stands for okay. If I say vale, that means okay. ¿A dónde nos encontramos? Where shall we meet? Enfrente del bar. In front of the bar. Perfect. See you tonight. Hasta luego means see you later. Very good. Let's try another one. I will start. Hola, ¿has salido este fin de semana? ¿Y a dónde han ido? Nunca he ido. ¿Vamos juntos mañana? Okay. Let's see. Let's read it together. Hola, ¿has salido este fin de semana? Sí, he salido con mis compañeros de fútbol. ¿Y a dónde han ido? A la discoteca cerca de la playa. Nunca he ido. Vamos juntos mañana. Con mucho gusto. Okay, let's translate. Hola, hello. ¿Has salido este fin de semana? Did you go out this weekend? Because there is este, we use el pretérito perfecto. Yes, I went out with my football mates. Compañero means mate. Compañero de clase means classmate. Compañero de football means your football mate. The person your friend with whom you play football. Compañeros, plural, so my football mates. So the question is, where did you go in the plural form? Because we're speaking about not only the person we are talking to, but also his mates. So where did you all go? To the disco near, cerca, near the beach, cerca de la playa. Nunca he ido. I never went. Vamos juntos mañana. Shall we go together tomorrow? Juntos, together. Mañana, tomorrow. Con mucho gusto means I would be very pleased with, or I would be very happy. Sure, of course, whatever you want to say. Very good. Let's review what we have learned in this lesson. We have seen encontrarse con amigos, pasar el tiempo, salir, el bar, la discoteca, la fiesta, la playa. Sorry, that should be a Y, not a T. ¿A qué hora nos vemos? What time shall we meet? Shall we see each other? Better. ¿A dónde nos encontramos? Where do we meet? Nos vemos esta noche. See you tonight. No puedo. I can't. Estoy libre. I am free. I have free time. I don't have anything planned. Very good. Congratulations. Felicidades. Hola, bienvenidos, bienvenidas. Welcome everyone to this new lesson of Spanish. Bienvenidos a nuestra nueva lección de español. In this lesson, we will focus on practicing and building sentences, paragraphs, talking about the topics we discussed in the previous lessons. Before we do so, though, let's review very quickly what we learned last time. We talked about las lesiones. So, el dolor, me hace mal, la herida, el corte, el moretón, el hueso, los huesos, la piel, la sangre, las vendas, sangrar, romperse, herirse, cortarse. Very good. Now, let's get on to the topic of today's lesson, practice and build. So, we will do a series of exercises to practice what we learned. Let's start with this one. I ask you, ¿qué tiempo hacía ayer? ¿Qué tiempo hacía ayer? What was the weather like yesterday? Now, I could use, because I'm using ayer, I cannot use the pretérito perfecto. The choice is between imperfecto, in this case, or pretérito indefinido. ¿Qué tiempo hizo ayer? There is no real correct answer between the two, because it is either... So you can choose either one. It's perfectly okay, both past tenses. So you go with the one you prefer. I used el imperfecto because it is something, during the day there was a kind of weather, and that weather was therefore repetitive and throughout the whole day. And so I use el imperfecto. But if you want to use el pretérito indefinido, it's not a mistake. Let's see my answer. I answered, ayer hacía frío y estaba lluvioso. Me quedé en casa todo el día. So this means yesterday it was cold and rainy, lluvioso. I stayed at home the entire day, the whole day. Todo, and the entire day. Why do I use the pretérito indefinido in this second sentence and not the imperfecto? In this case, it is a mistake to say me quedaba en casa todo el día. Because if we say me quedaba en casa todo el día, that expresses a habit. Instead, what I want to convey, the message I want to convey with this sentence is that it was something extraordinary. I'm not used to stay at home the entire day, but I was forced to do so because the weather was bad. Therefore, it's not a habit, it's not a repetitive action, although, yes, I stayed at home the entire day. It is something, as I've said, extraordinary, that doesn't happen on a daily basis, doesn't happen normally. So I cannot say me quedaba en casa todo el día, precisely because it is not a habit. It is something that happened yesterday and yesterday only. Therefore, I use quedé, pretérito indefinido. Let's see this one, this ejercicio. You have to translate these sentences. Last summer it was very hot. I drank cold water every day. Now it's mild. I prefer when it doesn't rain. Again, so it now you can pause the video and translate all these sentences. I will give you a few seconds. In this case, there is no open answer like in the previous exercise, because you have to translate exactly all these words in Spanish. Let's see how you did. Are you ready? So, el verano pasado hizo mucho calor. Tomaba agua fría todos los días. Ahora está templado. Prefiero cuando no llueve. Now, let's analyze the verbs we used here. El verano pasado. Therefore, we use pretérito indefinido. It is possible to say hacía mucho calor. Again, as before, we had ayer, but we used hacía. So it is not a mistake to use el imperfecto in here. Tomaba agua fría todos los días. Now here, it is mandatory to use el imperfecto because we have todos los días, every day. Ahora está templado, we use the present tense because it is now. Ahora, estar, because it is a meteorological condition, and so we use el verbo estar. Again, present tense, because it is right now in the present. Prefiero cuando no llueve. I prefiero, when, cuando. It, we said in Spanish we don't have to specify the pronoun, so we don't write it down. Does not, so no, rain, llueve. I put cada here because cada is another way of saying todo. So I can say tomaba agua fría cada día in that case. So cada día, singular, todos los días, plural. Let's see, this one is a dialogue we can have together. Again, I will be the black dot, you are the red one, and I will give you a few seconds to respond to my prompts. Alright, let's start. ¿Tienes un abono al gimnasio? ¿Cuándo lo has hecho? ¿Y cuánto pagaste? Vale, no es caro. ¿Qué cursos has hecho hasta ahora? Okay, let's see what possible answers you could have done. Let's read this all together. ¿Tienes un abono al gimnasio? ¿Cuándo lo has hecho? Sí, lo hice el mes pasado. ¿Y cuánto pagaste? 45 euros. Vale, no es caro. ¿Qué cursos has hecho hasta ahora? He hecho pilates y yoga. Now, a thing I want to say here, I forgot to put the tilde on but it has the tilde because it is a question. ¿Cuánto pagaste? So, how much did you pay? And so it has the tilde on top. I'm sorry, that's my mistake. Now let's translate and let's see what past tenses we used in this exercise. ¿Tienes un abono al gimnasio? Do you have a gym membership? ¿Cuándo? Here too, I forgot the tilde. I'm very sorry. Did I put it? Okay, I put it here, I'm sorry. Okay, it has the tilde though, because it is a question. ¿Cuándo lo has hecho? When did you do it? Now, you notice we use el pretérito perfecto because we don't know when the person we are talking to did the membership. If we don't have any specifications, like if you don't have ayer, el mes pasado, la semana pasada, antes de ayer, el año pasado, or esta semana, etc. If we don't have an indication of the time in which the action happened, and we don't know when it happened, I don't know when the person did the membership, the gym membership, then I use el pretérito perfecto. We don't know the time of the action, pretérito perfecto. In this case, when did you do it? I'm asking, in fact, when was the time of the action? And so, because I don't know it, and so I use el pretérito perfecto. The person who answers me knows the time of the action and actually says el mes pasado. And so that person uses el pretérito indefinido because the person knows when the action happened. When did she or he take the gym membership? Now that I know that it all happened el mes pasado, I use el pretérito indefinido as well. And I ask, ¿y cuánto pagaste? And how much did you pay? 45 euros. And I answer, vale, okay. No es caro. It is not expensive. And then I ask, ¿qué cursos has hecho hasta ahora? What courses did you do until now? Hasta ahora, until now. Because I use hasta ahora, so we're talking about right now, the time, the present, I use el pretérito indefinido because it is not an action that ended in the past, it is still ongoing because the person is still going to the gym until now. And the person answers, I did Pilates and yoga. Very well, I hope everything is clear here. I repeat, just to be clear, when you don't know the time of the action, you use el pretérito perfecto. Even if the action happened 10 years ago, you don't know it happened 10 years ago, and so you use el pretérito perfecto. Let's try here. You have 4 sentences and you have to choose between the 2 verbs in the bracket. Pause the video and then let's see the correct answers. Ready? Let's see. Ayer compré un pastel de manzanas. Yesterday I bought an apple pie. Compré, pretérito indefinido, instead of compraba, imperfecto. Why? Because it is an action that started and ended in the past, and it is not a habit, it is a specific single action. Compré. He buscado, buscaba unos zapatos de piel. Now, both of these could actually be correct. He buscado unos zapatos de piel. But in reality, it makes much more sense to use el imperfecto in this case, because you were looking for a pair of shoes, and the action of looking for that, it is not a single action. You did not, perhaps you could use he buscado in case you lose your shoes at home and you look for them in your rooms, and therefore you can say he buscado los zapatos de piel. But in this case we say unos zapatos, so we are meaning, a general pair of shoes, indicating that we are looking for them in order to buy them. So we went to various shops, we looked on the internet, etc. And therefore, because this action was so long and was so repetitive to look for a pair of shoes, we can use el imperfecto. So, buscaba unos zapatos de piel. If you go to a store and you talk to the clerk, you go to the shoe store, to the zapateria, and you talk to the clerk and you say, I was looking for a pair of shoes. Buscaba unos zapatos, un par de zapatos, unos zapatos de piel, etc. So, buscaba, in this case, imperfecto. El año pasado abrí una panadería. In this case, there is no question. El año pasado, so last year, I opened a bakery. The action of opening, it is not a habit, it is not a repetitive action. You do not open bakeries every day, and so you say abrí, pretérito indefinido. He comido unas galletas porque tenía hambre. Now, the subject of this sentence is me, myself. Therefore, I know the time of the action because I performed the action. In this case, if you would have had comí, pretérito indefinido, he comido, pretérito perfecto, both would have been correct. I told you use the pretérito perfecto when you don't know the time of the action, but precisely because in this case we are the subject of the action, we know the time of the action, so I could perfectly use el pretérito indefinido if I am sure the action happened yesterday, for example. But anyway, we are talking too much. In this case, we don't have a pretérito indefinido, we have imperfecto, pretérito perfecto. Why pretérito perfecto and not imperfecto? Because the action of eating some cookies, it is not a habit, at least not in this case, because we are saying I ate some cookies because I was hungry. So it is a specific action that happened because of a specific cause. Therefore, he comido, pretérito perfecto. Okay, let's carry on. Now, this is an open-ended question. ¿Cuál es la última cosa que has comprado? In this case, I don't know the time of the action because I did not perform the action, and so I use el pretérito indefinido. Pretérito perfecto. Has comprado. What was the last thing you bought? What was the last thing que you bought? Let's see, I give you my answer. He comprado un par de zapatos de cuero y una bufanda roja y amarilla. I bought a pair of leather shoes and a scarf, a red and a yellow scarf. Okay? This one is a few sentences you have to translate. I put in brackets the translation of first, which is primero, primera, depending on the noun. If it's masculine, it is primero. If it's feminine, it is primera. So last year I broke the left foot. Such a pain, it was the first injury I had. Okay, let's see. You can pause the video and let's see now the answer. I mean, not the answer, the solution, rather. So, el año pasado me rompí el pie izquierdo. ¡Qué dolor! Fue la primera lesión que tuve. Alright. So, el año pasado, therefore we use pretérito indefinido. Me rompí. El pie izquierdo, the left foot. ¡Qué dolor! Such a pain. Literally, what a pain. Dolor means pain. So, qué dolor is such a pain, what a pain. Exclamation, therefore we use the tilde. Fue la primera lesión que tuve. It was the first injury I had. That I had. La lesión, therefore primera. Feminine. Okay. Now, these dialogues are very funny, very interesting. You, in this case, are the red dot, and so you have to start the conversation, and I will answer. So, please, whenever you want. Con mucho gusto. A esa hora estoy libre. No conozco ese bar. ¿A dónde nos encontramos? Vale, nos vemos esta noche. Okay, let's see. Let's read it together. This is just an example. Hola, salimos a las 19 esta noche. Con mucho gusto. A esa hora estoy libre. Vamos al déjà vu. No conozco ese bar. ¿A dónde nos encontramos? Nos encontramos en la plaza enfrente de tu casa. Vale, nos vemos esta noche. Hasta luego. Okay, let's translate. Hello, hola. Salimos a las 19 esta noche. Literally, do we go out at 7 p.m. tonight? So, shall we go out at 7 p.m. tonight? Con mucho gusto. I'm very pleased. I would be very pleased. Surely. Certainly. For sure. A esa hora estoy libre. At that time, at that hour, literally, I am free. I don't have anything else planned. Vamos al déjà vu. Let's go to the déjà vu. It's a name, whatever name you want to put. No conozco ese bar. I don't know that bar. Because I don't know that bar, I ask you, where do we meet? Because I don't know where it is. So, ¿a dónde nos encontramos? Nos encontramos en la plaza enfrente de tu casa. We shall meet. We meet, literally, at the square in front of your house, of your home. Vale, okay. Nos vemos esta noche. We see each other tonight, so see you tonight. Hasta luego, see you later. Very well. Now, this is another a few sentences to translate. I went out with friends on Saturday and Friday. Actually, now that I think about it, why did I put Saturday before Friday? It should be on Friday and Saturday. Sorry. This teacher. Okay, let's carry on. It doesn't matter. We are talking about grammar here. Okay, we met at the beach and we spent some time together. Okay. Now, you can pause the video and I will give you the answer very soon. Ready? Let's see. Salí con mis amigos el sábado y el viernes. Nos encontramos en la playa y pasamos el tiempo juntos. So, I went out with my friends, mis amigos, my friends, el sábado y el viernes, on Saturday and Friday. Remember, you have to put the article in front of the days of the week. El sábado, el viernes. Nos encontramos, we met en la playa y pasamos el tiempo juntos. I'm using the pretérito indefinido because it is an action that happened in the past. And it is not a habit, of course. Very well. Hola a todos, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a la lección 14 de nuestro curso de español 2. Hello everyone, welcome to lesson 14 of our Spanish course, number 2. In this lesson, we're going to talk about something very, very exciting, which is travels. Los viajes. Los viajes. This is plural, sorry. In English, travels. In Spanish, los viajes. Singular, el viaje. Very well. Let's get started. So, we have el tren. El tren, very similar to English, the train, el tren. El coche, the car, el coche. El autobús, the bus. Now, in English, we have, all these rules of pronunciation. Bus, we do not say bus, we say bus. In Spanish instead, they pronounce generally as they see it written. So, bus, autobús. El autobús. El avión. El avión. The plane. El avión. A pie. On foot. If I say voy a la escuela a pie, that means I go to school by feet, with my feet, using my two little feet, instead of going by bus, con el autobús, by car, con el coche, etc. El hotel. El hotel. Now, this is one of the very few English words that have gone through the Spanish block, let's say, the Spanish wall against foreign words. But it is not pronounced hotel like in English because the H is always silent, and so we have hotel. El hotel. El país, el estado. El país, el estado, which is the country or the state. El pueblo. El pueblo is the village. El pueblo. Pueblo also means the people. La revolución del pueblo. The People's Revolution. el pueblo de España, the people of Spain, etc. So it either, which makes sense, that when we say the people, we intend, yes, the citizens of a state, but also we intend the lower classes, or that part of the society which is not an aristocrat or a noble or part of a wealthy family. And oftentimes in the past, these people which make el pueblo lived in villages, and so this is why there is a single word for these two meanings. La ciudad is the city, la ciudad. El campo, that is the countryside. El campo. Lejos de, far from. And then we have cerca de, near. In English we don't put anything else, we say near the store. In Spanish we have to put de, cerca de la tienda. Costoso o caro means expensive. They are synonyms, costoso, caro. Económico, cheap. Económico. Ir en tren. Ir en tren, to go by train. Or ir en coche, to go by car. Ir en coche. Ir a pie, to go on foot. Ir a pie. Ir en autobús, to go by bus. Ir en autobús. This all mean ir en tren, ir en coche, ir en autobús literally means to go in the train, the car, the autobús, which is the bus, which is literally what you do. If you go by bus, that means that you get on the bus and you stay in the bus and you go in the bus. Ir en autobús. A pie is different because of course you don't get in your feet, so that is a bit different, but to understand a little bit better how these sentences are built, this literally means to go in the bus, so to go by bus. Ir en avión, same thing, to go by plane, to fly. Ir en avión. Viajar is the verb, that means to travel. You have seen at the beginning, los viajes, el viaje, come from the verb, not come from the verb, but they all have the same root as the verb viajar, which means to travel. Conducir means to drive. For example, el carnet de conducir is the driver's license. El carnet de conducir. So conducir means to drive el autobús, el coche, la moto, which is the motorcycle, etc. Hacer el check-in. Hacer el check-in, literally to do the check-in, so to check in. And hacer el check-out, to do the check-out, so to check out. Divertirse means to have fun. Divertirse. Yo me divierto. That means I am having fun. Divertir alone, without the se at the end, means to make everyone have fun. If I say, me gusta divertir a las personas, that means I like to make other people laugh, to make other people feel good, to make other people feel like they're having fun, it's something like that. Divertir is making other people laugh or having a good time. If I'm having a good time, I say me divierto. If I'm making someone else having a good time, I say yo divierto. I don't know if it's clear. For example, if I work in comedy, I say mi trabajo es divertir a las personas. My job is to make other people have fun. Instead, if I say en mi trabajo me divierto, that means in my job I have fun, which are two different things. I hope it is clear. Anyway, let's see the conjugation for this verb, divertirse, so having fun myself. At the pretérito perfecto, in this case, everything is regular. We have mete, se, nos, os, se. Then we have the verb haber, has, ha, hemos, habéis, han. Everything normal. And then, because it is a verb in IR, we add ido. So, yo me he divertido, tú te has divertido, él, ella, usted se ha divertido, nosotros nos hemos divertido, vosotros os habéis divertido, ellos, ellas, ustedes se han divertido. Okay, very well. Now let's go to the imperfecto. Again, very regular. You take away IR and you add ia, ias, ia, íamos, iais, ian, and so it becomes yo me divertía, tú te divertías, él, ella, usted se divertía, nosotros nos divertíamos, vosotros os divertíais, ellos, ellas, ustedes se divertían. Perfect. And finally, pretérito indefinido. In this case, we have a little twist, and let's see if you can spot it. I will read the conjugation for you, and let's see. Yo me divertí, tú te divertiste, él, ella, usted se divirtió, nosotros nos divertimos, vosotros os divertisteis, ellos, ellas, ustedes se divirtieron. Have you spotted it? Now the difference, the little irregularity, is at the third person singular and the plural. And it is this little substitution here. Instead of having se divertió, we have se divirtió. Instead of an I, we have an I. Here as well, instead of se divertieron, we have se divirtieron. And so an I instead of an I. Alright, this is the only irregularity of this verb has. Very well. Let's do a bit of practice. Un ejercicio. ¿Cuál ha sido tu viaje favorito? Cuenta qué has hecho. Now, again, I remind you, I'm using ha sido, has hecho, because I don't know when the favorite travel happened. It could have happened this same week. I don't know that, and so I'm using the pretérito perfecto. Now, you can pause the video, give me your answer, talk to me a little bit about your favorite journey, your favorite travel, and I will give you my answer as well in a few seconds. Let's see. So, because I am now speaking, I am the subject, and I'm talking about an action that I performed, I know when that action happened. Therefore, I use the pretérito indefinido because I know it is a travel that happened many years ago. So, mi viaje favorito fue en Noruega. Fui en avión. Es un lugar hermoso con unas vistas estupendas. Hice muchas caminatas por la naturaleza. Let's see, let's translate this a bit. Mi viaje favorito, my favorite journey, my favorite travel, fue en Noruega, was in Norway. Fui en avión, I went by plane. Es un lugar hermoso, it is a beautiful place. I'm using the present here because it is still a beautiful place despite me not being there anymore. So it is a beautiful place con unas vistas estupendas, with some marvelous, beautiful sightseeings. Hice, now I go back to the pretérito indefinido because it is an action that I performed in the past. Hice muchas caminatas por la naturaleza. I did many walkings, literally. I translate literally, then I tell you the, let's say, correct English translation. Por la naturaleza, around nature. So this means I walked a lot in the nature. So I explored a lot landscapes and nature. Naturaleza means nature. So caminata means walkings, and so I did a lot of walks in the around nature. Let's put it that way. Okay, very well. Let's now review very quickly what we learned today. We talked about, hablamos de los viajes, el tren, el coche, el autobús, el avión, a pie, el hotel, el estado o país, el pueblo, la ciudad, el campo, lejos de, cerca de, costoso o caro, económico, viajar, conducir, hacer el check-in, hacer el check-out, divertirse. Very well, perfect. Congratulations, felicidades. Hola a todos, hola a todas, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a nuestra nueva lección de español. Welcome to our new Spanish lesson. Today we are going to talk about appointments. Before we do so, however, let's review what we did last lesson. Hablamos de los viajes, vimos, we saw, el tren, el coche, el autobús, el avión, a pie, el hotel, el estado o país, el pueblo, la ciudad, el campo, lejos de, cerca de, costoso, caro, económico, viajar, conducir, hacer el check-in, hacer el check-out y divertirse. Very good. Now we can start with today's topic, which is appointments, las citas, plural, la cita singular. We have el doctor, written the same way, however we pronounce it differently from English. El doctor, el dentista, the dentist. La oficina, the office, la oficina. La reunión is the meeting, la reunión. La reunión de trabajo, the business meeting. El trabajo is the work, the job, the business, and so reunión, meeting, la reunión de trabajo. La peluquería is the hairdresser, where you go and do your hair. That is the peluquería. Comes from the word peluca, which is the wig. We included peluquería because to go to the hairdresser, most of the times you have to have an appointment. Tienes que tener una cita. La visita is the visit. La visita médica. La visita médica is the medical visit, so the medical examination. La visita médica. Estar disponible means to be available. Estar disponible. La primera fecha disponible. The first available date. Disponible, available, primera, first. In this case, la primera, feminine, because fecha is feminine. Fecha means date. La primera fecha disponible. Tomar cita o tomar una cita, to make an appointment. Let's see the verb tomar. We have studied 3 past tenses. el pretérito perfecto, el imperfecto y el indefinido. But because it could be a bit boring for you perhaps to repeat all the time the same tenses, if the verbs are regular, I decided to include just the pretérito perfecto, conjugation of the verb tomar, because it is regular in all forms. Pretérito perfecto, imperfecto, indefinido, they are all regular. And so it may even be more useful to you to think on your own and to apply the regular rules for the first conjugation when it comes to el indefinido and the pretérito indefinido. Sorry, el imperfecto y el pretérito indefinido. So, here is the pretérito perfecto. Yo he tomado, tú has tomado, él, ella, usted ha tomado, nosotros hemos tomado, vosotros habéis tomado, ellos, ellas, ustedes han tomado. As you can see, very regular, and so same goes for the imperfecto and the indefinido. I can tell them to you right now. Very quickly, imperfecto, yo tomaba, tú tomabas, él, ella, usted tomaba, nosotros tomábamos, vosotros tomabais, ellos, ellas, ustedes tomaban. And the pretérito indefinido, yo tomé, tú tomaste, él, ella, usted tomó, nosotros tomamos, vosotros tomasteis, ellos, ellas, ustedes tomaron. As you can see, all regular, so you shouldn't have any problems with that. Let's go on. Let's see, reprogramar la cita. To reschedule the appointment. Reprogramar. Programar, schedule, reprogramar, reschedule the appointment, la cita. Cambiar el horario. Cambiar el horario. To change the time. El horario comes from la hora, which is the hour, so the time. Cambiar, change, to change. Estar en anticipo. Estar en anticipo. To be or to arrive early. Hoy estoy en anticipo. Today I am early. Or, estar atrasado, atrasada, estar con retraso. To be or to arrive late. So you can say, hoy estoy atrasada, in this case, because I am a woman, so hoy estoy atrasada, or hoy estoy con retraso. Okay, let's see this exercise. Cuenta una cita pasada. Very easy. Tell us a past appointment you had. You can pause the video, think about it, write it down. I will give you my own answer. 2 días atrás tuve una cita de trabajo con mi jefe. Nunca he llegado atrasada, así que llegué con anticipo. Nos encontramos en su oficina y hablamos por 1 hora. Okay, let's break this down a little bit. So, 2 días atrás tuve una cita de trabajo con mi jefe. 2 days ago, 2 días atrás, tuve una cita, I had an appointment, pretérito indefinido because it is 2 days ago. De trabajo, una cita de trabajo, so a business appointment. Con mi jefe, with my boss. Nunca he llegado atrasada, I have never been late, así que llegué con anticipo. So, I arrived early. Nos encontramos en su oficina. We met in his office. Y hablamos por 1 hora. And we talked for 1 hour. Okay? Very good. Let's review what we learned today. Las citas, el doctor, el dentista, la oficina, la cita de trabajo, la peluquería, la visita médica, estar disponible, tomar una cita, reprogramar la cita, estar atrasado o atrasada, estar en anticipo. Very good. Congratulations, felicidades. The lesson is over. I hope everything is clear and I will see you very soon in our next lesson. Nos vemos muy pronto con nuestra próxima lección. Adiós. Hola a todos, hola a todas, bienvenidos. Welcome everyone to lesson 16. Bienvenidos a la lección 16. In this lesson we will talk about love, how romantic. However, before we start with that, let's review. Vamos a repasar what we saw last lesson. We talked about, hablamos de las citas, el doctor, el dentista, la oficina, la cita de trabajo, la peluquería, la visita médica, estar disponible, tomar una cita, a reprogramar la cita, estar atrasado o atrasada, estar en anticipo. Very good. Now that we have reviewed all these beautiful words and verbs, let's start with love. El amor. Amor. Which shares the same root as amar, which means to love. El amor, amar. Good. So, we have already seen la cita, which is the date, appointment. So, cita works for every appointment you have with the doctor, with the hairdresser, but also with the person you are interested in. So, a date. La cita. Ir a una cita means to go on a date. Ir a una cita. El novio, la pareja, is the boyfriend or partner. El novio is masculine, so specifically a boyfriend. La pareja is in general a word that works well for both males and females. So el novio, la pareja. La novia, la pareja. The girlfriend, the partner. Prometido, prometida. El prometido, la prometida is the fiancé, the person you're going to marry very, very soon. El prometido, la prometida. This word shares the same root as promesa, which is the vow. Te prometo means I vow, means I swear, things like that. Something you do when you marry someone else, of course. So, el prometido, la prometida. El marido, el esposo. El marido, el esposo is the husband. They are synonyms. La mujer, la esposa. La mujer, la esposa is the wife. Again, they are synonyms. The one thing I want you to notice is that mujer also means the woman. So, marido, husband, mujer, wife or woman. Man in Spanish is hombre. El hombre, la mujer, the man and the woman. El marido, la mujer, the husband and the wife. Alternatively, you can also say esposo, esposa. Divorciado, divorciada. Divorciado, divorciada means divorced. Divorciado, masculine, divorciada, feminine. Estar soltero, estar soltera. Estar soltero, estar soltera. This means to be single. We use the verb estar because we're talking about a condition. Hopefully, perhaps you want to, but generally speaking, you won't be single forever from year 0 to year 80 or 90 or 100 or whatever. So it is a condition. In this moment you are single, and so estar. Let's now see the verb abrazar. Abrazar, which means to hug, and the word abrazo is the hug. So abrazar, el abrazo, to hug, the hug. Actually, one thing interesting to notice is that abrazar is very similar to brazo, which is the arm, and actually to hug someone you need to use your arms. So that is an interesting connection there. Besar. Besar means to kiss. El beso is the kiss. besar, el beso. La vida sentimental is the love life. So, la vida is the life. Sentimental comes from sentimiento, which is, the sentiment, the feeling, and so the love life. Salir con means to get out with, so to date someone. If I say yo salgo con mi novio, that means I go on a date with my boyfriend, I go out with my boyfriend, etc. Ir de acuerdo means to get along. Ir de acuerdo. Yo voy de acuerdo con mi novio. I get along well with my boyfriend. Coquetear is a very funny word, means to flirt. Coquetear. Coquetear. Do you remember when you have a new without the diéresis on top, so without the two dots on top, and that U is between a Q or a G and an E or an I, then that U is not pronounced. So it is not coquetar, it is coquetar. Sorry, it is not coquetear, it is coquetear. Alright? So, to flirt. Casarse means to get married. Yo me caso, I get married. Let's see how you conjugate this verb. It is a regular verb in the first conjugation. As I told you last lesson, I will only write down the pretérito perfecto form because it is regular. I can tell you orally the other two forms, an imperfecto and the pretérito indefinido, but I did not write that down because it gets a bit boring in my opinion after a while, because I'm sure you already know all these conjugations already. So, casarse, we have to put me, te, se, nos, os, se, and then conjugate the verb as normal. So, yo me he casado, tú te has casado, él, ella, usted se ha casado, nosotros nos hemos casado, vosotros os habéis casado, ellos, ellas, ustedes se han casado. This means, precisely, to get married. So, yo me he casado, I got married. I'll tell you very quickly imperfecto and pretérito indefinido. Yo me casaba, tú te casabas, él, ella, usted se casaba, nosotros nos casábamos, vosotros os casabais, ellos, ellas, ustedes se casaban. And then pretérito indefinido. Yo me casé, tú te casaste, él, ella, usted se casó, nosotros nos casamos, vosotros os casasteis, ellos, ellas, ustedes se casaron. Very good. As you can see, everything is regular. You take away AR, you add the adequate suffixes, and you are done. Remember to add me, te, se, nos, os, se, and you are perfectly fine. Okay, let's do this exercise. Este ejercicio. Cuenta sobre tu vida sentimental. Tell us about your love life. For example, I will tell you, tengo una pareja pero no estoy casada. Or I can say, estoy soltera y feliz de serlo. Or estoy casada y tengo 2 hijos. There are a lot of options. You can use either tener, in the case you have a boyfriend, in this case you have a partner, or estar, in the case you want to express your condition. Estoy soltera, I am single. Estoy casada, I am married, etc. So, tengo una pareja, I have a partner, which could be a girlfriend or a boyfriend, so un novio o una novia, pero no estoy casada, but I am not married. Estoy soltera y feliz de serlo. I am single and happy, feliz de serlo. Happy of being so. Ser, being, to be. Lo refers to estar solteras, to the condition of being single, and so I am happy of being so. Estoy casada y tengo 2 hijos. I am married and I have, yo tengo, 2 children, 2 hijos. Very good. Let's review what we have studied today. We have seen el amor, ir a una cita, el novio, la pareja, la novia, la pareja, el, la, prometido, prometida, el marido, el esposo, la mujer, la esposa, estar soltero, divorciado o divorciada, la vida sentimental, abrazar, besar, salir con, ir de acuerdo, coquetear y casarse. I hope everything is clear. As you can see, not very difficult. Some things are very similar to English. For example, divorciado, divorciada is literally almost the same, divorced. Coquetear is a very funny word. Anyway, I hope it was interesting and helpful to you. Hola a todos, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a la lección 17. Hello everyone, welcome to lesson 17 of our Spanish course. Today we will talk about work and business and working and jobs and all those things. However, first, as usual, let's do our review, nuestro repaso de la lección pasada, of the last lesson. El amor, ir a una cita, el novio, la pareja, la novia, la pareja, el prometido, la prometida, el marido o esposo, la mujer o esposa, estar soltero, divorciado o divorciada, la vida sentimental, abrazar, besar, salir con, ir de acuerdo, coquetear, casarse. Remember, the only thing I remind you about is that mujer also means the woman. Okay, let's get started with el trabajo, the job. El trabajo. So, what do we have here? We have la entrevista de trabajo. La entrevista de trabajo, the job interview. Entrevista means interview, which also can happen on the TV, to a celebrity, etc. La entrevista, if it is an entrevista de trabajo, well, in that case it is the job interview. Let's see what jobs we can have. We have el artista or la artista, which is the artist, as you can imagine. El artista, la artista. El escritor, la escritora. El escritor, la escritora. The writer. Escribir, escribir means to write. El abogado, la abogada. El abogado, la abogada. The lawyer. El campesino, la campesina. El campesino, la campesina. It is the farmer. We have already seen the word el campo, which is the countryside. And so, of course, the person who works on the countryside is the farmer, so el campesino. El ingeniero. El ingeniero. You see a very similar word. In English we have the engineer. In Spanish, el ingeniero, la ingeniera. In the case it is a woman. El diseñador, la diseñadora. The designer. If you work as a designer, you have studied design. Si trabajas como diseñador, estudiaste diseño. El diseñador, la diseñadora. El electricista, la electricista. El electricista, la electricista. The electrician. Of course, this comes from the word la electricidad, which is the electricity. El contable, la contable. El contable, la contable is the accountant. Contar means to count, literally. El chef, la chef. Now this is a French word, if I'm not mistaken, and in English we say the chef, using the French pronunciation, chef. In Spanish, as we have already seen many times, Spanish speakers do not follow foreign languages rules when it comes to pronunciation, so they pronounce the words as they see them, and so they see chef and they pronounce it chef. So el chef, la chef. El carpintero, la carpintera. Very quite identical to English. El carpintero, la carpintera. El científico, la científica. El científico, la científica. It is the scientist. Científico comes from ciencia, which is science, and this is either a job or also an adjective. For example, this theory is scientific. We say, esta teoría es científica. Okay? El docente, la docente, el maestro, la maestra. It is the teacher. So, docente is a very general word which applies to everything, both, primary, middle, high school, university, a private lesson. I am a docente, for example. I do not teach at school, but I teach to you, for example, and so I am a docente. El maestro, la maestra applies to primary school teachers, particularly, whereas in middle school and high school we start having, and university, we have el profesor, la profesora, which is, as you can imagine, the professor. So, el docente, la docente for everyone, in every field, in every case. Maestro, maestra is more linked to primary school, and then we have el profesor, la profesora, which is not teacher anymore. It is more precisely translated as professor. Okay. El camarero, la camarera. El camarero, la camarera is the waiter or the waitress. El auxiliar de vuelo, la auxiliar de vuelo. Auxiliar. Auxiliar. It is the flight attendant. Vuelo is the flight. Volar means to fly. Auxiliar comes from the word auxilio, which means help. So it is the person who helps you during your flight. So it is the flight attendant. La auxiliar de vuelo. La estudiante is the student. Estudiante from the verb, from the word, from the same root of estudiar, of estudio, so el estudiante, la estudiante. Now here we have the manager, which is in Spanish pronounced manager, which is quite similar to the English pronunciation, el manager. We do not say in Spanish el manager, so it is a bit of a el manager, pronouncing all the letters. El manager, la manager. Oops, there should be a separation here. El jefe, la jefa. Sorry, not ella jefe. It is el jefe, la jefa. So the boss, masculine, el jefe, the boss, feminine, la jefa. And then we have el dependiente, la dependienta. El dependiente, la dependienta. It is the employee. Dependiente, masculine, dependienta, feminine. Then we have the curriculum, which is precisely the CV, the curriculum vitae. Remember the tilde here, otherwise the pronunciation is not correct, because we would have curriculum No, it is pronounced curriculum, and so we have to put the tilde. Apart from that, it is identical to English. It is a Latin word, so curriculum, or CV, which is the CV. Trabajar means to work, as you can imagine. El trabajo, the job, the work. Trabajo, trabajar. Asumir means to hire. Asumir dependientes means to hire employees. A thing I want to tell you, el trabajo is either the job, like I am a flight attendant, ese es mi trabajo, that is my job, or I can say tengo mucho trabajo, I have a lot of work to do. So it works, it means those two things, either the job, the actual job, what you do for a living, or the job, the work you have to do during the day, during the week, etc. Okay, then I can ask you, ¿cuál es tu trabajo? Literally, what is your job? ¿Cuál es tu trabajo? Let's do precisely that. Tell me, ¿cuál es tu trabajo? What is your job? You can answer soy and then say the job. Soy auxiliar de vuelo. Soy camarero. Soy doctor. Or you can say trabajo como, which means I work as. Trabajo como doctor. I work as a doctor. In Spanish, we don't put the article. Trabajo como doctor, and that's it. In English, you have to say, I work as a doctor. Let's see. I say, soy una estudiante y trabajo como docente. Or I can say, trabajo. Or I can say, soy una estudiante y soy una docente. I cannot say I work as a student, though. I cannot say trabajo como estudiante, because that is not truly a job. So I say I am a student and I work as a teacher. Soy una estudiante y trabajo como docente. Very good. Oops. Sorry, spoiler. Let's do this dialogue together. This is a job interview, so I will be the black dot and I will be the interviewer. I will be the boss, so la jefa, and you will be the potential employee, so el potencial dependiente. I will start. Buenos días, ¿cómo se llama? Perfecto. ¿Por qué quiere trabajar para nosotros como chef? Muchas gracias. Vamos a leer su currículum. Vale. Very good. Let's see what the potential answer could be. I will read the whole dialogue myself. You can read it alongside with me. Buenos días, ¿cómo se llama? Me llamo Clara. Perfecto. ¿Por qué quiere trabajar para nosotros como chef? Porque amo cocinar y estudié para ser chef. Muchas gracias, vamos a leer su currículum. Gracias, adiós. Okay, so let's translate this. Buenos días, good morning. ¿Cómo se llama? What is your name? Literally, how are you called? Me llamo Clara, I am called Clara. Perfect. Why do you want to work for us, para nosotros, for us, como chef, as a chef? Why do you want to work for us as a chef, sorry. Porque amo cocinar, because I love cooking, y estudié para ser chef, and I studied to be a chef. Estudié, pretérito indefinido, because we're talking about something that happened in the past. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Vamos a leer su currículum. Vamos a leer ir plus ir plus a plus the infinite of the verb you want is a very interesting tense. because it indicates an action that will happen in the future, either in the long or short term. I can say voy a ir a la universidad, in the sense that I'm going to university, I will go to university tomorrow, or I will go to university in a few years. So in this case, vamos a leer su curriculum means either we're going to read the curriculum right now, right here, which is highly unlikely because then the person says adios, which means she's going out, or vamos a leer su curriculum in a near future. We are going to consider your curriculum, your application. Okay, so that is the case in this sentence. And then I answer gracias, adios, thank you, goodbye. Very good. Let's do a ripasso of what we studied today. We have seen all these beautiful jobs, and there are many, many, many more to study, but let's focus on these ones for now. El trabajo, la entrevista, el artista, escritor, abogado, campesino, ingeniero, diseñador, electricista, contable, chef, carpintero, científico, docente, camarero, auxiliar de vuelo, estudiante, manager, jefe, dependiente, sorry, there is an I that is missing, dependiente, currículum, trabajar, asumir. Sorry, just one S here, asumir with one S. I'm sorry, a little docente mistakes. Okay. Great. So I only included the masculine version of all these nouns and jobs, otherwise I would have gone crazy, but as you have seen, there is the feminine version as well of most of these words. Otherwise it is like docente, it is perfect for both men and women, or what else? Artista is both for men and female and women, etc. Okay, very good. Congratulations, felicidades. Hola a todos, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a la lección 18 de nuestro curso de español. Hello everyone, welcome to lesson 18. Let's get started with today's lesson. Before we do so, let's review what we did last time. We talked about, hablamos de el amor, ir a una cita, el novio, la pareja, la novia, la pareja, el prometido, la prometida, el marido, el esposo, la mujer, la esposa, estar soltero, estar divorciado, divorciada, vida sentimental, abrazar, besar, salir con, ir de acuerdo, coquetear y casarse. Very good. Now that we have reviewed what we did last time, let's practice and build new sentences, phrases. Let's do some exercise to consolidate what we have learned so far. Let's start with this question right here. ¿Prefieres viajar en tren, en autobús, en coche o en avión? ¿Por qué? So, do you prefer traveling by train, by bus, by car, or by plane? And why? You can pause the video, write down your answer, practice a little bit all these words about traveling. I will tell you my answer, which is prefiero viajar en avión porque es más rápido. Si no voy lejos, prefiero el tren o el coche. Let's see what this means. So, prefiero viajar, I prefer traveling, en avión, so by plane, porque es más rápido, because it is faster. Rápido means fast, más rápido, more fast, therefore faster. Si no voy lejos, si, no, if not, voy lejos, go far away. So if I don't go too far away, prefiero el tren o el coche. I prefer the train or the car. Now, one thing that I want you to notice is the difference between por qué in the question and por qué in the answer. I don't know if you have started this already. If not, it is a bit complicated. I hope not so much for you. I will tell you very briefly this difference. Por qué in the question is por blank space, que with the tilde. Keep in mind the tilde because it is a question. Que is one of those 5 words which must have the tilde if in an answer, if in a question or an exclamation. So, por qué, por blank space que with the tilde in the question. The answer, por qué without blank space and of course without the tilde because we are not in a question nor in an exclamation. Right? There is a third version of the por qué, which is por qué altogether without a blank space but with a tilde. In that case, very briefly, I will tell you that por qué is a noun. For example, if I say, I want to know the meaning of life, in Spanish we say, quiero saber el porqué de la vida. El porqué. You see, it has an article followed by a noun. El porqué de la vida is literally the why of life. So, the meaning of life. In that case, porqué is a noun, el porqué, and it has written all together porqué with the tilde on top of the E. Alright, that is just, perhaps you already knew this, but I don't know if you did, so I preferred to explain it to you because it's very important, and it is important for you not to get mistaken and understand exactly if you are in a question, in an answer, etc. Okay, let's carry on. Now you have these couple of sentences you have to translate. I went to Spain to visit some beautiful cities. I stayed in an expensive hotel. I went to Barcelona by train. Let's see. The Spanish translation. Fui a España para visitar unas ciudades hermosas. Estuve en un hotel caro. Fui a Barcelona en tren. Okay, so we use the pretérito indefinido. Fui a España, estuve, fui a Barcelona, because we're talking about a journey, a travel we did in the past. So, pretérito indefinido. We say to go to a place, it is ir plus a plus the place you want to say. So, ir a España, ir a Barcelona, to go to Spain, to go to Barcelona. Para visitar unas ciudades hermosas. Ciudades, cities, la ciudad, las ciudades. The city, the cities. Hermoso, hermosa, hermosos, hermosas means beautiful. In this case, feminine, plural, ciudades, therefore, hermosas. Estuve en un hotel caro. I stayed, I was in an expensive hotel. Fui a Barcelona en tren, by train. Okay, perfect. Now, let's talk about appointments. Let's imagine we are in a dentist office and we are calling because we want to have an appointment with the dentist. I will be the black dot, you are the red dot, and let's do this dialogue together. So I will start. Buenos días, ¿quiere tomar una cita? Lamentablemente, el dentista no está disponible el lunes. ¿Cuándo está libre usted? Vale, entonces el miércoles. ¿A qué hora? Perfecto. Hasta luego. Very good. So this was the dialogue. Let's see what could be the possible answer be, the possible solution better. So I will read, as always, I will read the whole dialogue and you can read it alongside with me. And then we will break down and translate all the sentences. So I will start. Buenos días. ¿Quiere tomar una cita? Sí, quiero tomar una cita para el lunes. Lamentablemente, el dentista no está disponible el lunes. ¿Cuándo está libre usted? Estoy libre el martes y el miércoles. Vale, entonces el miércoles. ¿A qué hora? A las 11 de la mañana. Perfecto. Hasta luego. Okay, let's see. So, good morning. Do you want to make an appointment? Yes, I want to make an appointment for Monday. Quiero tomar una cita for el lunes, Monday. Lamentablemente is the word meaning unfortunately. Lamentablemente. Lamentablemente, el dentista no está disponible el lunes. The dentist is not available on Monday. So, ¿cuándo está libre usted? When are you free? Usted, you know, it is the formal for you. If I'm speaking to a person I don't know, like in this case, or to which I have to show some kind of respect and formality, I use, instead of saying you, when are you free, I say cuando estás libre tú, I say cuando está libre usted. So it's third person singular but is actually translated as you. When are you free? And I answer, estoy libre el martes y el miércoles. I am free on Tuesday and Wednesday. Vale, okay. Entonces el miércoles. Then on Wednesday. What time? ¿A qué hora? So what time do we make the appointment? And I ask at 11 o'clock in the morning, a las 11 de la mañana in the morning, implying is it okay if we do it at 11 o'clock in the morning? And the answer is perfect. See you later. See you. Okay? Good. Now, you have these 4 sentences. It is your turn to choose the correct verb among those in the brackets, and we will see the solutions in a few seconds. Alright, are you ready? So, let's start with Ayer salí con mi novia. Ayer salí con mi novia. We are talking about something that happened yesterday. It is not a habit. So, pretérito indefinido. Yesterday I went out, salí, with my girlfriend. Now, abrazaba siempre a mi gato. Abrazaba siempre a mi gato. Because there is the siempre, which means always, it is something, a habit in the past. I used to always hug my cat, so I use el imperfecto. Abrazaba siempre a mi gato. Mi madre ha tomado una cita con el doctor. Mi madre ha tomado una cita con el doctor. Because it is something that happened, it is a single event, not a habit. I do not make appointments with the doctor every day or constantly. I use el pretérito perfecto. Trabajé en el banco el año pasado. Trabajé en el banco el año pasado. Because we're speaking about last year, the time of the action is already over. We are not living in the time of the action anymore, and so we use pretérito indefinido. Trabajé. Very good. Now, another question. ¿Qué trabajo querías hacer cuando eras niño? We can also say ¿qué trabajo querías hacer cuando niño? Do you remember? We can put the verb or not, depending on whatever our preference is. In this case, I wrote it down. ¿Qué trabajo querías hacer cuando eras niño? What job querías hacer? Did you want to do? Querías hacer cuando eras niño. When you were a child. My answer. Cuando era niña, quería ser una auxiliar de vuelo. Cuando era niña, quería ser una auxiliar de vuelo. True story, that is absolutely true. I wanted to be a flight attendant. I still do, actually. It is a long gone dream, however, I think. Anyway, so when I was a child, when I was a little girl, I wanted to be, quería ser, I wanted, past, imperfecto, ser, quería ser, I wanted to be a flight attendant. Why imperfecto? Well, because it was a repetitive action. I mean, it was not a single action. One day I woke up and I said, I want to be a flight attendant, and then I stopped wanting to be a flight attendant. You know, it was something, a habit. You want to be a flight attendant for quite a few days of your life, so it becomes a habit to wanting to become a flight attendant. I don't know if I'm making myself clear. So, imperfecto, quería. Okay, another dialogue. Again, I am the black dot, you are the red one. In this case, we're talking about job interviews. I will be the interviewer, you will be the potential employer. So, I'll start. Buenos días. So, I start. Buenos días. ¿Por qué quiere trabajar como escritora? ¿Está disponible a trabajar todos los días? Ningún problema. No tiene que trabajar los fines de semana. Okay, let's see. Vale, here we are. Let's read the whole dialogue together if you want to. Buenos días. ¿Por qué quiere trabajar como escritora? Porque me gusta mucho escribir y tengo mucha fantasía. ¿Está disponible a trabajar todos los días? No estoy disponible a trabajar el sábado y el domingo. Ningún problema. No tiene que trabajar los fines de semana. Perfecto. Okay, so what have we said in this dialogue? Bueno, buenos días, good morning. ¿Por qué quiere trabajar como escritora? Why, por qué, in the question, so por, blank space, que, with the tilde. ¿Por qué quiere trabajar? Do you want to work como escritora, as a writer? ¿Por qué? Answer, so it's porque all together without the tilde. Porque me gusta mucho escribir. Because I like writing very much. Me gusta, gustarme, means I like. Escribir, writing. Mucho means a lot, much, very much. So, I like writing a lot, I like writing very much. Y tengo mucha fantasía. Tener means to have. I have a lot of. Fantasía means fantasy, imagination, creativity. So, I have a lot of imagination. Now, the question, ¿está disponible a trabajar todos los días? Are you available? ¿Está disponible usted? So, are you in the formal sense of the pronoun. Are you available a trabajar, to work, todos los días, every day? Are you available to work every day? And I answer, no estoy disponible, I am not available a trabajar, to work, el sábado y el domingo, on Saturday and on Sundays. Ningún problema means no problem, ningún problema. No tiene que trabajar, you don't have to work los fines de semana, on the weekends. And so I say, perfecto, perfect. Perfect, literally, perfect. Congratulations, the lesson is over. Felicidades. Hola a todos, welcome everyone, bienvenidos to this new lesson of our Spanish course. In lesson 19, en la lección 19, vamos a hacer algo muy divertido. We are going to do something very fun, something I have fun doing, which is translation, yay! We're going to do práctica de traducción, which means translation practice. So what we're going to do is that I'm going to show you a few sentences regarding all the topics we discussed and we studied in the past lessons, and your job is to translate them, and then we will check together how you did. Okay, so let's start with this one. Yesterday was a beautiful day. It was sunny, without clouds, and mild. Last autumn was very cold and rainy. I put you in brackets the word sin, which is without, just in case you don't know how to translate it. Okay, so you can pause the video and we will see how you did. Ready? Ready to check? Let's see. Ayer fue un día hermoso. Yesterday it was a beautiful day. Ayer fue un día hermoso. I used el pretérito indefinido here because we're talking about yesterday, so it's something that ended. However, in the following sentences, I'm using el imperfecto because we're talking about something that used to happen the whole day. It was sunny, without clouds, and mild the whole day, so it was something repetitive throughout the past, throughout yesterday. So, ayer fue un día hermoso, hubo sol, no hubo nubes y estuvo templado. El otoño pasado era muy frío y lluvioso. So, it was sunny. I said hubo sol, which means there was sun, but it can also be estuvo soleado. It's perfectly fine as well. No hubo nubes means there were not clouds. Y estuvo templado means it was mild. El otoño pasado, last autumn, was very cold and rainy. Era muy frío, very cold, y lluvioso, and rainy. Oops. I'm using the imperfecto again because it is something that used to happen every day, or, well, used to happen as a habit throughout the whole season. Okay, let's carry on. Last year, I went to the university. It was a great experience. I studied design. Actually, here, I went to university without the... Sorry. So last year I went to university. It was a great experience, which is experiencia. I studied design. Let's see how you translate it. Ready to check? So, el año pasado, last year, I went to university, fui a la universidad. In this case, we have to specify the article here. In English, we say I went to university. In Spanish, fui a la universidad. It was a great experience. It was, una experiencia hermosa. You can say hermosa, you can say bonita, you can say buena, whatever you want to put. And then I studied design, estudié diseño. I am using el pretérito indefinido here because we're talking about last year and we're talking about something which is quite extraordinary. It was not my, habit to go to university. It was something particular. It was an experience, as I wrote. So it is something that goes out of the ordinary, and therefore in the past, therefore I use the pretérito indefinido. By out of the ordinary, I mean it wasn't a habit, because I could have used the imperfecto here perfectly fine, but it was not truly a habit. It was not something I used to do as a routine, and so I put the pretérito indefinido instead of the imperfecto. Next one. I bought a pair of leather shoes at the mall yesterday. They are handmade and they weren't expensive. Again, pause the video and let's see together the translation. Compré un par de zapatos de cuero en el centro comercial ayer. Son hechos a mano y no eran caros. So, I bought a pair of leather shoes at the mall yesterday. Ayer. Therefore, pretérito indefinido. Compré un par de zapatos de cuero en el centro comercial, which is the mall. Ayer. Son hechos a mano. Present, because they are still handmade. They are not destroyed, these leather shoes. They still exist, and so they are still handmade. Hechos, because it's zapatos, masculine and plural. Hechos a mano. Y no eran caros. In that case, we are using the past tense and el imperfecto, because it was something. I mean, the price of something is not something extraordinary. It's not an action that happens and then ends. It's a continuous action. So when they were produced, they had a certain price and they kept that price throughout the whole time until I bought them. So no eran caros, imperfecto. Another one, this time about sports and physical activity. When I played football, I broke the right ankle. I used to train at the football field. Okay. Vale. Vamos a ver. Let's see. Cuando jugaba al fútbol me rompí el tobillo derecho. Entrenaba en el campo de fútbol. So, when I played football, cuando jugaba al fútbol, I'm using the imperfecto because it was a habit. I used to play football, and so jugaba. I broke the right ankle. In this case, it was not a habit to break el tobillo derecho. It is something that happened, an action in the past. And so, pretérito indefinido, me rompí el tobillo derecho, the right ankle. I used to train at the football field. Entrenaba, because as I said, it was something, a habit. So, imperfecto, entrenaba en el campo de fútbol. Or, if you want to use the South American word, en la cancha de fútbol. Okay? We met in front of the park at 10 p.m. and we went to the disco. Very simple, easy sentence. Let's see. So, nos encontramos enfrente del parque a las 10 o a las 22, depending. If you say a las 10 and then you say y fuimos a la discoteca, it is quite clear it is not 10 in the morning, so you can say a las 10 or you can say a las 22, which is the actual time. And we went to the disco. Y fuimos a la discoteca. In this case, I'm using pretérito indefinido because I am probably speaking, since I am the subject of the action, I know when the time of the action happened, and if I'm using the pretérito indefinido, that means it was yesterday or last week or 2 days ago, etc. So not in the time I'm speaking right now. Okay, let's see now. Love life. I am divorced. I had a husband 3 years ago, but now I am single and happy. Ready? Steady, go. Estoy divorciada. Tenía un marido 3 años atrás, pero ahora estoy soltera y feliz. So, estoy divorciada, presente. I am divorced. Estar, because it is a condition right now, just like estar soltera, it is a condition. Tenía un marido. I had a husband. Imperfecto because it was a habit, it was something repetitive. I used to have a husband, so again, it was a habit, it was my life. 3 years ago, 3 años atrás. Pero ahora, but now, I am single and happy, estoy soltera y feliz. Perfect. And finally, I am an engineer and I work in an office. Last year, I worked as an accountant and I had a boss. Okay. Let's see. Soy un ingeniero y trabajo en una oficina. El año pasado trabajaba como contable y tenía un jefe. Now, let's start. Soy un ingeniero. So, present. Right now, I am an engineer y trabajo en una oficina. And I work in an office. Nothing peculiar here. Now, we have el año pasado, last year. So you would say, okay, so I have to use el pretérito indefinido. However, to work as an accountant and to have a boss was a habit. That was my life. Throughout the year, for a continuous period of time, I was working as an accountant and I had a boss. Therefore, I use el imperfecto. It is not an action, a specific action that happened, or something, an extraordinary action. By extraordinary, I don't mean anything incredible. I just mean something that is out of the ordinary. So it was not a habit. It was not my routine. In the case of a pretérito indefinido. In this case, it was a routine, it was a habit to work as an accountant and to have a boss, and so I use el imperfecto. El año pasado trabajaba como contable y tenía un jefe. Do you remember at the beginning we had the sentence, I was at university, I don't remember, let's go back, perhaps. Oops. Okay, I went to university, it was a great experience, I studied design, and we said we used the pretérito indefinido because it was something that was not my habit, it was not my routine to go to university, it was an experience I had. Alright, in the last case, it is precisely a routine and a habit, and so I use el imperfecto. Very well, congratulations, felicidades. Hola a todos, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a la lección 20 de nuestro curso de español. Hi everyone, welcome to lesson 20 of our Spanish course. We are halfway through, a lot of things studied, a lot of things learned, but a lot of things still to learn, and a lot of time to improve as well. In this lesson, we are going to put it all together, ponerlo todo junto, and to practice a little bit more all the sentences, all the structures, all the past tenses we have been studying until now. So, without further ado, let's get started with these 5 sentences. You know this exercise very well. I hope it is not boring. You have 2 choices in the brackets for every sentence, and you have to choose the correct one. Pause the video and we will see the correct answers in a second. Okay, ready? So, ¿a dónde ibas a la escuela? Let's try to be a bit quick here. Why imperfecto? Because to go to school is something, a habit, is something repetitive, is a continuous action, and so in the past, and so we use el imperfecto. ¿A dónde ibas a la escuela? Where did you go to school? Mi tío no quiso tomar el avión para ir a Rusia. My uncle didn't want to take the plane to go to Russia. So we are using the pretérito indefinido, not the imperfecto, because it is not a habit. It was a specific action in the past, which started and ended in the past. And that is not wanting to take the plane to go to Russia. Para ir a Rusia, to go to Russia. Vi un lindo perro ayer. I saw a cool dog a beautiful dog yesterday. It is again a specific action, which started and ended in the past, and so we use el pretérito indefinido. Me casé en enero. I got married in January. Pretérito indefinido again, because we are talking about a period of time which already ended. It was a specific action, not a habit, and we cannot use the pretérito perfecto, because if we are saying en enero, we are meaning we are not in January anymore, and so it is a time, the time of the action has already gone. Last one, jugaba al básquet cuando era adolescente. I played basket when I was a teenager. In this case, it is a repetitive action, it is a habit, and so we use el imperfecto. Jugaba. Jugaba al básquet. Okay, let's go on. Now you have a set of verbs, which we have studied in the previous lessons, and you have to translate them in Spanish using the correct past tense indicated in the brackets. So, whenever you're ready, let's see. I ran, yo corría. She felt, ella ha sentido. They drank, ellos bebieron. You had, tú has tenido, vosotros habéis tenido. We thought, nosotros pensábamos. You went, tú fuiste, vosotros fuisteis. I ate, yo comía. Okay, very good. You see, I put as, habéis, fuiste, fuisteis, because in English you is either singular or plural. It depends on the sentence. In this case, we don't have any sentence to understand, and so I just put both of them. Another set of verbs. Again, pause the video and then we will see the solution. Okay, vale. Vamos a ver. I wrote, yo escribí. She walked, ella ha caminado. They went out, ellos salían. You stayed, tú estuviste, vosotros estuvisteis. We read, nosotros leíamos. You studied, tú has estudiado, vosotros habéis estudiado. I understood, yo entendía. Very good. Now, a question. ¿A dónde fuiste ayer? Where did you go yesterday? I answer, ayer fui al centro comercial y compré un abrigo para el invierno. La noche fui al cine. We're talking about yesterday, so I am using el pretérito indefinido. Yesterday I went to the mall. Ayer fui al centro comercial y compré un abrigo para el invierno, and I bought a coat para el invierno for the winter. La noche fui al cine. That night I went to the cinema. Perfect. Another set of verbs to translate, which are wonderful to fix in your mind all the tenses, all the pronouns, all the conjugation. It is perhaps a bit boring exercise, but it's a very, very useful, and I suggest you do it on your own, apart from the lessons together, just to keep all the verbs refreshed in your mind. Okay, let's see the translation. I watched, yo miraba. She wanted, ella quiso. They hoped, ellos esperaban. You found, tú has encontrado, vosotros habéis encontrado. We did, nosotros hacíamos. You left, tú has partido, vosotros habéis partido. I listened, yo escuché. Okay, now another question. ¿Qué tiempo hacía la semana pasada? Indica también los días. So, How was the weather like? ¿Qué tiempo hacía la semana pasada? Last week. Indicate also the days. So tell specifically on Monday it was raining, on Saturday it was sunny, etc. My own answer would be la semana pasada hizo mal tiempo. Last week it was bad weather. There was bad weather. Mal tiempo. El lunes, el miércoles y el viernes llovió todo el día. On Monday, Wednesday and Friday it rained the whole day. Todo el día means the whole day. En el fin de semana nevó. On the weekend it snowed. Nevó, nevar. Okay, now let's do a dialogue together. I will be the black dot, you will be the red dot, and let's start. ¿Has comprado algo en la tienda de ropa? Lindos. ¿Y cuánto los pagaste? Tienes razón, son económicos. Okay, let's see. So, I will read it all together. You can read it alongside with me, and then let's translate all the sentences. ¿Has comprado algo en la tienda de ropa? Sí, he comprado un par de pantalones y una camisa. Lindos. ¿Y cuánto los pagaste? 60 euros en total. No eran caros. Tienes razón, son económicos. So, ¿has comprado algo en la tienda de ropa? Did you buy something in the shop, in the clothing shop? Yes, I bought a pair of pants and a shirt. And I say beautiful, like I see what you have bought and I say they are very pretty. The things you bought are very pretty. And how much did you pay for them? Because you see, cuánto, how much. Pagar means to pay. So pagaste, how much did you pay? Los refers to the pair of pants and the shirt. It is plural, masculine, because if there are two nouns, pantalones y camisa, one masculine, one feminine, let's say the masculine wins, and so you refer to it as masculine. ¿Cuánto los pagaste? And so, how much did you pay for them? How much did you pay them? 60 euros in total, 60 euros en total. No eran caros, they were not expensive. And the person answers, tienes razón, you have the right, literally. Tienes razón means you have the right, so you are right. Son económicos, they are cheap. Okay, let's carry on. Now you have again a few sentences to complete with the correct verb in the brackets. Pause the video and we will see immediately the answers. So, ayer hice levantamiento de pesos, pretérito indefinido, because we are speaking about yesterday, ayer. ¿Has entrenado estos días? Did you train these days? So we use pretérito perfecto because we're talking about estos días, these days. El año pasado fui al gimnasio todos los días. Last year I went to the gym every day. Because it is el año pasado, we cannot use el pretérito perfecto, and so we use fui, pretérito indefinido. Mi hermana odiaba hacer deporte. My sister hated sports, hated doing sports. Imperfecto because it was a habit, it was something, not a specific action, it was something that she hated. If I hate something, that will be a repeated action. There is no way it is a single action that happens once and never again. Okay. Now, translate this sentence. When I played tennis, I broke the left wrist. Let's see. Cuando jugaba al tenis, me rompí la muñeca izquierda. So, when I played tennis, cuando jugaba al tenis, because playing is something that I used to do, it was a habit, I used the imperfecto. I broke the left wrist, me rompí la muñeca izquierda, because it is a pretérito indefinido, because it is something that happened once. It is an action, a specific action. Muñeca means wrist, but also doll. Keep in mind that. Okay, another dialogue. This one is about meeting with friends, getting out with friends. I will start. Hola, ¿saliste el fin de semana? ¿Fueron a bailar? ¿A dónde? La próxima vez voy yo también. Okay, let's see. Potential answer. I will read it alongside with me. Hola, ¿saliste el fin de semana? Sí, salí con mi primo. ¿Fueron a bailar? ¿A dónde? Sí, fuimos a la discoteca cerca de la playa. La próxima vez voy yo también. Claro. So, hello, hi. Did you go out on the weekend? Yes, I went out with my cousin. Did you go to dance? Did you go dancing? Where? Yes, we went to the disco near the beach. The next time, la próxima vez, voy yo también. I will go too. Claro means sure, for sure. No problem, etc. Very good. Oops, sorry. I spoiled again. Okay, so another few sentences to translate. The hotel was cheap and I checked in the morning. In the morning. It wasn't in the city but in the countryside. Okay, ready? El hotel era económico, the hotel was cheap. Y hice el check-in por la mañana. Hacer el check-in, and then por la mañana, por la tarde, por la noche, means in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, etc. No estaba en la ciudad, it wasn't in the city, but in the countryside, sino en el campo. If we want to say it was not there, but in another place, it was not this, but something else, we say no, blah blah blah, sino, blah blah blah. So, not this, but the other. So, no estaba en la ciudad, sino en el campo. Another exercise, this time, quieres tomar una cita con el doctor, you want to make an appointment with the doctor. ¿Qué dices por teléfono? What do you say on the telephone? If you are ready, let's see what you could say on the telephone, por teléfono. Buenos días. Quiero tomar una cita con el doctor el lunes a las 16. ¿Está disponible? So, good morning, buenos días. Quiero tomar una cita. I want to make an appointment con el doctor, with the doctor, el lunes a las 16. On Monday at 4 p.m. ¿Está disponible? Is he available? Perfect. As you can see, the pronoun here is not written. As I've told you many times, in Spanish it is not necessary to write the pronoun, to specify the pronoun. So in this case it is not specified, but of course this verb refers to the doctor. Is the doctor available at that time? Okay, and finally, last one. Last week I had a job interview to be a teacher. It went well and they hired 3 other people. I start on Monday. Okay, you have to translate these sentences. Let's see how you did. La semana pasada tuve una entrevista de trabajo para ser docente. Last week, la semana pasada, tuve una entrevista de trabajo. I had a job interview para ser docente, to be a teacher. Para, to, ser docente, be a teacher. Me fue bien, it went well. In this case, me fue bien. So it went good, well, bien. For me, so me fue bien. Y asumieron 3 personas más. And they hired 3 people more. 3 other people. I start on Monday, empiezo el lunes. Awesome, perfect, that is it. Congratulations, felicidades. Hola a todos, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a la lección 21 de nuestro curso de español. Welcome everyone to lesson 21. In this lesson we are going to introduce a new grammar topic, which is the comparative, el comparativo. Let's get started straight away. It is not difficult at all. It is quite simple. Don't worry about it. So let's see these sentences. Mi hermano es más alto que yo. Mi hermano es más alto que yo. This means my brother is taller than me. Let's see how this sentence is built. So, mi hermano, my brother, is, and until now everything is normal. Now, to say taller, in English we take the noun tall and we add a, taller. In Spanish we take the noun alto, in this case tall, alto, and instead of adding something at the end we put más at the beginning. So es más alto, which is actually in English is more tall. That in English it becomes is taller, but if we don't want to say is taller, we can say is more tall. It is not correct in English grammar, but it's to understand better how Spanish is, how the comparative is made in Spanish. Is more tall, is taller, and then than me is que yo. Mi hermano es más alto que yo. Let's try this other one. La pizza es más rica que la paella. Rica means tasty. So rico, rica, ricos, ricas, depending on the subject. In this case, la pizza, feminine, singular, so rica. The pizza is more tasty, so tastier, que than la paella. Paella. So, más, adjective, que. In a case we want to say less, we say, just like in English, yo soy menos alta que tu hermano. Yo soy menos alta que tu hermano. I am less tall, menos alta, que tu hermano, than your brother. Alta in this case because the subject is yo, and I am a feminine, I am a woman, singular, and so alta. Otherwise it is alto, altos, altas. Same with the second sentence. La pizza es menos rica que la paella. Pizza is less tasty than paella. Menos, adjective, que. See? Very simple. Now, let's see a few adjectives we can use. Let's see the base adjective, and then let's see the comparative. We have bueno, good, mejor, better, Malo, bad. Peor, worse. So, if I want to say la pizza es más buena que la paella, I have to say la pizza es mejor que la paella. If I want to say la paella es menos buena que la pizza, I say la paella es peor que la pizza, just like in English. La paella is less good than the pizza, la paella is worse than the pizza. Then we have grande, mayor, which is big, bigger, or old, older. I can say es muy mayor, that means he, she, it is very old. Pequeño, menor, small, younger. Now, alto, tall or high, más alto, más alta, más altos, más altas. As you know, you can many of the adjectives have to be changed depending on the subject of the sentence. So, alto, masculine singular, alta, feminine singular, altos, masculine plural, altas, feminine plural. Of course, right now, I say alto, más alto. This is the comparative, más alto. If I want to say the comparative with less, so menos, alto, menos alto. This will be the case for each of the following words, so I won't repeat it. But for example, largo, más largo, largo, menos largo. So long, longer, long, less, longer, etc. Again, largo, larga, largos, largas. Corto o bajo, más corto, más bajo, más cortas, más bajas, más corta, más baja, más cortos, más bajos, etc., etc. So the two things you have to keep in mind is that the adjectives depend on the suffix of the adjective depends on the subject of the sentence, and that if I say largo, más largo, I can also say largo, menos largo. If I say corto, más corto, I can also say corto, menos corto, and so on. So corto o bajo means short. Más corto, más bajo means shorter. Fuerte, más fuerte. Fuerte, loud or strong. Más fuerte, louder or stronger. If I say habla más fuerte, that means speak louder. If I say él es más fuerte que yo, that means he is stronger than me. Calmo, más calmo. Quiet, quieter. Calmo, más calmo. Cerca, más cerca. Near, nearer. Cerca, más cerca. Lejos, más lejos. Far, farther. Lejos, más lejos. Pesado, más pesado. Heavy, heavier. Pesado, más pesado. Ligero, más ligero. Light, lighter. Ligero, más ligero. Frío, más frío. Cold, colder. Frío, más frío. And the contrary, of course, caliente, más caliente. Hot, hotter. Caliente, más caliente. Económico, más económico. Cheap, cheaper. Económico, más económico. Caro, más caro. Expensive, more expensive. Caro, más caro. Joven, más joven. Young, younger. Joven, más joven. And finally, viejo, más viejo. Old, older. Viejo, más viejo. Viejo, is also a noun and means an old man. If I say él es un viejo, that means he is an old man. Very good. Now let's try to translate a few sentences. The pen is bigger than the pencil. Pencil is el lápiz. The city is nearer than the beach, but the sea, el mar, is farther than the airport, el aeropuerto. So let's see how you do. Pause the video and then let's see the correct translation. A ver, la traducción. El bolígrafo es más grande que el lápiz. Más grande que. El bolígrafo is masculine and singular, so grande. La ciudad está más cerca que la playa. Más cerca que. La ciudad, feminine, singular, so cerca. Pero el mar, but the sea, está menos cerca que el aeropuerto. But the sea is less close, less near than the airport. So the sea is farther than the airport. Perfect. Very well. Congratulations. These were the comparatives in Spanish. As you can see, very easy. Más adjective que, menos adjective que. I hope everything is clear. Hola a todos, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a nuestra nueva lección de español. Hello everyone, welcome to this new Spanish lesson. La lección pasada, last lesson, we talked about el comparativo, más alto que, menos alto que, etc. In today's lesson, we are going to introduce, as I've already anticipated before, a new grammar topic, which is el superlativo, very closely linked to the topic we considered last lesson. So, el superlativo, the superlative, it is very easy, nothing to worry about. Let's see these three sentences to understand a bit better how el superlativo is used. So, mi hermano es el más alto. My brother is the tallest. Exactly as in Spanish. Mi hermano, my brother, es el más alto, the most tall, so the tallest. So we have to specify el, article, the, más, which is the most, superlative, so it's the most, and then the adjective alto, bajo, grande, pequeño, etc. So, mi hermano es el más alto, la abuela es la más vieja. The grandmother is the oldest, is the most old, so is the oldest. Las fresas son las más ricas. Strawberries are the most tasty, so are the tastiest. Now, in English we don't, we have the adjective and we keep it like that. Tall, either brother, either grandmother, either group of friends, whatever. You keep the adjective like it is. In Spanish we have to add suffixes depending on the subject. If I say mi hermano is the subject of the sentence. Hermano, masculine and singular, and so alto. If it was mi hermana, it would have been feminine singular, and so mi hermana es la más alta. If it was mis hermanos, my brothers, then it would have been masculine plural. Mis hermanos son los más altos. Right? Okay, let's see now the superlative of the series of adjectives we introduced in the last lesson. So we have bueno, mejor, which we have seen in lesson 21, and now we have el mejor. Of course, it could be also la mejor, los mejores, las mejores. But it would have been too long, and it is something I think you have already understood. So depending on the person, on the subject of the sentence, this changes. So if we have the article changes, because in English we only have the. In Spanish we have el, masculine singular, la, feminine singular, los, masculine plural, las, feminine plural. And then we have to change the suffix in some cases, again depending on the subject. El mejor, la mejor, los mejores, las mejores. Let's go on. We have seen malo, peor, and then el peor, the worst. Again, el peor, la peor, los peores, las peores. Grande, mayor, el mayor, which means the biggest or the oldest. El mayor. Pequeño, menor, el menor. You have you are seeing that the superlative is very easy. You take the comparative and you add the article in front of it. Pequeño, menor, el menor. Let's see. Alto, más alto. You put the article in front. El más alto. Of course, la más alta, los más altos, las más altas. I won't repeat it, just to I say it right now just to make it clear, so you remember for future adjectives. Fuerte, más fuerte, el más fuerte. Here is loud, louder, the loudest. Remember that it means also the strongest. Strong, stronger, the strongest. Mi hermano es el más fuerte. My brother is the strongest. Calmo, más calmo, el más calmo. Quiet, quieter, the quietest. Calmo, más calmo, el más calmo. Cerca, más cerca, el más cerca. The nearest. El más cerca. Lejos, más lejos, el más lejos. The furthest. El más lejos. Pesado, más pesado, el más pesado. The heaviest. El más pesado. Ligero, más ligero, el más ligero. The lightest. El más ligero. Frío, más frío, el más frío. The coldest. El más frío. The contrary, caliente, más caliente, el más caliente. The hottest. El más caliente. Económico, más económico, el más económico. Here there is the superlative missing, anyways. It is the cheapest. El más económico, the cheapest. Caro, más caro, el más caro. The most expensive, el más caro. Joven, más joven, el más joven. The youngest, el más joven. And finally, viejo, más viejo, el más viejo. The oldest, el más viejo. Perfect. Let's see now. We have a short paragraph. Let's read it together and then let's translate it. I have two siblings, one sister and one brother. The sister is the oldest and the brother is the youngest. The sister lives nearer, but the brother lives further. Both of them, which in Spanish is translated with ambos, were quieter than me, but I got better marks, which is translated with notas. La nota is the mark, the school mark, in school than both of them. We all played basketball, but the brother was the best. Okay, as you can see, you have a lot of comparatives and superlatives to use. So it is your turn to pause the video and we will see together how you did. Okay, ready? Let's see. Tengo dos hermanos, una hermana y un hermano. As you know, in Spanish we don't have a word for sibling, we just say hermanos if we intend more than one brother, more than one sibling, either male or female, we say hermanos. La hermana es la más grande y el hermano el más pequeño. Comparative. Superlative. La más grande, el más pequeño. La hermana vive más cerca, pero el hermano vive más lejos. Ambos eran más calmos que yo. This is a comparative, más calmos que yo, pero yo tenía mejores notas que ambos. Another comparative, mejores notas que. Todos jugábamos al básquet, pero mi hermano era el mejor. Superlative. Ok, very good. Hola a todos, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a una nueva lección de nuestro curso de español. Hello everyone, welcome to another lesson of our Spanish course. In this lesson we are going to talk about music, la música, a very cool topic. So I hope you are as excited as I am, or to say it in Spanish, that you are more excited than me, más emocionados que yo. So let's see, la música. El micrófono. El micrófono. As you can see, very similar to English. El micrófono. El sonido. El sonido. The sound. El sonido. El instrumento musical. El instrumento musical, the musical instrument, instrumento musical. La guitarra, la guitarra. Because we have an U in between a G and an I, we don't say guitarra, we say guitarra. La guitarra, the guitar. El piano. Well, very simple, el piano. El bajo. El bajo. It is the bass. Bajo also means short or low, so actually pretty in line with the type of sound that comes out of the bass, of the bass. El saxo. El saxo is the saxophone. El saxo. La batería. La batería are the drums. Drums is plural in Spanish, in English. In Spanish, we say la batería, singular. La trompeta. La trompeta, the trumpet. Trompeta. El violín. El violín. The violin. As you can see, there are many similarities with English in this case, in the topic of music. El escenario. El escenario. The stage. El escenario. Escena means the scene. So the escenario is where you see the scene happening. Generally speaking, in a theater. So, en el teatro. El teatro. El concierto. El concierto. The concert. El concierto. La orquesta. La orquesta. Again, because the U is in between a Q and an E, we say orquesta, not orquesta. La orquesta. El grupo. El grupo. Now, grupo literally means the group, but if we are speaking about music, el grupo is the band, which is actually a group of people playing music, so el grupo. You can also say el grupo musical to be clearer. El cantante o la cantante. El cantante, la cantante shares the same root as cantar, which means to sing. Exactly, here we have cantar. cantar. El bailarín, la bailarina. El bailarín, la bailarina. Now, you see here you have a tilde on top of the I, el bailarín, but if you say la bailarina, then the tilde disappears because of the rules of accentuation in Spanish. We won't go too deep about that. It is quite an advanced topic. Just so you know, if you say el bailarín, you have to put the tilde on top of the I. If you say la bailarina, forget about the tilde. It is a dancer, and it shares the same root as bailar, which means to dance. Bailar. Tocar un instrumento. Tocar un instrumento. Now, this literally means to touch an instrument. In English, we say to play an instrument. So you're playing an instrument, while in Spanish, we say tocar un instrumento. It does not mean to touch an instrument. It means to actually play the instrument, to make it produce some sounds. Exhibirse. Exhibirse means to perform. Exhibir a sí mismo. So exhibirse, to perform, to exhibit yourself, to show what you can do. It could be seen as a weird verb because exhibirse, but it is completely regular in all forms, in all tenses we have studied so far. Yo me exhibo, yo me he exhibido, yo me exhibí. Everything is very regular. Now, let's do this ejercicio. Let's do this exercise. ¿Tocas un instrumento? Sí, sí. ¿Cuál? ¿Desde cuándo lo tocas? Now it's your turn to answer. If you don't play any instrument, just invent whatever you want. I will say, sí, toco la guitarra desde hace 11 años. This means, yes, I play the guitar since, desde hace 11 years, 11 años. Now, let's do this another exercise. You have 3 sentences here, again, complete with the tense you think it suits the best. And let's see the answers. So, ready? Here we are. Fui a un concierto en 2005. We are using the pretérito indefinido because we're talking about a specific action which happened in the past. La cantante es muy buena, means the singer is very good. And if the singer, we hear the singer sing and we think, wow, the singer is very good, we use the present, we don't use the past. Unless in special occasions we're talking about the career of a singer and we say, oh, that singer used to sing so well, but it is not the case. La cantante es muy buena, the singer is very good. Bailé con mi mujer para nuestro matrimonio. I danced with my wife on our wedding day, on our wedding. Matrimonio is wedding. Bailé, pretérito indefinido, because we're talking about a specific action which happened and ended in the past. Very good. Let's review very quickly what we have learned today. Música, micrófono, sonido, instrumento, guitarra, piano, trompeta, violín, batería, bajo, saxo, sorry, I forgot to know there, saxo, escenario, teatro, concierto, grupo, cantante, bailarín, cantar, bailar, exhibirse, tocar un instrumento, and el escenario. Very good. Oh, sorry. Here I missed another letter. Well, exhibirse is written like this. E-X-H-I-B-I-R-S-E. It means exactly to exhibit yourself, to show yourself, and so to perform in front generally in front of an audience. Okay, very good. Congratulations, felicidades. Hola a todos, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a una nueva lección de nuestro curso de español nivel 2. Hello everyone, welcome to a new lesson of our Spanish course level 2. As I've promised you, this lesson will be as interesting as the last one because we will talk about... Not yet. I want to keep a bit of expectation before we start the lesson today. As you know, it is a routine already to review what we did last time. So the previous lesson we talked about music, and we have seen all these beautiful words and verbs. So la música, el micrófono, el sonido, el instrumento, la guitarra, el piano, la trompeta, el violín, la batería, el bajo, el saxo, remember there is an O there, el escenario, el teatro, el concierto, el grupo, el cantante, el bailarín, cantar, bailar, exhibirse with an H after the X, tocar un instrumento y el escenario. Perfect. Now that we have reviewed this, I'm ending your agony. Today we're going to talk about cinema and movies and all those things. So, the cinema is el cine, and we have la película, which is the movie. Oftentimes you will hear la peli. Vamos a ver una peli. Shall we go see a movie? Because Spanish speakers like to abbreviate their words. So, for example, el bolígrafo becomes el boli, while la película becomes la peli. In that case, you don't have to put the tilde on top of the I anymore. La película with tilde, la peli without. Same with bolígrafo. El bolígrafo with tilde, el boli without. Just remember this in case you want to write down those words. Okay, so el actor, la actriz. El actor, la actriz. The actor or the actress. Actor, actriz. Los actores, las actrices. In that case, actriz becomes, in plural, actrices, so A-C-T-R-I-C-E-S. Actrices. Instead of the Z, a C. Okay? El director. El director is the director. In Spanish, we pronounce director, and you can say el director de cine. El director de cine, which means the cinema director, the movie director. El director de cine, or just simply el director, it is the one who directs the whole movie and coordinates everything. El género. El género. It is the genre. El género. We can have a lot of genres, muchos géneros. La comedia. La comedia is the comedy. La comedia. La película dramática. La película dramática. Now, in English we say drama, comedy, drama. In Spanish we say la comedia, but we cannot say la dramática. We have to specify la película dramática. Same thing with la película romántica, romance. La película romántica. We have to specify película or peli, la peli romántica. La película o peli de acción. La película de acción, the action movie. La película de acción. La película de terror. La película de terror. The horror movie. Horror. La película de ciencia ficción. La película de ciencia ficción. science fiction movie. Ciencia, science, ficción, fiction. El dibujo animado. El dibujo animado. The cartoon. Dibujo animado literally means the animated drawing, which is in fact a cartoon. El musical. El musical. It is the musical, written the same, pronounced slightly differently. El musical. Then we have las palomitas de maíz. Las palomitas de maíz. It is the popcorn. Now, maíz is corn, so we are clear with that. Palomitas, it isn't really popcorn is corn that pops. Palomitas de maíz. So paloma is a specific type of bird. It is a pigeon, or let's say better, a white pigeon. I don't know if there is a word for that in English. Anyway, a white pigeon, the one which brings it the symbol of peace, etc. That is a paloma. And palomita is a diminutive. It's like something you use to express some kind of affection towards the noun. So paloma, palomita is, affectuous. You see a beautiful paloma in the sky with the olive branch in its mouth, and you say, una linda palomita, which is a beautiful little pigeon, white pigeon. And in fact, corn, popcorn, the color is the same, and I don't know, I guess Spanish people just thought of them as pigeons and called them palomitas de maíz. Anyway, this was just a digression on the word. Sorry if it is not interesting for you, but I guess it is quite interesting to know a bit better what lies behind the words we speak and the words we are learning. Then we have los dulces or los caramelos. Los dulces literally means the sweets, so the sweet things. Caramelos is candies. El caramelo, los caramelos. El dulce, los dulces. Then we have favorite, which is favorito, favorita, favoritos, favoritas, depending on the subject. My favorite movie, mi película, feminine singular, so mi película favorita. My favorite genre, mi género, masculine singular, so mi género favorito, etc. Preferir. Preferir means to prefer. Preferir. Yo prefiero. I prefer. Now, because this verb is quite peculiar, well, not quite peculiar, it has a few irregularities. Let's go through it very quickly. So, this is the present tense. El presente. Yo prefiero, tú prefieres, él, ella, usted prefiere, nosotros preferimos, vosotros preferís, ellos, ellas, ustedes prefieren. As you can see, at the first, second, third person singular and the third person plural, we have, instead of an E, we have an I. Preferir, prefiero, prefieres, prefiere, prefieren. First and second person plural are completely regular. So that is the irregularity in the present tense. Let's go over to pretérito perfecto, which instead is completely regular. You take away IR and you are left with prefer, and then you add ido. So, yo he preferido, tú has preferido, él, ella, usted ha preferido, nosotros hemos preferido, vosotros habéis preferido, ellos, ellas, ustedes han preferido. Very well. Imperfecto, again, completely regular. Yo prefería, tú preferías, él, ella, usted prefería, nosotros preferíamos, vosotros preferíais, ellos, ellas, ustedes preferían. Oops, preferían. I'm sorry, too many mistakes. I'm sorry. Students, I'm very sorry. Preferían. There is an R there between the E and the I. And finally, pretérito indefinido. Yo preferí, tú preferiste, él, ella, usted prefirió. Nosotros preferimos, vosotros preferisteis, ellos, ellas. Ustedes prefirieron. As you can see, there is another little irregularity here. We have the third person singular and plural. Prefirió, prefirieron. So instead of the E, we have an I. Prefirió, prefirieron. Very good. Apart from this, everything else is regular, so there shouldn't be problems with this verb. Preferir, to prefer. Perfect. Now let's see an exercise. I will ask you ¿cuál es tu género de película favorito? ¿Y quién es tu actor o actriz favorito o favorita in case it is an actress? So what is your favorite movie genre and who is your favorite actor or actress? My answer would be mi género favorito es la comedia porque es divertida y me hace reír. Mi actor favorito es Jack Nicholson. So, my favorite genre is comedy because, porque it is fun, es divertida. La comedia, so divertida, singular, feminine. Y me hace reír. And it makes me, hace, me reír, laugh. So, it makes me laugh, me hace reír. Mi actor favorito es Jack Nicholson. My favorite actor is Jack Nicholson. Very good. And finally, ¿cuál era tu película favorita cuando eras pequeño? What was your favorite movie when you were a child? When you were little? As you can see here, just to point it out, ¿cuál era tu película? So what was your favorite movie? We have the tilde because it is a question and it is one of the words that need the tilde when it is in a question or an exclamation. Here we have cuando, but in this case it is not, it is in the question, but it is not the question. I'm not asking when you were little, I'm asking what. So not when, what. Therefore, the what gets the tilde on top, the when doesn't. I hope it is clear enough. Anyway, my answer would be mi película favorita cuando era pequeña era Arthur y los Minimoys. I don't know if you have ever heard of this movie. In English, I believe it is called Arthur and the Invisibles, so perhaps you have seen it. It was my absolute favorite movie when I was little. Okay, let's review what we have seen today. Cine, película, actor o actriz, director, género, comedia, dramático, romántico, terror, acción, de ciencia ficción, musical, dibujo animado, palomitas de maíz, dulces, caramelos, favorito, preferir. Very well. Congratulations, felicidades. Hola a todos, hola a todas. Bienvenidos y bienvenidas a una nueva lección de español. Hello everyone, welcome to a new lesson of our course. Today we're going to talk about a very exciting topic. I feel like I'm saying it every lesson, but are we not talking about very exciting topics in these last few lessons? We are, so it is okay to be excited. Before telling you what we are going to cover in today's lesson, let's review what we did last time. We talked about cinema and we saw el cine, la película, el actor o la actriz, el director de cine, el género, la comedia, dramático, romántico, de terror, de acción, de ciencia ficción, el musical, el dibujo animado, las palomitas de maíz, los dulces o caramelos, favorito y el verbo preferir. Very good. In today's lesson we are going to talk about holidays, so las vacaciones o las fiestas. Holidays, not really, summer and going to the beach and sunbathing and all those things. Holidays in the sense of celebrations, los festejos, and more specifically about Christmas, New Year's Eve, and all those other celebrations we have in our cultures. There are a lot of them, of course. We are not going to cover them all anyways. So celebrations is los festejos and shares the same root of the verb festejar, which means to celebrate, to party, to celebrate. In fact, la fiesta, same root more or less. La fiesta means precisely the party. So let's start with la Navidad. La Navidad means it is the Christmas. La Navidad. Papa Noel. Papa Noel is Santa Claus. Papa Noel. Noel actually means Christmas in French. So I don't know what weird connection we have there, but Santa Claus in Spanish is Papa Noel. Hanukkah is Hanukkah, doesn't change in Spanish, keeps the same name, so Hanukkah. And Ramadan, same thing, El Ramadan. Actually, the Arab presence in Spain is quite felt, because there was a long period of history of constant connections with the Arab world and with northern part of Africa. So these things are very important when talking about Spanish and Spain and the Spanish culture. Okay, let's carry on with El Año Nuevo. El Año Nuevo, New Year. Actually, I don't know why I put years here, but it is New Year. Año Nuevo, New Year. If we want to say New Year's Eve, that is Noche Buena. Altogether, Noche Buena, which literally translates to the good night. Noche Buena. Altogether without blank spaces in between. So, Noche Buena is the 31st of December. El Año Nuevo is the 1st of January. Okay, then we have La Pascua. La Pascua is the Easter. La Pascua. Las tradiciones. Las tradiciones. The traditions, as you can imagine, very similar to English. Las tradiciones. El regalo. El regalo, the gift or the present. El regalo, los regalos. Same root as regalar, which means to gift. Abrir is to open. Abrir. Yo abro el regalo. I open the gift or I open the present. Abrir. Festejar, as I've told you, means to celebrate, to party, festejar. So it is either for an important ceremony, an important tradition, festejar la Navidad, to celebrate Christmas, or a party. So, vamos a festejar, let's go party. Okay, pasar el tiempo con, I believe we have already seen this structure before, means to spend time with. Pasar el tiempo con. Sorprender. Sorprender. To surprise. He sorprendido a mi amigo. I surprised my friend with an unexpected gift. Con un regalo inesperado. Inesperado means unexpected. Okay, let's do this exercise. ¿Cuál es tu fiesta favorita? ¿Por qué? ¿Cuáles son las tradiciones de ese día? I have put you here a few words you may want to use when answering to these questions or in general in Spanish. So, usually, generalmente, por lo general. So, generalmente, por lo general. Often is a menudo. Always, siempre. Never, nunca. Generalmente, a menudo, siempre, nunca. Okay, so while you think of an answer to these questions, and remember to write them down, to repeat them, to practice a little bit with all those nouns and verbs, I will give you my answer, and I answer: mi fiesta favorita es Navidad. Me encanta pasar el tiempo con mi familia. Generalmente abrimos los regalos por la mañana y después comemos mucho. So this means my favorite celebration, my favorite, well, not really party, but my favorite celebration is Christmas. I love, me encanta, literally it enchants me, but we cannot say that in English, so me encanta, I love, pasar el tiempo, to spend time con mi familia, with my family. Generalmente, so usually, abrimos los regalos, we open the presents, por la mañana, during the morning. We open the presents in the morning. Y después comemos mucho. And then we eat a lot. Which is fair. Okay. Let's review what we have learned in this lesson. So we have studied las fiestas, los festejos, which are the celebrations, la Navidad, Papá Noel, Hanukkah, el Ramadán, el Año Nuevo, la Nochebuena, which is the 31st of December, las tradiciones, el regalo, los regalos, abrir, festejar, pasar el tiempo con y sorprender. Muy bien. Congratulations, felicidades. Hola a todos, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a la lección 26 de nuestro curso de español. Welcome everyone to lesson 26 of our Spanish course. Today we're going to talk about special occasions, linking the topic of today's lesson to the topic of the last lesson, which was about celebrations and holidays. So we have seen, let's review what we have seen in the previous lesson: las fiestas, los festejos, la Navidad, Papá Noel, Hanukkah, el Ramadán, el Año Nuevo, la Nochebuena, las tradiciones, el regalo, los regalos, abrir, festejar, pasar el tiempo con y sorprender. Good. So today, as I've told you, we're going to talk about special occasions, ocasiones especiales. For example, the birthday, el cumpleaños. So birthday in English literally means the day of your birth. In Spanish, it's a bit different. El cumpleaños. Cumple comes from the verb cumplir, which means a lot of things. In this case, to turn. So if I say cumplo 20 años, that means I turn 20 years. So if cumplir means to turn, in the case of birthdays, años means years, so to turn years. It is the day in which you turn a year older. So, el cumpleaños. I put años in brackets because, as I've told you sometimes, Spanish speakers really like to make things easier. Instead of película, they oftentimes say peli. Instead of bolígrafo, they say boli. Instead of cumpleaños, they often say cumple. So, el cumpleaños or el cumple. I can ask you, ¿cuándo es tu cumpleaños? Literally, when is your birthday? ¿Cuándo es tu cumpleaños? O ¿cuándo es tu cumple? El aniversario. El aniversario is the anniversary. Aniversario. They have the same root both in English and Spanish, which is año, which is the year. El matrimonio. El matrimonio. La esposa. la esposa. We have already seen this word before, and we have said it is the wife. In the case of a wedding, it is a wedding date. We say there is the bride and the groom. Well, the bride is la esposa. Then, if the marriage goes well and the couple is still together, and perhaps I want to invite both for dinner, I say voy a invitar mi amigo Lucas y su esposa. I'm going to invite my friend Lucas and his wife, because esposa in the day of the wedding means bride. In any other day it means wife. Same with el esposo, it is the groom, el esposo. If I say the bride and the groom, el esposo y la esposa. If I say I want to invite my friend Cristina and his husband, I can say quiero invitar mi amiga Cristina and y su esposo. Okay, another word, we have already said this, but I want to be clear. Another word for wife and husband is mujer y marido. Okay, el conjunto is the suit the man typically wears on his wedding day. El conjunto. El vestido de novia is the wedding dress the fiancé, soon to be married woman wears on her wedding day. El vestido de novia. El funeral. El funeral is the funeral, exactly like in English, just a little bit different pronunciation. El funeral. La fiesta, we have already talked about this. La fiesta, the party, festejar, to celebrate, to have a party. La fiesta. El pastel, another word we have already encountered. We have talked about at the beginning la pastelería, which is the bakery in which they make pasteles, cakes. El pastel, los pasteles. El pastel de cumpleaños. El pastel de cumpleaños is precisely the birthday cake. El pastel de cumpleaños. Then we have balloons, which are always very fun to use in a celebration, in a wedding, in a birthday party, whatever. Balloons is los globos. Los globos. If we want to say little balloons, those more little ones, we say los globitos. Los globitos. Anyway, el globo, los globos. Then we have candles. Las velas. Las velas. La vela, singular. Las velas, plural. And then las decoraciones. Las decoraciones. The decorations. Las decoraciones. La decoración, singular. Las decoraciones, plural. El brindis. El brindis, a very important moment in every celebration. You cannot make a celebration without the brindis, when you all put your cups up and cheer for whatever reason you might want to cheer for the okay, and so that is the brindis, el brindis. Hacemos un brindis means let's make a toast. Invitar. Invitar means to invite. Invitar. Divertirse, we have already seen this verb. Divertirse, to have fun or to have a good time. We have seen divertir means that I make someone else have a good time. Perhaps I keep telling stories, I keep entertaining people, and I am making them have fun. So, yo estoy divirtiendo a las personas. If I say yo me estoy divirtiendo, that means that I am having a good time. The contrary is aburrirse. Aburrirse, which means to get bored. Again, aburrir means that I am getting someone else bored. I am boring someone else. If I say yo, if I say Carlos aburre las personas, that means poor Carlos, he bores people. He makes people get bored. If I say I am getting bored, yo me aburro, precisely I am the one who is getting bored. Okay, I hope it is clear. Let's do an exercise. You have here some blank spaces you have to fill in with words, the words we have studied so far in this lesson. And in the case of the fourth sentence, you have to choose either to use el verbo divertirse or el verbo aburrirse. And you have to conjugate it, of course. There is no, in most of the cases, there is no only answer. You can say a lot of things depending on whatever you want to say. Anyway, pause the video, complete the sentences, and then we will see some possible solutions. Okay, are you ready? Let's see. I can say, fui al matrimonio de mi mejor amigo. Fue maravilloso. I went to my best friend's wedding. It was marvelous, so it was beautiful, it was splendid. Para el cumple o el cumpleaños de los 17 años, recibí un ordenador. For my 17 years birthday, I received a computer. El pastel es de chocolate. The cake is made of chocolate, is of chocolate. The cake is made of chocolate. It is a chocolate cake. El pastel es de chocolate. Ayer me divertí al cumpleaños de mi hermano. Ayer me divertí al cumpleaños de mi hermano. Yesterday I had fun at my brother's birthday. Hoy es nuestro aniversario. Estamos juntos desde hace 3 años. Hoy es nuestro aniversario. Today is our anniversary. Estamos juntos. We are together. Desde hace, since 3 años, 3 years. Very good. Let's review very quickly what we have studied today. We have seen las ocasiones especiales, el cumpleaños, el aniversario, el matrimonio, la esposa o el esposo, el conjunto, el vestido de novia, el funeral, la fiesta, el pastel, los globos, las velas, las decoraciones, el brindis, invitar, divertirse y aburrirse. I hope everything is clear. I hope you enjoyed this lesson. Next one will be a bit more boring. We will talk about another grammar topic. Nonetheless, very, very important. So I hope to see you there. For now, congratulations, felicidades, and nos vemos muy pronto. Adiós, hasta luego. Hola a todos, hola a todas, bienvenidos a la lección 27 de nuestro curso de español. Welcome everyone to lesson 27. Let's get started with today's lesson. First of all, we are going to review what we did last time in lesson 26. En la lección pasada hablamos de las ocasiones especiales. In last lesson we talked about special occasions. El cumpleaños, el aniversario, el matrimonio, la esposa, el esposo, el conjunto, el vestido de novia, el funeral, la fiesta, el pastel, los globos, las velas, las decoraciones, el brindis, invitar, divertirse, aburrirse. Very good. Before starting today's lesson, I just want to point out, perhaps I didn't do it in last lesson, that cumpleaños, even though it is años, so plural, it is a singular Noun. I say el cumpleaños, and then I can use the plural, los cumpleaños. So don't get tricked thinking cumpleaños is plural, cumpleaños is singular. If I want to say today is my birthday, I say hoy es mi cumpleaños. If I want to say I celebrated 25 birthdays so far, I say yo festejé 25 cumpleaños. So it is either singular and plural. Alright, with this being said, let's start today's lesson, which I already anticipated is about grammar. We talked about el comparativo, we talked about el superlativo, and now we are left with el comparativo de igualdad, so the comparisons of equality. What are we talking about? Don't worry, it's very easy, very simple. It is the last piece of the puzzle to complete this topic on comparatives, comparativos. So, comparativo de igualdad. Let's study these sentences. Mi hermano es tan alto como yo. My brother is as tall as me. Very simple. Tan, adjective, como. Es tan alto como. Just as we said, mi hermano es más alto que, or mi hermano es menos alto que. Now we say mi hermano es tan alto como. So we have más, adjective, que, menos, adjective, que, tan, adjective, como. And then we have el superlativo, which is el más, and then the adjective. Mi hermano es el más alto. Okay, let's see the second sentence. La pizza es tan rica como la paella. Pizza is as good as paella. Again, no mysteries, no problems. Tan, adjective, como. As good as. However, if you notice, we can say the same exact thing as these two first sentences in another way. Here, this one. Mi hermano es alto tanto cuanto yo. In English, it is my brother is tall as much as me. Second, la pizza es rica tanto cuanto la paella. Pizza is good as much as paella. As you can see, the meaning of the sentence doesn't change. Tan alto como, alto tanto cuanto. It doesn't change, they mean the same. The structure is a little bit different, but nothing to worry about. We just put the adjective before everything, so alto, and then tanto cuanto, as much. In English, then we add as much as. In Spanish, we stop at cuanto. So alto tanto cuanto, rica tanto cuanto, etc., etc. Okay, I hope everything is clear. So remember, you can use both of these sentences, both of these structures. They are perfectly correct. Nothing changes, literally nothing changes. Just remember, in the first case, tan, adjective, como. In the second case, adjective, tanto cuanto. Okay? Let's see some sentences we can say. El español es tan difícil como el inglés. Spanish is as difficult as English. Tan difícil como. We can also say el español es difícil tanto cuanto el inglés. Spanish is difficult as much as English. Alright? Un reloj cuesta tanto cuanto un anillo. A watch costs as much as a ring. So this is the second structure, cuesta tanto cuanto. In this case, we are not using an adjective, we are using a verb. It costs. Un reloj cuesta tanto cuanto un anillo. We can say, un reloj es tan costoso cuanto un anillo. A watch is as expensive as a ring. Okay? Un móvil es tan útil como un ordenador. A mobile phone is as useful as a computer. Tan útil como. Un coche es tan cómodo como un tren. A car is as comfortable as a train. Tan cómodo como. El agua es tan necesaria como la comida. Water is as necessary as food. Tan necesaria como. Good. Now let's do this exercise to understand a little bit better, to clear our mind. Rice is as good as pasta. Dogs are funny. Divertido, divertida, divertidos, divertidas. This funny in Spanish is translated as divertido, but because we have the different suffixes depending on the subject, I wrote them all here. Of course, just one of these versions is the correct one. You will have to choose which one. So, dogs are funny as much as cats. Spain is as beautiful as France. The house is small as much as the apartment. The socks are as warm as a scarf. Okay, whenever you're ready, I will switch to the Spanish translation and we'll see how you did. Okay, ready? Okay, so let's see the answers. El arroz es tan rico como la pasta, tan rico como. Los perros son divertidos tanto cuanto los gatos, divertidos tanto cuanto. España es tan hermosa como Francia, tan hermosa como. La casa es pequeña tanto cuanto el departamento, pequeña tanto cuanto. Los calcetines son tan tibios como una bufanda, tan tibios como. As you can see, you can use both structures as you prefer. Remember that the adjective has to be linked to the subject of the sentence. So in this first case, subject el arroz, masculine singular, and so rico, masculine singular. Second, subject los perros, masculine plural, so divertidos, masculine plural. Third, España, subject, feminine singular, hermosa, feminine singular. Casa, feminine singular, pequeña, feminine singular, and finally calcetines, masculine plural, tibios, masculine plural. Okay? So, tan, adjective como, adjective tanto cuanto. Or instead of an adjective, as we have seen in the sentence before, a verb, tanto cuanto. Okay? I hope everything is clear. As you can see, there are some words we have never met before. Departamento is the flat. I guess that's it. Pasta is pasta. Perro, gato, España, Francia, casa, calcetines. Okay. Very good. Congratulations. Hola a todos, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a la lección 28 de nuestro curso de español. Welcome everyone to lesson 28 of our Spanish course. Today it is a quite special lesson, well, not very special, but we will focus on practicing and building sentences, paragraphs, doing some exercise and improving our language knowledge. So let's get started straight away with this exercise. Compara tus cantantes favoritos usando los comparativos y los superlativos. Haha, this is going to be fun. So you have to compare your favorite singers using the comparativos y superlativos we have studied. So, as always, you can pause the video and then I will give you my own personal answer. Okay, ready? So, mis cantantes favoritos del momento son Post Malone y el grupo Nothing But Thieves. Post Malone es tan joven cuanto los Nothing But Thieves, pero Post Malone es más conocido. So, my favorite singers of the moment are Post Malone and the band Nothing But Thieves. Post Malone is as young as NBT, pero Post Malone is more well-known, conocido, well-known. Okay, this was my example of answer. So remember, tan, adjective, como, or adjective, tanto cuanto. I could have said Post Malone is joven tanto cuanto. And then the other form, más conocido, menos conocido, etc. Okay, another exercise. ¿Cuáles son tus películas favoritas? Haz una comparación. What are your favorite movies? Make a comparison. So, whenever you are ready, I will give you my own answer. I will tell you about my favorite movies. This is absolutely true. Mis películas favoritas son Vida de Pi y La Dolce Vita. La Dolce Vita es más vieja que Vida de Pi, pero ganó más premios. Interesting how my favorite movies all contain the word life in them. Vida de Pi means Life of Pi, La Dolce Vita, famous Fellini movie, The Sweet Life. So that's very interesting. I didn't think about that. Thank you, Spanish exercise, for making me think about my favorite movies. Okay, now let's see the translation of these sentences. My favorite movies are Life of Pi and La Dolce Vita. La Dolce Vita is older, más vieja que, is older than Vida de Pi, pero ganó más premios. It won more prizes. Okay, let's see another one. ¿Cuáles son tus dos celebraciones favoritas? Haz una comparación. Again, a comparison between your two favorite celebrations, holidays. So you have to choose two and then compare both of them and choose the absolute best, the absolute winner. So let's see what you choose. In the meanwhile, I will tell you mis dos fiestas favoritas son Navidad y Año Nuevo. En Navidad paso el tiempo con mi familia. Año Nuevo es más dinámico, pero me divierto tanto cuanto en Navidad. Okay, so my two favorite celebrations, holidays, are Christmas and New Year. On Christmas, I spend my time with my family. New Year is more dynamic, but I have fun as much as during Christmas. Me divierto tanto cuanto en Navidad. Okay, let's carry on. Of course, remember you can pause whenever you want. Write the answers down, write your own sentences down, repeat them, and you can, as I've said, pause whenever you feel like and improve on your sentences. Okay, now a tricky question. ¿Es mejor festejar un cumpleaños o un aniversario? ¿Por qué? It's up to you to choose whether you feel like it's better to celebrate a birthday or an anniversary. And you have to say why. While you think, I will give you my answer and I will tell you, prefiero festejar un cumpleaños porque puedo pasar el día con todos mis amigos y mi familia. Pero un aniversario es tan importante como un cumpleaños. So, I said I prefer to celebrate a birthday because I can spend the day with all my friends and my family. Puedo pasar el día, spend my day, con todos mis amigos, with all my friends, y mi familia and my family. Pero un aniversario, but an anniversary, es tan importante como, is as important as, un cumpleaños, a birthday. Okay, vale. Now an exercise of translation, traducción. Yesterday was a great day. It was a special birthday and we celebrated a wedding too. Tu in Spanish is también. The birthday of the groom. We had fun. Let's see how you translate it. Pause the video and then I will give you the solution. Let's see. So, ayer fue un buen día. Yesterday was a great day. Un buen día. Fue un cumpleaños especial. It was a special birthday. Y también celebramos un matrimonio. And we also celebrated, or we celebrated, a wedding too. So we also celebrated a wedding, or we celebrated a wedding too. Okay. Y también celebramos un matrimonio. Era el cumpleaños del esposo. It was the birthday of the groom, or the groom's birthday. Nos divertimos. We had fun. Nos divertimos mucho. We had a lot of fun, etc. Very good. And finally, last question, last ejercicio. ¿Cuál fue la fiesta mejor a la que has ido? ¿Cuál fue la fiesta mejor a la que has ido? What was the best party you have gone to? What was the best party you have gone to? While you think of your answer, I will give you mine. For example, la fiesta mejor a la que he ido fue en la playa. Bailamos toda la noche y nos divertimos mucho. Now, I want to point out the usage of the past tenses here. In the question, we don't know the time in which the action, so the party in this case, took place. So we use el pretérito perfecto, as I have told you a few lessons ago. In the answer, I know exactly when the party took place, and so I say fue. But because we have to report the first part of the question, la fiesta mejor a la que has ido, I have to answer la fiesta mejor a la que he ido fue. So in the beginning, pretérito perfecto, and then I switch to pretérito indefinido because I know that the party is over, that I'm not living in the time in which the action, in which the party took place. And then, again, pretérito indefinido, bailamos toda la noche, we danced all night, y nos divertimos mucho, and we had a lot of fun. Very good. Perfect. Congratulations. Hola a todos, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a una nueva lección de nuestro curso de español nivel 2. Hello everyone, welcome to another lesson of our Spanish course level 2. Today we're going to introduce a new topic. We're going to talk about the means of transport, los medios de transporte. Los medios de transporte. Okay, let's get started straight away. Los horarios are the timetables. El horario means the timetable, los horarios plural, the timetables. You know that hora means hour, so time, so los horarios. Then we have a few medios de transporte. Most of them we have already seen. El avión is the airplane. El avión. El avión. Then we have el coche. El coche. The car. El coche. El autobús. El autobús. The bus. Remember to pronounce it as you see it written down. El autobús. El tren. El tren. The train. El tren. La bicicleta. La bicicleta. It is the bicycle. You already know this, the Spanish speakers are a bit lazy, so in some words, if they are able to, they will say something in the fastest way possible. So, el bolígrafo is del boli, la película, la peli. In this case, la bicicleta oftentimes becomes la bici. La bicicleta, la bici. La nave. La nave is the ship. La nave. And then we have el crucero. El crucero, which is the cruise ship. El crucero. El metro. El metro is the subway. El metro. El teleférico. El teleférico is the cableway. El teleférico. Now, if you want to get on a medio de transporte, you have to say subir en. Yo subo en el coche. Yo subo en el autobús. I get on the car, I get on the bus, etc. If I have to get off the car, the bus, the plane, whatever, I say bajar de. Yo bajo de el crucero. I get off the cruise. Yo bajo de el teleférico. I get off the cableway. Very good. Tomar means to catch or to take. If I say tengo que tomar el autobús, that means I have to take the bus. Tengo que tomar el tren, I have to take the train, and so on and so forth. Cambiar means to change. Tengo que cambiar tren. I have to change the train. Oftentimes when we travel long distance, we have to change and get off a train, get on another one, bajarse, bajar de un tren, subir en otro tren, etc. Cambiar. Now, let's do this exercise together. It is a dialogue. I will be the black dot. As always, you will be the red dot. Let's see, I will give you a few seconds to complete the dialogue with me. So I will start. Para ti, para ir a la ciudad, ¿es mejor tomar el tren o el autobús? ¿Por qué? Vale, estoy de acuerdo. Okay. Now, let's see what a potential answer could be. I will read the whole dialogue myself. You can read it alongside with me. Para ti, para ir a la ciudad, ¿es mejor tomar el tren o el autobús? Para mí, es mejor ir en coche. ¿Por qué? Porque así no tenemos horarios. Si tomamos el coche, somos más libres. Vale, estoy de acuerdo. Let's see the translation of all these sentences. So, para ti, according to you, means for you. So, according to you, para ir a la ciudad, to go to the city, ¿es mejor tomar el tren o el autobús? Is it better to take the train or the bus? And the answer is, para mí, according to me, es mejor ir en coche. It is better to go by car. ¿Por qué? Why? Porque así no tenemos horarios. Because así means like that, because in such way, in that way, we don't have timetables. Si tomamos el coche, somos más libres. If we take the car, we are more free. Vale, okay. Estoy de acuerdo. I am in accord. I agree. I agree with you. Very good. Hopefully everything is clear. You see, it is not particularly difficult. Let's try this other exercise. I ask you, ¿por qué los aviones son el medio de transporte mejor? ¿Hay un medio de transporte que no te gusta? So let's see. This means, why are airplanes, the best means of travel, of transport? So, ¿por qué? Why? Los aviones, the airplanes, son el medio de transporte, are the means of travel, of transport, mejor, best. So, why are airplanes the best means of transport? And then, ¿hay un medio de transporte que no te gusta? Is there a mean of transport you don't like? ¿Hay means is there un medio de transporte, a mean of transport que no te gusta, that you, tú, you don't like, que no te gusta. Okay, you can pause the video and give me your personal answer. I will give you my personal answer and I will say, porque son los más rápidos de todos. Son los más prácticos y cómodos. No me gustan los autobuses porque son los más lentos y tienen siempre retraso. Okay, so let's see. So, why are airplanes the best means of transport? My personal answer is because, porque, son los más rápidos de todos. They are the fastest of all. De todos means of all. They are the fastest of all. Son los más prácticos. They are the most practical and y cómodos and comfortable. No me gustan, I don't like, los autobuses, the buses. So I don't like, no me gusta, in this case no me gustan, because the subject is autobuses, masculine, plural, and so. No me gustan los autobuses porque son los más lentos, because they are the slowest, y tienen siempre retraso, and always have delay. They always have delay. Very good. This was my personal answer, my personal opinion. If you instead love buses and hate airplanes, please explain it to me, and then you can leave a post in the discussion of the course so we can have a friendly discussion, debate on which is the best mean of transport. Anyway, this was it for today's lesson. Let's review what we have learned so far. Medios de transporte, los horarios, el avión, el coche, el autobús, el tren, la bicicleta, la nave, el crucero, el metro, el teleférico, subir en, bajar de, tomar y cambiar. Very good. Congratulations, felicidades. Hola a todos, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a la lección 30 de nuestro curso de español. Hello everyone, welcome to lesson 30. Yay! We're getting closer and closer to the end of this course. There is still much more to learn though, so let's get straight into today's lesson. But before, of course, el repaso, the review of what we did in the previous lesson. We talked about los medios de transporte, los horarios, el avión, el coche, el autobús, el tren, la bicicleta o bici, la nave, el crucero, el metro, el teleférico, subir en, bajar de, tomar y cambiar. Very good. Now, let's get into today's topic, which is school. And as you can see, part 1, parte 1, because we have a lot to talk about when speaking of school. La escuela. La escuela. Okay, let's start with el docente, el maestro o la maestra. We have already spoken about these jobs, the teacher, when we talked precisely about work, and we said that docente is a more general word which applies to literally everything, every kind of teacher, while maestro and maestra apply to primary school teacher mostly. Instead, when we go to secondary high school, we say, and university of course, we say the professor, in Spanish, el profesor, la profesora. El profesor, la profesora. The professor. Profesor, profesora. Then we have el estudiante, la estudiante. Another word we have already met before. El estudiante, la estudiante. Now, this very funny word, el pupitre. El pupitre is the desk in which the students, los estudiantes, write, escriben. El pupitre. Then we have el asiento, the seat. El asiento, in which los estudiantes se sientan, in which they sit down. El asiento. El bolígrafo. El bolígrafo is the pen. El boli, el bolígrafo. Las tijeras. Las tijeras. They are the scissors. Las tijeras. La tijera, singular, las tijeras. But because a singular scissor doesn't really do its job, of course we know the plural form las tijeras. La pizarra. La pizarra is the blackboard. La pizarra. Los deberes. Los deberes is the homework. Deber, singular, el deber, los deberes. This word has the same root of el verbo deber, which means to have. Debo hacer algo means I have to do something. And in fact, los deberes are something we have to do. There is no way around. So, los deberes. Then we have la tiza. La tiza, which is the chalk. La tiza que usamos para escribir en la pizarra. The chalk we use to write on the blackboard. La tiza and la pizarra. El cuaderno. El cuaderno. Cuaderno, the notebook. El cuaderno. And el libro, of course. El libro, the book. El libro. Then we have the classroom, which is el aula. Now, there's a very peculiar word because it ends with an A, and generally Latin languages like Spanish, Italian, words ending with an A are feminine. Instead, in this case, aula is masculine. El aula. However, another peculiarity, plural, when it comes to plural, it becomes feminine. Las aulas. So, el aula is the classroom, masculine. Las aulas, the classrooms, plural, feminine. Okay? Let's carry on. La prueba o el examen. La prueba o el examen. Now, examen, of course, is the exam. Prueba is the exam as well. They are synonyms. You can use one or the other. One interesting thing is that prueba comes from the word probar, which means to try. And in an exam, you do exactly that. You try to express all your knowledge and convey all your knowledge to the teacher. So, la prueba, el examen. Las asignaturas. Las asignaturas. They are the subjects, the school subjects. La asignatura, singular. Las asignaturas, plural. Among las asignaturas, we have matemáticas, which is maths. Las matemáticas. We have ciencias, which is science. Ciencias. And we have historia, which is history. Historia. Remember, the H is always silent. Historia. Geografía. Geografía. Geography. Remember, in English we say geography, geo. In Spanish it's geo, because it's G followed by an E. It's pronounced G. Geografía. Vemos ahora la escuela primaria, the primary school. So, escuela, school, primaria, primary. Escuela primaria. And then we have, of course, escuela secundaria. High school. Escuela secundaria. Primaria, secundaria. Enseñar means to teach. Enseñar. Enseñar. Remember the N with that little wave on top? Ñ. Enseñar. And then, of course, aprender. Aprender, which means to learn. Aprender. Tomar apuntes. Tomar apuntes means to take notes. Tomar apuntes. Entender, another verb, means to understand. Entender. Very good. Now let's see an exercise. ¿Cuál era tu asignatura favorita en la escuela? ¿Por qué? What was your favorite subject at school and why? I'm already telling you era imperfecto because we're talking about something that was a habit. to go to school was an habit, and so I'm using the imperfecto. It was a past habit. It is not happening anymore, but it happened in the past. So, while you think of your answer, I will give you mine. Mi asignatura favorita era historia, porque me gustaba descubrir nuestro pasado. So, my favorite subject was history, because I liked finding out. Descubrir literally means to discover. Nuestro pasado, our past. Again, era, gustaba, because I'm talking about a habit of the past. So, my favorite subject was history because I liked to discover, to find out our past. Very good. Let's review what we learned in this first part about school. So, docente o maestro, profesor, estudiante, pupitre, asiento, bolígrafo, lápiz, tijeras, pizarra, deberes, tiza, cuaderno, libro, aula, prueba, asignaturas, matemáticas, ciencias, historia, geografía, escuela primaria y escuela secundaria, and then a few interesting verbs: enseñar, aprender, tomar apuntes, entender. All of these verbs are regular, so you should have no problems in conjugating them whenever you need to. Very good. Felicidades. Congratulations. Hola a todos, hola a todas, bienvenidos y bienvenidas. Welcome everyone to lesson 31, a la lección 31 de nuestro curso de español, of our Spanish course. We are getting closer and closer to the end of the course, but we have a lot to study yet, so let's get started. So we will start as always with our review of last lesson. En la lección pasada, in last lesson, we talked about school, and in fact we said it was the first part of a two-part lesson on school. So last time was the first part, now we are going to talk about the second part. Before doing so, let's repeat what we did last time. So we saw all these words and verbs: el docente, el profesor, el estudiante, pupitre, asiento, bolígrafo o boli, lápiz, las tijeras, la pizarra, deberes, tiza, cuaderno, libro, aula, prueba, asignaturas, matemáticas, ciencias, historia, geografía, la escuela primaria, la escuela secundaria, enseñar, aprender, tomar apuntes, entender. Very good. Now, school part 2, escuela parte 2. Let's see what we have. La mochila. La mochila is the backpack. La mochila. You may hear sometimes the word mochilero. Mochilero means the traveler. In fact, a traveler always brings with him or her a backpack, generally speaking. El mochilero is the traveler who, goes in, not the typical tourist who goes sightseeing or visiting the cities, etc. It's the more adventurous one. So, la mochila, the backpack. El papel. El papel is the paper. El papel. El sacapuntas. El sacapuntas, which is the pencil sharpener. Sacapuntas literally means to take away the tip of the pencil. Well, the sharpener does exactly that, and so in Spanish it is called the sacapuntas. Sacar, take away, puntas, punta singular, the tip, puntas, the tips. Sacapuntas. La calculadora. La calculadora, the calculator. La calculadora. Calcular means to make counts, to count, and so calculadora, to calculate better. La calculadora. La página, the page, la página. El libro de texto, el libro de texto. It is the textbook. We have seen in the previous lesson el libro, which means the book. But you know, the book can be applied to various types of books. You know, it's the narrative book. It is a little book, a big book. It can be whatever type of book. You know, a book you read on holidays, the book you have to read for school. It can apply to various things. Instead, el libro de texto, the textbook, is specifically the book you use at school. El diccionario, the dictionary, el diccionario. El proyecto, You see, many of these words are very similar to the English ones. However, the pronunciation might be a bit different. El proyecto, not the project, el proyecto. Química. Química is chemistry. Remember, the U without the two dots on top and in between a Q or a G and an I or an E is not pronounced. So in this case it is not química, it is química, chemistry. Biología, biology. Now in English we say biology. In Spanish it is biología. Algebra is the algebra. In Spanish, G followed by an E is G, algebra. And it is written the same because it is an Arab word, and we have seen Spain has a very deep connection with the Arab word in general. So, algebra. Física, physics. In English, if we say PH, that's F. In Spanish, that sound is made by the letter F. So, física. La universidad. We have seen the school, la escuela, la universidad, university. Estudiar, of course. Estudiar, to study. Trabajar en parejas. Now, trabajar means to work. La pareja is the pair. Oftentimes it's the couple. So boyfriend and girlfriend, they make una pareja. Anyways, it can mean also in pairs. So when you work with someone else, with a classmate, you are working en parejas. So la pareja, the couple or the pair. Las parejas, the couples or the pairs. Trabajar en grupos. Trabajar en grupos means to work in groups. El grupo, los grupos. Los grupos. Okay, now we have the verb to ask in English, which in Spanish is given by two different verbs. The first one is preguntar, which means to ask a question. If you want to ask your teacher a question, you say, puedo hacer una pregunta. Can I make a question? So, puedo preguntar. Can I ask? Instead, if we want to say, if we want to ask for a favor, we say pedir. ¿Puedo pedir un favor? Can I ask a favor? So, ¿puedo pedir? Remember, therefore, ask. If it's asking a question, preguntar. If it's asking a favor, it is pedir. Entregar. Entregar means to turn in. Entregar el examen, to turn in the exam. Very good. Now let's do an exercise. ¿Nunca has hecho un proyecto en grupo en la escuela? ¿De qué asignatura? ¿Cómo ha sido? So the question is, have you ever done a group project at school? Of which subject? And how was it? ¿Cómo ha sido? Remember that we are using el pretérito perfecto because we don't know the exact time the action happened. Okay, so while you write down your own answer, I will give you my own answer. Sí, hacía muchos proyectos de ciencias cuando iba a la escuela secundaria. Me gustaba trabajar en grupos porque era más divertido y aprendía muchas cosas nuevas. So, before translating the sentence, I will tell you I am using the imperfecto because it was an action in the past that was repetitive, a habit, and therefore imperfecto. So, yes, I did, hacía, muchos proyectos, many projects, de ciencias, of science, cuando iba a la escuela secundaria, when I was going to high school. Me gustaba trabajar en grupos, I liked working in groups, porque era más divertido, because it was funnier, y aprendía muchas cosas nuevas, and I was learning many new things, cosas nuevas. Very good. Let's now repeat what we have studied today. So we have seen la mochila, el papel, el sacapuntas, la calculadora, el libro de texto, el diccionario, el proyecto, química, biología, álgebra, física, la universidad, estudiar, sorry, there is an E there, estudiar, there shouldn't be an E, it's estudiar, trabajar en parejas, trabajar en grupos, preguntar o pedir, to mean to ask, and finally, entregar. Very good. Hola a todos, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a nuestra nueva lección de español. Hello everyone, welcome to our new Spanish lesson. This is lesson 32. Esta es la lección 32. Before starting today's topic, let's do a repaso of what we saw last time. So, we talked about la escuela, segunda parte, and we have seen la mochila, el papel, el sacapuntas, la calculadora, el libro de texto, el diccionario, el proyecto, la química, biología, álgebra, física, la universidad, estudiar, sorry about that E, that shouldn't be there, anyway, estudiar, trabajar en parejas, trabajar en grupos, preguntar o pedir, and finally, entregar. Very well. So, now we are ready to start. Today's lesson will be about grammar, and we are going to focus on los adjetivos posesivos. Los adjetivos posesivos. So, we're going to see there are two types of adjectives, possessive adjectives in Spanish. The first group of adjetivos, are the ones that go before the noun, antes del sustantivo. And here we have them. So, for the first person singular, mi, mis. So, you might wonder why are there four options here. The four options are masculine singular, feminine singular, masculine plural, and feminine plural. So, in the case of first person singular, we have mi for both masculine and feminine, and mis for both masculine and feminine, in the first case singular, in the second case plural. So, if I want to say my book, mi libro. If I want to say my books, mis libros. Alright? Second person singular, so tú, you. Tú, singular, tus, plural. So, your books, tus libros. Your book, singular, tu libro. They all have to be changed, let's say, in accordance to the subject of the sentence. In that case, the subject is the book, and so singular, masculine, el libro. Therefore, we use tú. Okay, we will make examples, and we will say some sentences in a few minutes. Anyway, let's carry on. For the third person singular, su for the singular, sus for the plural, su libro, sus libros. And now we see the real difference between the four options. Nosotros, so we, nuestro, nuestra, nuestros, nuestras. So my, let's say, nuestro libro, o nuestra biblioteca, o nuestros libros, o nuestras bibliotecas. Biblioteca is library. Okay? And then vosotros, same thing, vuestro, vuestra, vuestros, vuestras. So, vuestro libro, vuestra biblioteca, vuestros libros, vuestras bibliotecas. Your book, your library, your books, your libraries. Okay, and finally, third person plural, ellos, ellas, ustedes, su for the singular, sus for the plural. So, su libro, sus libros. Or su biblioteca, sus bibliotecas. Okay, I hope everything is clear, but it will become clear, don't worry, doing some exercise. Let's see, for example, ¿cuándo viene su familia? When does his, her, whatever, there are many pronouns, family come? As you can see from the table, su is either for the third person singular, so ella, ella, él, ella, usted, or for the third person plural, ellos, ellas, ustedes. So when does his family, her family, the family comes? Su familia. Familia is feminine singular, and so we go here in the feminine singular spot, we have su, therefore we use su. Él es mi esposo y ellos son nuestros hijos. Now, hijos, masculine plural, our sons, so our children. So we have to check here, first person plural. We have said hijos is masculine singular, masculine plural, and so nuestros. Okay? This means he is my husband and they are our children. As you can see, adjetivos posesivos antes del sustantivo. So before the noun, familia, su familia, hijos, nuestros hijos. Let's see the third sentence. ¿Dónde están tus zapatos nuevos? Where are your new shoes? Tus zapatos. Zapatos is masculine plural. Tus, your shoes, and so we have to go here. Tu, masculine plural, tus, and therefore tus zapatos. And finally, vuestros amigos son muy gentiles. Your friends are very kind. So amigos is masculine plural, and so we have to go here, vosotros, vuestros, because masculine plural, vuestros. Okay, I hope everything is clear. It is not particularly difficult. Let's see the second type of possessive adjectives, of adjetivos posesivos, which are the adjetivos posesivos después del sustantivo, after the noun, which are also known as pronouns. They are not the same thing, but they I mean, not the same thing in the sentence, but they are the same thing in meaning that they are actually the same. We will see some sentences later. So either you want to put an adjective after the noun, or you want to use a pronoun, then you have to check this table right here. You know, adjective and pronoun are two different things, but in the case it is an adjective after the noun, it behaves exactly as a pronoun. We will see about that in a few minutes. Let's first read this table together. So, yo, I. So, my, mio, mia, mios, mias. Again, this is masculine singular, feminine singular, masculine plural, feminine plural. Mio, mia, mios, mias. Este libro es mío. This book is mine. Okay? As you can see, that is a pronoun because it is a substitute of the noun. Este libro es mío. Tú, so second person singular. Tuyo, tuya, tuyos, tuyas. Estos libros son tuyos. These books are yours. Estos libros son tuyos. Third person singular. Suyo, suya, suyos, suyas. Estas bibliotecas son suyas. These libraries are his or hers. Okay? First person plural. Nuestro, nuestra, nuestros, nuestras. Again, este libro es nuestro. This book is ours. Second person plural, same thing, vuestro, vuestra, vuestros, vuestras. So, este libro es vuestro. This book is yours. And finally, third person plural, suyo, suya, suyos, suyas. Again, like the third person singular. Estos libros son suyos. These books are his, hers, or theirs. Okay, let's see some sentences. Here we have ella. Sorry, I forgot the verb here. Ella es, she is, ella es, una amiga suya. She is a friend of her. Suya, because it refers to una amiga. Singular, feminine. So, suya. It is a friend of hers, so we have to look at the third person singular, and then a friend, amiga, is feminine and singular, and so suya. Here, son parientes nuestros. Ellos, subject, ellos son parientes nuestros. They are relatives of ours. So, of ours, so we have to check here, nosotros, and then parientes is masculine plural, and so nuestros. Okay, let's see here. Tus zapatos son más caros que los míos. Now, tus is an adjective, a possessive adjective that goes before the noun, and so it falls in the first category we studied. Tus zapatos, your shoes, son más caros que los míos. Now in this case, míos, it's a pronoun because it is a substitute for zapatos. We can say tus zapatos son más caros que mis zapatos, but in that case we would make a repetition and we don't like that, so we usually say your shoes are more expensive than mine. So what do we do here? We put los because we have to put the article referring to zapatos, And then, instead of writing zapatos again, we write the pronoun míos, because zapatos is masculine plural. So, los, instead of writing zapatos, we write míos, masculine plural. Let's see the second sentence of this kind. Vuestras notas son tan altas como las suyas. Vuestras notas son tan altas como las suyas. Vuestras notas, again, vuestras, I underlined it because it is un adjetivo posesivo antes del sustantivo. So it falls again under the first category. Vuestras notas. Notas is feminine plural. And so if we want to substitute notas, don't want to repeat the same noun again, we can write las, because it is the article, las, and then we want to say of his or of hers or of them, of theirs, and so we go check these tables here, a third person singular or plural depending on the subject, and we see notas, feminine plural, suyas. Alright, I hope it is clear enough. Let's do a little bit more of practice more. Mi mochila es más grande que la tuya. Mi mochila es más grande que la tuya. My backpack is bigger than yours. Now, mi mochila, adjective, possessive adjective before the noun. My backpack. And then que la tuya, because mochila is feminine singular, and therefore we want to check here. Feminine singular, sorry, so tuya. Okay? Tus casas son muy grandes. Tus casas son muy grandes. Your houses are very big. In this case, we have un adjetivo antes del sustantivo. So, tus casas, your houses. Let's carry on. Nuestros gatos son tranquilos. Nuestros gatos son tranquilos. Our cats are calm. Again, an adjective before the noun. Nuestros gatos. Our cats. Gatos, masculine, plural, and so nuestros, masculine, plural. Sus problemas son importantes. Sus problemas son importantes. Again, un adjetivo antes del sustantivo. We have to check. Problemas is feminine plural. The subject really. Not the subject, sorry, but the adjective really depends on the subject. We don't know right now because we don't have the subject clear, so sus problemas could mean his, her, or their problems. Su lugar favorito es el campo. Su lugar favorito es el campo. Same as before. In this case, lugar is masculine singular, and so we have su. Su lugar favorito es el campo. And again, his, her, their favorite place, because we don't know what the subject is. Mi boli es azul. Mi boli es azul. My pen is blue. Mi boli is mi bolígrafo. Bolígrafo, masculine singular. My pen. Mi boli. Okay, let's do this translation exercise, este ejercicio de traducción. My sister is older than me and our parents are 56 years old. Their life is the best. You can pause the video and I will tell you the correct translation in a second. Okay, let's see. Mi hermana es más grande que yo. Y nuestros padres tienen 56 años. Su vida es la mejor. So, mi hermana, my sister, es más grande que yo, is older than me. And our parents are 56 years old. Y nuestros padres tienen 56 años. Nuestros padres, because padres is masculine plural, and so nuestros. Su vida es la mejor. So the best, la mejor. Su vida, the life. Vida, feminine singular, su. We are referring to ellos because it's nuestros padres. So they is the subject. If we want to check the table here, they, subject, and then we have vida, which is feminine singular, su. Okay? Very good. Now let's do this last exercise. You have here a series of sentences and you have to complete them with the correct adjective in the brackets. Pause the video and let's see the answers. So, mi perro se llama Pepe. Su trabajo es muy interesante. El helado es tu comida favorita. Nuestra familia es divertida. Su cumpleaños es en agosto. Este es nuestro coche y este es el suyo. Okay, as you can see, mi perro, so masculine singular, mine, so mi perro. Su trabajo, in this case her job, trabajo masculine singular, so su trabajo. The subject is her, so su, third person singular. El helado es tu comida, your favorite food, so tu, because comida is feminine singular. The subject is you, so tu comida. Nuestra familia, familia is feminine singular. The subject is our family, and so nuestra. Su cumpleaños, cumpleaños is, it is not plural, bear in mind, cumpleaños is singular, el cumpleaños, and so singular, masculine, su. And finally, este es nuestro coche y este es el suyo, because coche, masculine, singular. Very good. Congratulations, felicidades. Hola, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a la lección 34 de nuestro curso de español. Hello everyone, welcome to lesson 34 of our Spanish course. Last time we talked about grammar, perhaps a bit boring, etc. And so in today's lesson we're going to talk about something perhaps lighter and more fun, which is continents and oceans, a little bit of geography. Los continentes y los océanos. Continentes y océanos. It's going to be very simple, so don't worry about it. It's going to be fun, I think. So, let's start. Europa. Europa is Europe, written the same but pronounced differently. Europa. Europa. El euro is the euro. Un euro means 1 euro. Europa, euro. América del Norte. América del Norte. North America. So, America, remember it has the tilde on top of the E, and then del Norte means of north, so North America. And of course, América del Sur. América del Sur. South America. Africa. Africa is written the same, but remember again the tilde on top of the A. Africa. And then we have Asia. 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 In Spanish is Asia. Oceania. Oceania. You see again written the same, but with the tilde on top of the I, which means that the pronunciation falls here. So, Oceania. Antártida. Antártida is Antarctica. Antártida. Remember the tilde on top of the A here, Antártida. Then we have el Océano Atlántico. El Océano Atlántico. The Atlantic Ocean. El Océano Atlántico. El Océano Pacífico. El Océano Pacífico, the Pacific Ocean. Océano Pacífico. Remember, tilde on top of the E, tilde on top of the I. Océano Pacífico. And then el Océano Indiano. El Océano Indiano, the Indian Ocean. Océano Indiano. Very good. About the sea, we have el mar Mediterráneo. El mar Mediterráneo, the Mediterranean Sea. You see the accent falls in different places. In English, Mediterranean. In Spanish, Mediterráneo. Mediterráneo. So, again, written very, very similarly, but with a different type of pronunciation. Mediterráneo. El mar Mediterráneo. Mar means, of course, the sea. Then we have el verb viajar. Viajar, which means to travel. Viajar. Yo viajo, yo he viajado, yo viajaba, yo viajé. As you can see, it is regular. Nadar. Nadar means to swim. Do not mistake it for the famous tennis player. This is nadar, which means to swim. Again, yo nado, yo he nadado, yo nadaba, yo nadé. Regular as well. Very good. So, let's do a final exercise to sum up the things we have studied. As you can see, it's very simple, very quick and easy. So, ¿de dónde vienes? ¿En qué mares u océanos has nadado? So, the first question refers to the country and the continent. The second question refers to the sea or the ocean. ¿De dónde vienes? Where do you come from? ¿De dónde vienes? And then, in which seas or oceans have you swum in? Now, you may be wondering why there is a wild U in the middle of the sentence. That is because there is a rule in Spanish, which, it's not very important. A lot of people forget about it and just write an O. But the rule exists, so I will point it out to you. So when you have to use the letter O, the vowel O, this or that, esto o eso, if the following word starts with an O as well, instead of saying en que mares o océanos, you put an U. So en que mares u océanos, to avoid repetition, to avoid, that feeling of being stuck with the tongue while you say the sentence. So en que mares u océanos. Remember this when you have to say o, esto, and the following word starts with an O as well. You can put U to help the pronunciation of the words. Same thing happens when you have esto y eso. So these and that, you usually have a Y, mares y océanos. But if the following word starts with an I, then you can avoid writing E. So for example, y iniciamos, and we started. You feel a bit of repetition there, right? And so you can avoid that and writing an e iniciamos, and we started. So again, u if you have to use the o but the following word starts with an o, and e if you have to write the y, e, but the following word starts with an e. Okay, this was just an interesting rule, but it is not mandatory, of course. A lot of people, as I've told you, just forget about it. Anyways, it's interesting to know. And so, let's see. My own personal answer is vengo de Argentina, en América del Sur. Nadé en el mar Mediterráneo y en el océano Atlántico. So this means I come from Argentina, vengo de Argentina, en América del Sur, in South America. Nadé, I swam, en el mar Mediterráneo, in the Mediterranean Sea, y en el océano Atlántico, and in the Atlantic Ocean. Okay, very good. Let's review quickly what we have studied in this lesson. Un repaso de esta lección. Los continentes, los océanos, Europa, América del Norte, América del Sur, África, Asia, Oceanía, el océano Atlántico, el océano Pacífico, el océano Indiano, el mar Mediterráneo, viajar y nadar. Very good. That was it for today's lesson. Congratulations, felicidades. Hola a todos, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a nuestra nueva lección de español. Hello everyone, welcome to this new Spanish lesson. In this lesson we are going to do a quick practice and build. Practica y construye, in which we are going to see a few exercises and we're going to learn a few sentence constructions, a few new words, and put all the things we have learned so far together. Okay, let's start with this one. You have 4 sentences, comparatives. Pizza is better than rice, cats are as intelligent as dogs, my apartment is bigger than yours, and the club is more expensive than the bar. Now it's your turn to translate these sentences in Spanish. As always, pause the video and I will show you the answers. So, la pizza es mejor que el arroz. Los gatos son tan inteligentes como los perros. Mi apartamento es más grande que el tuyo. La discoteca es más cara que el bar. So, very easy. Mejor que, tan como, más que, más que. Okay, let's carry on. Just one thing, apartamento is another word for departamento. They are synonyms, so you can use one or the other. They mean the same. Okay, now. ¿Cuál era tu asignatura favorita en la escuela? ¿Y la que te gustaba menos? This means, what was your favorite subject at school? And the one you liked the less. Te gustaba, you liked, menos, less. So you liked the less. Okay. I will tell you my answer. Mi asignatura favorita era historia. La que me gustaba menos era matemáticas. So my favorite subject was history. The one I liked less was maths. I'm using the imperfecto because we are talking about school, so a habit of the past. Okay? Let's see now. You have a few words related to celebrations and traditions. You have to translate them, and let's see how you did in a few seconds. So, the wedding, el matrimonio. The funeral, el funeral. Remember the difference in pronunciation. In English is funeral, in Spanish is funeral. The birthday, el cumpleaños. Remember it is singular despite años, which is plural, it means years. Altogether, cumpleaños is singular. El cumpleaños. The anniversary, el aniversario. Christmas, Navidad, New Year, Año Nuevo. Okay, fantastic. Let's go on with another exercise. Your favorite subject at school was science. Our teacher was great and we loved her lessons. This is a sentence, well, a couple of sentences you have to translate. Let's see. So, tu asignatura favorita en la escuela era ciencias. Nuestra maestra era muy buena y amábamos sus lecciones. So, tu asignatura favorita, your favorite subject. Tu, because it's your. So, tu asignatura. Nuestra maestra, again, our teacher. Nuestra maestra, feminine singular. Era muy buena. She was very good. She was great. Y amábamos, and we loved, sus lecciones, her lessons. Remember, again, imperfecto, because we're talking about a habit of the past. Okay. ¿Cuál es la peor peli que has visto? ¿Cuál es la peor peli que has visto? What was the worst film, the worst movie you have seen? Peli is short for película, and I'm using el pretérito perfecto because I am not sure what time are we talking about. I'm not sure about the time of the action. You could have watched the worst movie ever right this afternoon or 5 years ago. I don't know it, and so I use el pretérito perfecto. So let's see a possible answer. La peor peli que he visto fue una comedia romántica. No era divertida y me aburrí mucho. So, the worst movie I've seen was a romantic comedy. So, I'm repeating the question. So, has visto, he visto. But then, because I know that I watched this movie in a time which requires el pretérito indefinido, I'm using el pretérito indefinido. And so, I watched... was a romantic comedy. No era divertida. It was not fun. Y me aburrí mucho. And I got very bored. Okay? Now you have 4 sentences, 3 options you have to choose from, and simple as that. Just fill in the sentences with the correct past tense. Whenever you're ready, you can unpause the video. Let's see the answer. So, estuve en Londres 2 años atrás. We are talking about 2 years ago, and so we are using el pretérito indefinido. Estuve. I was in London 2 years ago. La película de ayer fue muy interesante. Again, ayer, so indefinido, fue, was, very interesting. Me exhibí 2 días atrás. I performed 2 days ago. Because there is 2 days, 2 días atrás, we have to use el pretérito indefinido. And finally, bailaba el tango los lunes y los miércoles. That means I used to dance el tango. There's a famous Argentinian dance every Monday and Wednesday. So imperfecto, because it was a habit of the past. Very good. ¿Cómo festejaste tu último cumpleaños? So I'm asking you, how did you celebrate your last birthday? ¿Cómo festejaste tu último cumpleaños? My personal answer, festejé mi último cumpleaños con todos mis amigos. Fuimos al restaurante y después a mi casa. Había música y nos divertimos mucho. So, I celebrated my last birthday with all of my friends, con todos mis amigos. Fuimos al restaurante, we went to the restaurant, y después a mi casa, and then we went to my place, to my home. Había música, there was music, y nos divertimos mucho. So, había because, not that it was a habit, but it was not a single action. The music was, repetitive and was going on while the party was happening, and so había música in the imperfecto form. Very good. Hola a todos, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a la nueva lección de español. Hello everyone, welcome to this new Spanish lesson. We are going to start straight away with the repaso de la lección pasada, with the review of last lesson. We talked about continentes y océanos, and we saw Europa, América del Norte, América del Sur, África, Asia, Oceanía, el Océano Atlántico, el Océano Pacífico, el Océano Indiano, el Mar Mediterráneo, viajar y nadar. Very good. Now, let's introduce today's topic, which is the demonstrative pronouns, los pronombres demostrativos. Now, I promised last lesson a very exciting lesson, and I'm giving you a grammar lesson. But don't worry, it is exciting anyway. It isn't difficult, it isn't hard, it isn't bad. It's very simple, it's very easy, and I hope you will have fun learning these pronouns because they are actually very important. They are almost in every sentence, and so it is important to know them. Finally, the time has come, so you have to feel excited. Alright? Let's go. So, los pronombres demostrativos. We have esto, este, esta, to say this. Now, esto, este is masculine singular, esta is feminine singular. Now, why do we have two options for the masculine singular form? Because esto is used only when there is no word that follows, so it's a true pronoun. Instead, este is used when there is a noun that follows. I put it because many times I put it despite specifically saying we are going to talk about pronouns, because many people mix these two together and they use them when they should not. And so I included, even though we should not be including este because it is not a pronoun. Anyway, so if I say this book, este libro, there is the noun, and so I say este libro. If I say I want this, there is no noun which follows this, and so quiero esto. Okay? Good. So esto, este for masculine singular, esta feminine singular, they mean this. If we want to say these, plural, estos, estas. Very simple. Estos libros, these books. Estas camisetas, these t-shirts. If we want to say that, so something that is a bit far away from us, we say eso, ese, or esa. Again, eso, ese, the difference, I already explained it, is eso if there is no noun following, ese if there is. So, eso de allá, that thing over there, ese libro, that book. And then esa is feminine singular. If we want to say those, esos, esas. Esos libros, quiero esos, I want those, esas camisetas, those t-shirts, etc. And finally, we have another way to say that, which is even farther away from us. So let's say if I say this, it's something here that I can touch. That is eso is something a bit far away from me. I cannot really touch it. Aquel, aquello, aquella is something very far away. I can barely see it, you know? Actually, this is a very strict distinction, but in reality, there is no real mistake if you say aquel, even if it is something you clearly see and you can almost touch. You know, it is not a mistake. Anyway, try to remember this distinction. This, esto, right here, that, eso, a bit over there, aquello, that, far away. Okay? So again, the distinction aquel, aquello is both are masculine singular, but one if there is aquel, if there is something that if there is a noun that follows, aquel libro. Aquello if there is no noun that follows. So, quiero aquello, I want that. And then aquella is the feminine singular. And then the plural version of these two pronouns is aquellos, aquellas. Aquellos libros, quiero aquellos, I want those. Aquellas camisetas, those t-shirts. Very good. Let's see some sentences to understand better. Este es mi bolígrafo. This is my pen. So you can see there is a noun that follows mi bolígrafo, and so este es mi bolígrafo. This is my pen. It is here. I can touch it. I can show it to you. Bolígrafo masculine singular, and so este masculine singular. Ese coche es mío. Ese coche es mío. That car is mine. So there is a car parked right over there, and I say ese coche. Coche is masculine singular, so ese masculine singular. Su hijo es aquel con el abrigo rojo. Su hijo es aquel con el abrigo rojo. The son is that one with the red coat. Now, you see, I use aquel because there is a noun, hijo. Actually, perhaps when I explained it to you, I told you when there is a noun that follows. In reality, it doesn't really have to follow. It has to be present in the sentence. So there must be a subject in the sentence. In this case, the subject is hijo. And so aquel is referring to the subject, and so we use aquel. Instead, if I say quiero aquello, I want that, there is no subject in the sentence. The subject is that. And so aquello takes the form with the double L-O. I hope to be clear. So perhaps I wasn't clear enough before when I said there must be a noun that follows the pronoun. No, actually that is, it is right, but it may confuse you a little bit. So remember, the difference between aquel, aquello, eso, ese, esto, este, is that, depends on the sentence. If there is a clear subject in the sentence, then we use aquel, este, ese. Like in this case, there is a clear subject, which is su hijo. Masculine singular, and so aquel masculine singular. If there is no clear subject in the sentence, and the pronoun actually takes the role as the subject, then we have aquello, eso, esto. Okay? I hope it is clear. In this case, the son is that one, aquel, with the red coat, con el abrigo, coat, rojo, red. Su hijo, the son. We have seen the possessive adjectives in a few lessons before, so I hope it is clear. Okay, so esos son mis amigos. Esos son mis amigos. Here we have the plural form, and so we have esos, masculine plural. It's the only form the pronoun takes when it comes to masculine plural. We have not. It is a mistake to say eses. Bear in mind, it doesn't exist. Eses, estes, or aquelles. No. It's esos, estos, or aquellos. Either there is a subject or not. That is the only option for masculine plural. So, esos son mis amigos. Those are my friends. Okay? Estas tazas son un regalo. Estas tazas son un regalo. These cups are a gift. In this case we have feminine plural, and so estas. It is something, I am touching these cups. I can show them, I can touch them, so they are right here with me. These cups, estas tazas are un regalo, a gift. Very good, let's see this exercise. You have to complete it yourself. There are no brackets. You have to complete it yourself with the correct pronouns, with the pronouns you think are fit. So I will give you as much time as you want. Just pause the video, take it easy, take your time, think about subject, masculine, feminine, singular, plural, and then we will see together the solution. Ready? Let's see. Este es mi gato. This one is my cat. Este, because it is a cat I can touch, I can see, it is right here with me. And there is the subject, gato, so este. Esta película, gato is masculine singular, este. Esta película era triste. Esta película is feminine singular, so esta feminine singular. Mi pollera es aquella azul. Mi pollera es aquella azul. So it is something very far away. And pollera is feminine singular, aquella feminine singular. Canté esa canción ayer. Canté esa canción ayer. I sang that song yesterday. Esa canción. So, canción. La canción, feminine singular. Esa, feminine singular. Este ordenador es nuevo. Este ordenador es nuevo. This computer is new. This computer right here. Este, because ordenador is masculine singular. And finally, esos son tus cuadernos. So there is the subject, which is cuadernos. It is masculine plural, and so I say esos. Very good. Congratulations, felicidades. Hola a todos, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a una nueva lección de español. Hello everyone, welcome to a new Spanish lesson. Today we are going to do something very exciting, and I'm not baiting you guys with another grammar lesson. No. Today we are going to introduce a new topic, which is social media. A very interesting, innovative, modern topic. I don't know. I hope you find it interesting. Anyway, so social media is las redes sociales. Las redes sociales. You can see social, social, very similar there. So las redes sociales. We start with the platform, la plataforma, which as in English it can be applied to many things. You know, even la plataforma, the platform above the sea, whatever. In this case, we're talking about social media, so of course it is the social media platform, la plataforma de las redes sociales. Very good. So, la cuenta is the account, la cuenta. We see now a few social media, algunos redes sociales. We have Twitter. I will pronounce them as Spanish people pronounce them. So, Twitter, Instagram. Keep into consideration the different accent. We say Instagram. In Spain, they say Instagram. So the accent falls on the last A, Instagram. Facebook, they try to pronounce it as English as possible. Facebook. YouTube, and this one as well, very as English as possible. Reddit, which is perhaps a less well-known platform, social media platform, plataforma de redes sociales, but it is used as well. Reddit, TikTok, TikTok, the new revolution. Then we have la foto. La foto. We have already seen how in Spanish the PH sound in English, which is F, is given simply by the letter F. So la foto. El video. El video. Accent on the I. El video. The video. El video. Subir. Subir means to get on, but at the same time, when it comes to redes sociales, it means to post. Subir una foto a Instagram means to post a photo, a picture on Instagram. Pie de foto. Pie de foto is the caption, and in fact, pie de foto literally means the foot of the photo, so which is quite precisely what the caption is. So pie de foto. Then we have el influencer, which is this new trending profession. Whatever our grandparents might think of it, it is trending, it is very modern, and in Spanish we say el influencer. Suscribirse. Suscribirse is to subscribe. Suscribirse. Remember, it is reflexive. So, suscribirse, me suscribo, means I subscribe. Me suscribo a. I subscribe to. Seguidores. Los seguidores are the followers. Seguir means to follow. So, seguidores, followers. Remember, the U, in this case it is between a G and an I. It doesn't have two dots on top, so seguidores. As I told you, seguir means to follow. Seguir. Again, seguir, not seguir. Seguir. Tomar una foto. Tomar una foto means to take a picture. Tomar una foto. Registrar means to record. Registrar. Poner me gusta. Poner me gusta means to like. Like not in the common sense, like in the social media sense. So poner me gusta literally means to put like. So to like a picture. Poner me gusta a una foto, to like, to put a like to a picture. Now we have comentar. Comentar, which of course means to comment. El comentario is the comment. Comentar, verbo. El comentario, el sustantivo. So, comentar, verb. El comentario, the noun. Okay? Compartir. Compartir means to share. Compartir. Buscar. Buscar means to search, and in fact, the search engine is el buscador. El buscador. Now, let's do this exercise. ¿Qué red social usas? ¿Qué haces cuando la usas? So, what social network do you use? What do you do when you use it? Okay, my answer is uso YouTube, Reddit y Twitter. Me gusta ver qué pasa en el mundo. También uso Facebook, pero prefiero Instagram. So, I use YouTube, Reddit and Twitter. I like to see, me gusta ver, qué pasa en el mundo. What happens in the world. También uso Facebook. I use also también Facebook, pero prefiero, but I prefer Instagram. One thing that I want to say, we were talking about the pronunciation of each word, and it just came to mind that sometimes Spanish speakers say YouTube, YouTube, just like you read it. So, you know, as I've told you, Spanish speakers can be a bit harsh on foreign words. Anyway, let's review today's topic, today's words. So we have seen la plataforma, la cuenta, la foto, el video, subir, el pie de foto, suscribirse, registrar, comentar, tomar una foto, poner me gusta, seguir, compartir y buscar. Very good. As you can see, I told you a new topic, so I hope it was entertaining. I hope you learned a lot, and congratulations, of course. Felicidades. Bienvenidos y bienvenidas a la lección 37 de nuestro curso de español. Welcome everyone to lesson 37 of our Spanish course. We are getting closer and closer to the end, but we are introducing somewhat of a new topic. Not really a new topic, but some new words. So today's topic will be love, part 2, because there is never enough love. So, amor, parte 2. It will be very fast, very quick, just to point out some new words you may find useful and important to know. So let's start straight away. Amor, parte 2. Okay, we start with a low tone. We start with a breakup. La separación. La separación. Separar means to break apart, to pull apart, and so la separación is the breakup between a couple, of course. And so, separarse means to break up. So, separar means I take two things and I break them up. So, to separate two things, which can mean literal objects. You know, two Lego pieces, they are together, I have to separate them. Separar. But when I say separarse, so reflexive, as you can see, se, then that means that two people broke up. Se separaron means they broke up. Pedir el divorcio. We're getting strong here, we're getting deep. So, pedir el divorcio. To ask for divorce. Do you remember I made distinction before in the lesson about the school between ask for something, I mean ask a favor, or in general ask for something, or ask a question. In this case, we're not asking a question, we are asking something. Not a favor, but something. So, remember, pedir, to ask for something, a favor, something done. And instead, preguntar is specific about questions. So, pedir el divorcio. Enamorarse. Enamorarse, to fall in love. You see, se, so it is a reflexive verb. Me enamoro, that means I fall in love. Oops. We have besarse, again another reflexive verb. Besarse, which means to kiss. You know, el beso is the kiss. So, besarse, to kiss. And then we have abrazarse. Abrazarse means to hug. El abrazo is the hug. Abrazarse, el abrazo. Besarse, el beso. Very good. Then we have amar, which means to love. Amar. All these verbs are regular. They have no weird irregularities in them. Amar as well is a very regular first conjugation verb. To love. Amor is the love. So amar is the verb, amor the noun. To say te amo or te quiero means I love you. Te amo is very, very strong. is a very high level of love. Te quiero is strong as well, but perhaps a bit less, and can be used also with relatives, with friends. Te amo is only used with your partner. Te quiero instead, as I've told you, is used also with your friends, with your relatives, with other people which are not in a relationship with you. Very good. And then we have this very beautiful verb, which is to care about. To care about is, in Spanish, tenerle cariño a. Tenerle cariño a means to care about, to be interested in, to feel loving towards someone. Le tengo cariño. So it can be as well a relative, a friend, your partner. So le tengo cariño a mi amiga means I care about my friend. I am affectionate towards my friend. So it doesn't necessarily have to be linked to a romantic relationship at all. Okay, cariño is also one of the ways you can call your loved one. In this case, for example, you say hola cariño, which means hello dear, hello lovely, hello beautiful. You know, when you call your partner, you have a lot of ways or a lot of nouns you can use. Well, one of these is cariño, which is, hello dear. Okay, because tener, so tenerle, tener is the verb. Because tener is an irregular verb at the present form, I have included this verb, this tense, in today's lesson. We're going to go through it very quickly. Perhaps you already know it, but it is always useful to refresh. So, yo tengo, tú tienes, él, ella, usted tiene, nosotros tenemos, vosotros tenéis, ellos, ellas, ustedes tienen. As you can see, the only regular forms are the first and second plural, tenemos, tenéis, which follow the rule. The other ones don't. Yo tengo adds a G. Tú, él, ella, usted, ellos, ellas, ustedes add an I after the T. So tengo, tienes, tiene, tienen. Okay, this was just for clarification, to review an important, very important verb. Now, let's do this exercise. ¿Cómo es tu cita ideal? ¿Cómo es tu cita ideal? How is your ideal date? As you know, cita can mean also appointment, so a cita con el doctor, an appointment with the doctor, but in this case we are not talking about ideal doctor appointment, we are talking about ideal dates. So how is your ideal date? Mi cita ideal es una cena romántica en un restaurante cerca de la playa, porque me encanta la comida y el mar. This means my ideal date is a romantic dinner, una cena romántica, en un restaurante, in a restaurant, cerca de la playa, near the beach. Porque, because, me encanta la comida y el mar. I love. Encantar means I enchant. Me encanta means I enchant myself, but in English we don't say something like that. So me encanta, we can translate it with I love, I adore, I like it very much. Anyways, I love food, la comida, and the sea, y el mar. Very well, let's review what we have studied today. We have talked about love, part 2, el amor, parte 2, la separación, separarse, pedir el divorcio, enamorarse, besarse, abrazarse, amar, te amo, te quiero, tenerle cariño a. Very good. Felicidades, congratulations. Bienvenidos y bienvenidas a la lección 38. Hello everyone, welcome to lesson 38. This is the last lesson of our course, in which we will be introducing a new topic. Lesson 39 and 40 will be destined to a review of all the things we have studied, doing a bit of practice, a bit of exercise to improve on what we have learned in this course. So let's start with the lesson. Let's start as always with a review of what we did previously, un repaso de la lección pasada. We talked about love, el amor, parte 2, la separación, separarse, pedir el divorcio, enamorarse, besarse, abrazarse, amar, te amo, te quiero, tenerle cariño a. I remind you the difference between pedir and preguntar. Pedir is to ask for something, a favor, for example, or a divorce in this case. Preguntar is specifically to ask questions. Okay, let's start. Today's topic is technology. As I told you, this will be the last topic we will be introducing in the course. I hope you enjoy. So, la tecnología. La tecnología. El móvil. El móvil. The mobile. Móvil. Now, as in English, móvil literally means something which moves. So the mobile is something that moves around. So, el móvil. El ordenador, as we have already seen, is the PC, the computer. El ordenador. And then we have el portátil. El portátil, which is the laptop. El portátil o la computadora portátil, the laptop. Then we have el internet. El internet, which is the internet. The only difference is in the pronunciation, el internet. So the accent falls here, internet. Then we have el ratón, which is the mouse. El ratón. As in English, ratón means the actual animal, the actual mouse. But since we're talking about technology, ratón means the thing I'm using right here. This one. That is the mouse. Ese es el ratón. La pantalla. La pantalla. The screen. La pantalla. La pantalla de bloqueo. La pantalla de bloqueo. It is the lock screen. So, screen, pantalla. Blocar means to block something, so to lock. La pantalla de bloqueo. And we have la batería, which is not only an instrument, la batería, the drums, but it is also the battery we have in our phones, for example, in our mobiles. La batería. El teclado. El teclado is the keyboard. La tecla is the key. Not the key, the one we use to open the door, but the key in our keyboard. La tecla. El teclado. Then we have the button, el botón. El botón. Envío. Envío means enter. That little keyboard, that little key we have on our keyboard, esa tecla, that is envío. La cámara, of course, enviar means to send. So, envío, enviar. La cámara is the camera. La cámara, remember, keep in mind there are all A's, not E's. Cámara and the tilde on top of the first A. Los ajustes. Los ajustes, the settings. los ajustes, la aplicación, the app, aplicación, los mensajes, the messages, el mensaje, los mensajes, prender means to switch on, prender la computadora, to switch on the PC. Apagar means to switch off, apagar la computadora, to switch off the PC. ¿Sí? Bene, e accendi la luce. No. Blocar, we have seen it before, el bloqueo, la pantalla de bloqueo. So blocar means to block. Blocar. Keep in mind, this is blocar with C-A, but then it becomes, oh, where it is? There it is. Bloqueo, Q-U-E. El bloqueo, it is the block, the noun, and then the verb is blocar. Then, the backup is la copia de seguridad. La copia de seguridad. So, to backup is hacer una copia de seguridad, which literally means to make a copy for security. To make a secure copy, something like that. Copia de seguridad, the backup. Hacer una copia de seguridad, to backup. Salvar. Salvar means to save. Salvar. Okay, let's do this ejercicio, let's do this exercise. ¿Qué haces con tu móvil o con tu ordenador generalmente? So, what do you do with your mobile or with your PC generally, usually? So, my own answer. Generalmente uso el ordenador para trabajar, traducir, enviar correos y mirar pelis o series de televisión. This means usually I uso el ordenador, the computer, para trabajar, to work, traducir, to translate, enviar correos, to send emails, y mirar pelis o series de televisión, and to watch, mirar, pelis, películas, so movies, or TV series, series de televisión. Uso el móvil, I use the mobile, I use the phone, para mandar mensajes, to send messages, hacer llamadas, to make calls, llamadas, the calls, y usar las redes sociales, and use the social networks, social media. Very good. So, let's do a repaso, a review of today's lesson. We studied la tecnología, el móvil, el ordenador, el portátil, el internet, el ratón, la pantalla de bloqueo, la batería, el teclado, el botón, el envío, sorry, this one is wrong, it's envío, oops, not congratulations, not yet. The tilde is on top of the I, not on top of the O. Sorry, that is a mistake. Envío with the tilde on top of the I. La cámara, and here as well, there must be a tilde on top. I'm very sorry, students, I'm very sorry. Excuse me very much. So this is cámara with the tilde on top of the A, of the first A. This is envío with the tilde on top of the I. los ajustes, aplicación, el mensaje, prender, apagar, hacer una copia de seguridad y salvar. Very good. These were the things we learned today. And finally, yes, congratulations. Hello everyone, bienvenidos, bienvenidas a la lección 39. This is the almost last lesson of our course. Esta es la penúltima lección. In this lesson we are going to do a practice and build, practica y construye. But first, let's review, hagamos un repaso de la lección anterior, of the last lesson. We have studied la tecnología, el móvil, el ordenador, el portátil, el internet, el ratón, la pantalla de bloqueo, la batería, el teclado, el botón, el envío, la cámara, los ajustes, la aplicación, el mensaje, and then a few verbs y algunos verbos, prender, apagar, hacer una copia de seguridad y salvar. Very good. Now, as I've anticipated before, this lesson will be focused on practicing and building sentences. Let's start with this exercise. ¿Cuál ha sido tu mejor cita? What was your best date? Again, here we are referring to dates. We're not referring to doctor appointments or things like that. So, ¿cuál ha sido tu mejor cita? What was your best, mejor date? My best date, mi mejor cita, fue en un grande parque, donde hicimos un picnic. My best date fue, because it is something, an action, a specific action which happened in the past and ended in the past. En un grande parque, in a big park. Donde, where, hicimos, we did, un picnic, a picnic. Mi mejor cita fue en un grande parque donde hicimos un picnic. As you can see, in this case there is no question, so in this case donde doesn't have tilde, it's just donde, very normally written. Another exercise: es mejor usar las redes sociales o hablar cara a cara con las personas. So, es mejor usar las redes sociales means, is it better to use, usar las redes sociales, the social media, o hablar cara a cara, to speak face to face. Cara means face, so cara a cara means face to face, con las personas, with the people, with people. Now, of course, I remind you, you can pause the video and write down your answer and repeat it orally and all those things. You have all the time in the world. Please do it, because it is very important to improve not only in your writing skills but also in your pronunciation. I will give you my own personal answer. Para mí es mejor hablar cara a cara porque con las redes sociales es más difícil comunicar realmente. Now, what does it all mean? Para mí means according to me. I am giving my own opinion, so I say para mí. Es mejor hablar cara a cara. It is better, es mejor, to talk face to face. Because con las redes sociales, with the social media, es más difícil, it is more difficult, más difícil, more difficult, comunicar realmente, to communicate really, so to communicate truly. Alright? Now, there's other exercise. You have to choose the correct verb in the brackets and complete the 4 sentences. You can pause the video and we will see the answer in a second. So, ready to check? He amado dos personas en mi vida. So, I loved 2 people in my life. Why do we use el pretérito perfecto? We use el pretérito perfecto because the time of the action is life. And I am still living, in fact. So, he amado because the time of the action includes the time I am living in. In fact, it is my whole life. So, he amado. Mi novio es muy gentil. My boyfriend is very kind. Abracé mi abuelo ayer. Abracé mi abuelo ayer. That means I hugged my grandpa, my granddad, yesterday. Of course, pretérito indefinido because we're talking about an action which happened and ended in the past. He enviado un mensaje a Carolina esta mañana. He enviado un mensaje a Carolina esta mañana. Of course, there is esta mañana, this morning, so I have to use el pretérito perfecto. I sent a message to Carolina this morning. ¿Cuál es tu viaje ideal? Another open-ended question. What is your ideal travel, your ideal journey, your ideal holiday? ¿Cuál es tu viaje ideal? Mi viaje ideal es visitar una ciudad grande. O también me gusta un lugar cerca de la playa para nadar y divertirme. So, this means mi viaje ideal, my favorite journey, travel, es visitar, is to visit una ciudad grande, a big city. Or, también, also, me gusta, I like, un lugar cerca de la playa, a place near the beach, para nadar, to swim, y divertirme, and have fun. Very good. Now, ¿cuál escuela te ha gustado más? ¿Cuál escuela te ha gustado más? Which means, which school did you like the most? You have most probably gone through primary school, high school, perhaps even university. And so, what school did you like the most? ¿Cuál escuela te ha gustado más? La escuela que me ha gustado más fue la secundaria, porque pasé 5 años hermosos con las personas que se convirtieron en mis amigos. Okay, what does it all mean? This means the school, la escuela que me ha gustado más, which I liked the most, fue la secundaria, was the high one, so the high school. Porque pasé 5 años hermosos, because I spent, pasar means to spend, to remember pasar tiempo con los amigos, to spend time with friends. In this case, I spent 5 beautiful, hermosos years con las personas, with the people, que se convirtieron, which became, convertirse means to become, que se convirtieron, so which became, pretérito indefinido, en mis amigos, my friends. In Spanish, to say I became something, you have to say me convertí en algo. Let's say she became a celebrity, se convirtió en una celebridad. Or she became my friend, se convirtió en mi amiga. Okay. Now, you have these 2 sentences. You have to translate from English to Spanish. My favorite subject was geography because I wanted to discover different countries. We were 28 in my class. Let's see. Again, pause the video and then we will see the solution. So, mi asignatura favorita era geografía porque quería descubrir diferentes países. Éramos 28 en mi clase. So, mi asignatura favorita, my favorite subject, era geografía, was geography, porque quería descubrir, because I wanted to discover, diferentes países, different countries. Éramos 28, we were 28, En mi clase means in my class. Very easy, very simple. Congratulations! Hola a todos! Hello everyone! You have done it! You have reached the last lesson. Esta es la última lección de nuestro curso de español. This is the last lesson of our Spanish course. I am incredibly excited. I know I say this almost every lesson, but this time I am genuinely incredibly excited because it will be our last lesson together, which is, as I've told you last lesson, a bit sad, but at the same time it is amazing because it means you have reached an incredible level of Spanish, and I'm very, very proud of you and your whole journey. So, without getting too emotional here, I'm going to start crying. No, I'm kidding. Let's start with the lesson. Today's lesson is going to be a bit special. It will be a test your knowledge. So I will give you some exercises, some tests, some exams. No, I'm kidding, not exams, but you know, some exercises to test your knowledge, to test what you have learned in this whole course, which is, you know, fair, very exciting. So I'm looking forward to start. Shall we start? I say we shall. Yes, let's start. Okay, so, ¿qué tiempo verbal se usa para acciones repetidas en el pasado? Now we have said this many, many times. If you get this wrong, I am going to be very, very mad. What past tense, what verb tense does we use to talk about repeated actions in the past? Repeated actions in the past. You cannot get this wrong. Really? Do you have the answer? Should I reveal it now? Okay, if you have the answer, don't cheat. Just say it, tell us the answer, and then let's check if it is correct. Okay, you have said it, you have it in your mind. Let's see. Imperfecto, yay! Was it what you said, what you thought? I hope so, because otherwise, I told you I'm going to be very mad. Okay, el imperfecto. El imperfecto es el tiempo verbal que se usa para hablar de acciones repetidas en el pasado. It is the verb, the tense we use to talk about repeated actions in the past. Habits, actions that happened repeatedly in the past. El imperfecto. Yo hablaba, yo comía, yo estaba, etc. This exercise, very famous exercise, we have done this many times. You have 4 sentences and you have to choose the correct verb in the brackets. So pause the video, don't cheat. Write down all these sentences, all these questions and sentences, yes, and then let's check together. Okay, ready? So, ¿a dónde has almorzado hoy? We use el pretérito perfecto because we have hoy, today. Where did you have lunch today? And so, today is still, we are still living in the time the action happened, and so has almorzado. Mi hermana vivía en Londres 7 años atrás. Now, vivir means to live, and so to live is a habit, is a repeated action, therefore we use el imperfecto. Vivía en Londres. We cannot use ha vivido if we are talking about 7 years ago, of course. So my sister lived in London 7 years ago. Mi hermana vivía en Londres 7 años atrás. Perdía siempre las llaves de casa. Perdía siempre las llaves de casa. I always I was always losing my the house keys. There is siempre, and this siempre already tells you it is a repeated action. So there is no doubt about it. Imperfecto. Perdía siempre. Repeated action. Me casé el mes pasado. Now, To get married is not a repeated action, hopefully. I mean, it would be worrisome if it would. So we have to use el pretérito indefinido. Me casé el mes pasado. I got married last month. Okay? Now, conjuga el verbo leer al pretérito perfecto. You have to conjugate the verb leer at the pretérito perfecto form. So once you have done it in your notebook, let's check together. So, verbo leer, pretérito perfecto. Yo he leído, tú has leído, él, ella, usted ha leído, nosotros hemos leído, vosotros habéis leído, ellos, ellas, ustedes han leído. So, very regular, leído, 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 leído. Another verb to conjugate, conjuga el verbo sentir al imperfecto. You have to conjugate the verb sentir at the imperfecto form. Again, once you're ready, let's check together. So, sentir, imperfecto. Yo sentía, tú sentías, él, ella, usted sentía, nosotros sentíamos, vosotros sentíais, ellos, ellas, ustedes sentían. Very good. As you can see, again, regular, ia, ias, ia, íamos, íais, ian. Now, verdadero, falso, which means true or false. Verdadero o falso. You have these 5 prompts. You have to tell me whether they are true or false. Si son verdaderos o falsos. So, el participio pasado, the past participle, es siempre el mismo. Is always the same. Then the other one, I have done equals ha hecho. Antes de ayer equals 2 días atrás. Hago means atrás. Los verbos reflexivos terminan en sí. Now you have to check these prompts and tell me whether they are true or false. Let's see together. So, el participio pasado es siempre el mismo, true. We have seen the conjugation just a few seconds ago, minutes perhaps. Yo he leído, you see, leído is always the same for every pronoun. So, el participio pasado es siempre el mismo. Verdadero, true. I have done equals ha hecho, falso. I have done equals he hecho. Yo he hecho. Ha hecho means he has done or she has done, it has done. So, I have done first person singular. Verb hacer. Yo he hecho. Antes de ayer equals 2 días atrás. This is true. It is not the correct, the exact translation, but they mean the same thing. Antes de ayer means the day before yesterday, and the day before yesterday is 2 days ago. So, antes de ayer equals 2 días atrás. Yes, verdadero. Ago means atrás. Again, verdadero. True. A year ago means un año atrás. A second ago means un segundo atrás, etc. And then, los verbos reflexivos terminan en sí. Falso. Los verbos reflexivos terminan en se. Amarse, divertirse, aburrirse, they all end in se, not in si. Okay, now, in this other exercise, you have a series of words, and you have to translate them from English to Spanish. Whenever you're ready, you can unpause the video and see if you did right. So, the wound, la herida, mild, templado, the countryside, el campo, the business meeting, la reunión de trabajo, the job interview, la entrevista de trabajo, the wife, la mujer o la esposa, the husband, el marido o el esposo, colder, más frío. Okay, very good. Now, ¿cómo se hace el comparativo en español? Haz un ejemplo. So, how do we make the comparative in Spanish? Make an example. Okay. Again, pause the video, do not cheat. I'm watching you. No, I'm not, I'm kidding. But do not cheat, really. Let's see, how do we make the comparative in Spanish? Very easy, you take más plus the adjective plus que. Más alto que. Más bueno que. Haz un ejemplo, precisely, yo soy más alta que él. I am taller than him. Very good. Now, ¿cómo se hace el superlativo en español? Haz un ejemplo. How do we make the superlative in Spanish? Make an example. So, the superlative, very easy as well. El, la, los, las, más, plus the adjective. So, the article, either masculine singular, feminine singular, masculine plural, feminine plural, más plus the adjective. Mi ordenador es el más pequeño. My computer is the smallest. This is the superlative in Spanish. Okay. Now, a translation exercise, un ejercicio de traducción. When I was a child, I played the guitar at school. We performed in 3 theaters. You have to translate these 2 sentences. Okay, ready to check? Let's see. Cuando era un niño o una niña, tocaba la guitarra en la escuela. Nos exhibimos en 3 teatros. Sorry, this one is wrong. It's nos, N-O-S. I forgot an N there. I'm sorry. So, nos exhibimos en 3 teatros. We performed in 3 theaters. Let's see, let's start with the first one actually. So, cuando era un niño o una niña, when I was a child, tocaba la guitarra, I played the guitar en la escuela, at school. Because it was something, a habit, it was something, a repetitive action in the past, I used el imperfecto. Then we have exhibirse. Exhibirse is a reflexive verb, so I have to put nos exhibimos en 3 teatros. Nos exhibimos, this is in the pretérito indefinido, because it was a specific action. We performed specifically in 3 theaters. So there was a specific action of performing in 3 specific theaters. Otherwise, I could have said we performed many times, and in that case I would have said exhibíamos muchas veces, and in that case I would have used the imperfecto. But here, pretérito indefinido, because it is a specific action that happened and ended in the past. Okay, so imperfecto tocaba, because it is a repetitive action. Pretérito indefinido nos exhibimos, because it is a specific action in the past. En 3 teatros. Another exercise, in this case you have a few Spanish verbs and you have to create the past participle, el participio pasado. Ready? Should we check? Yes, let's see. Abrir, abierto. This is irregular, it is not abrido, it is abierto. Ser, sido. Sorprender, sorprendido. Bajar, bajado. Tener, tenido. Tomar, tomado. Entender, entendido. Preguntar, preguntado. Pedir, pedido. As you can see, they are all regular except for the first one, abierto, abrir. And you can see the rule, you take away the desonants, er, ar, etc. And you use the suffix according to the conjugation. If it's first conjugation, you take away ar and you add ado. If it is second or third conjugation, you take away er or ir and you add ido. Abrir, to open. Ser, to be. Sorprender, to surprise. Bajar, to get out, get down. Tener, to have. Tomar, to take. Entender, to understand. Preguntar, pedir, to ask. Preguntar, to ask a question. Pedir, to ask a favor or to ask for something. Now, escribe los adjetivos posesivos femeninos plurales. So you have to write down the possessive adjectives, feminine and plural. Let's see. So, mías, tuyas, suyas, nuestras, vuestras, suyas. These are the possessive adjectives, feminine and plural. Mías, tuyas, suyas, nuestras, vuestras, suyas. When it comes, of course, to an adjective after the noun, because before the noun I have told you there is a group of possessive adjectives before the noun and after the noun. Before the noun, there is no difference between masculine and feminine, as we have seen. They are both the same. What changes is in the possessive adjectives after the nouns. And in that case, we have a difference between masculine and feminine. So, mío, mía, tuyo, tuya, suyo, suya, nuestro, nuestra, vuestro, vuestra, suya, suyo, suya. In that case, I asked you plural, and so mías, tuyas, suyas, nuestras, vuestras, suyas. Very well. Now another translation exercise, otro ejercicio de traducción. You have 3 sentences here. You have to translate them. These are the photos of my favorite travels. I love traveling and taking pictures and videos. I post the best photos on my social media with my phone. Okay, whenever you are ready, let's check the solution, the correct translation. Estas son las fotos de mis viajes favoritos. Me encanta viajar y tomar fotos y videos. Subo las fotos mejores en las redes sociales con mi móvil. There is no mystery here, everything is how it should be. These ones right here, I'm showing to you the pictures. So, estas son las fotos de mis viajes favoritos. These are the photos of my favorite travels, mis viajes favoritos. Me encanta viajar means I love traveling. Y tomar fotos y videos. And taking pictures and videos. Subo, subir means to either get on, subir al autobús, to get on the bus, but also to post something on social media. So, subo las fotos mejores, I post the best photos, las fotos mejores, the best, en las redes sociales con mi móvil. On my social media, on the social media, with my phone. Very good. We have reached the end. Wow, what a wild ride it has been. I am speechless. Well, I am incredibly happy that you have made it this far. I'm very, very, very proud of you. I had a lot of fun teaching you all these words, all these sentences, all these things. We have made so many exercises and talked about so many things. It brings joy to my heart. I hope it was at least decently good enough so that you have actually understood and learned something with this course. I really, really hope so. Please leave a comment in the course discussion if you have anything to say, positive or negative. Please don't be too harsh. And I really hope the best, and I hope you keep learning and improving, and you keep loving this beautiful language as much as I do. Gracias por haber aprendido junto a mí. Thank you for having learned alongside with me. Espero te hayas divertido. I hope you had fun. Y espero verte muy pronto. And I hope to see you very soon. Adiós. Gracias. Adiós, adiós.